You are watching the Vodka stream.
Boop! What is happening, everybody? It is Friday. Made it through another week. Hopefully, you guys are doing good. Gotta pour my drink. Everybody's doing okay out there. People are slowly filing in. I noticed, ever since the time change, it's not as busy in the live chat beforehand. I know the time change is still. People are still getting used to it and whatnot. Fresh out of the freezer. That's right. Yes, I'm doing the Smirnoff thing. Don't make fun of me. All right. Making my little spritzy. Okay. So hopefully you guys are doing good. Open that up. There we go. All right. Cheers, guys, to another Friday and hopefully another good discussion tonight on the Vodka stream. Cheers. Good times. All right. Who's out there? We got Mr. Jason. What's going on? Ahoy, ahoy. Always good to see you. We got Mama Film Junkie also here too. Good to see you, Mom. All right. Let me do something here. Make sure that this is working. All right. Whoop, 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 whoop. There we go. Just making sure the YouTube's is working. Making sure that's working. All right. We're good on that side. All right. Who else we got here? Brandon, what is happening? Hope everything's good and great. Seen The Flash 3 times next Thursday, right? To make up for all the other times missed. I got my tickets. But yeah, it's kind of interesting. Now I'm one of the people that has now seen the damn movie. No spoilers, of course. I won't say anything like that. Or, don't worry. That's next week. Next week we'll do a full-on spoiler discussion. But I did post my spoiler review. Thought about I should have probably maybe waited till next week. But and I know there's spoilers are like crazy out there. So be careful, people. They're showing up. They're showing up. But I thought about waiting till next week for my spoiler review, but I was like, you know what? I already filmed it, already edited it, so I might as well just put it out there. And don't watch it until you've seen it. It'll be there. It'll be there. But yeah, maybe I should have waited till like next week. Even some people hit me up. They're like, dude, you already posted that? Are you supposed to? And I'm like, I think it's fine. There's a bunch of spoiler reviews out there already. I know some of the big YouTubers, I think, waited. So that's why, probably should have waited, but fuck it. It's out there. So if you want to watch it, if you've seen it already or you don't give a shit about spoilers, you can watch my spoiler review. What's going on, 166 Shape? How you doing? Heyo. We got Alakazu. Good to see you. We got Tiz. How you doing? Happy Friday. What's going on, Lee Fusion Vision? Boo, you flash fuck. Bro, okay. That's a nice message. I'm a flash fuck, apparently. That's nice. That's different. I like that. Cheers, brother. Cheers. Good times. All right, we got DJ. What's going on, Justin? Good to see you, man. Thank you for the $2 super chat. We got Phil right here. He'll be joining shortly. We got Rhett Proctor right here. Seeing The Flash with my dad next Saturday in IMAX. He first introduced me to Batman through Batman 89. This movie is special to me. Good. As it should be. I think it's going to be like that for a lot of people. And I'm kind of hoping it really does. And just like when Michael Keaton did that promo for it, saying like, hey, take your dad to go see it because Father's Day weekend. And I think that, that's smart right there to promo to that, to them, to the dads out there, because Michael Keaton is very much, it's a lot of people's, even though he's always been my favorite Batman until Batfleck came in. When it comes to the dads out there, I would say that Michael Keaton is probably their Batman. So freaking A, there's a fly in here, of course. Jeez. Anyways, let's see. We got Mr. Babascott. Have you seen the Breaking Story, the movie trilogy? I have not seen that. No, I know you've talked about your movies, and I still don't know. Still haven't seen them. I don't know if you have to like send them to me or DM me or something like that. Anyway, Stephanie T, always good to see you. Good to see you, Patrick. You watch Scream 1. You see the Flash movie with your dad. See, there you go. On the 25th. Ooh, so you got to wait a little bit still. See, there you go. Another one with their dad. Another one with the dad. Maybe I'll take my dad. What's going on, Mr. Galliot Productions? Probably saying that wrong. Galliant. But hey, sharing is caring. Thank you. I appreciate that. Like I said, every little bit helps out the pirate ship. Always does. So I appreciate that. Okay, what else we got here? Let's see. Two out now. Well, I only saw one. I said you got the initial ending and then after the credits. There's not a mid. At least, I mean, I'm assuming I saw the final cut. But there's an after credits scene, like literally after the credits. Again, I don't know if they changed it or something like that, but yeah. So there's just one, as far as I know. So at least the screening I saw. So Keaton's Batman is my mom's favorite Batman. She can't stand. You need to educate her. Keaton is there you go. Keaton is your dad right there, Mr. Lee Fusion Vision Robinson. So that's good. I'd be a fun dad to have, Mr. Michael Keaton. I will say, one of my favorite Michael Keaton movies is Multiplicity. And if you haven't seen that yet, or you haven't even heard of it, do yourself a favor and watch that. It's a great movie. Came out in the 90s about a man cloning himself. I've talked about it before, but that's one of my all-time favorite Keaton movies because he has to play like 4 different versions of himself because he clones himself 4 different times. That's the beauty part. That's the beauty about that movie is the fact that I guess you could say it's layered. It's a layered movie. It's not just a romantic comedy kind of thing where yes, a guy clones himself. Sure, that's all fine and dandy, but when he clones himself, he's got his masculine version, he's got his feminine version, and then he's got his dum-dum version because it's a copy of a copy. So it's kind of layered if you think about that, you know. And so he has to essentially play that many. He has to play, 4 different versions: the regular person, and then the different sides of him. So it's kind of layered like that. You wouldn't think it is, but it's pretty layered like that. It's a really good movie and it's hilarious too. Hilarious. I mean, because Michael Keaton's just freaking funny. What's going on, Shoemacker? Good to see you, buddy. Yeah, there you go. Stephanie knows. He is great for the time he's on screen, though. Are you indicating you didn't get enough Keaton? That's what's funny too. Like seeing as we get closer to it, it's kind of funny because a lot of people are always talking shit or joking around that it's like, oh, this is a Flash movie or is it a Batman movie? The fact that they're promoting it, of course, heavily with, it's a Flash movie, but it's got Supergirl and Michael Keaton's Batman. But then when you watch it and when you guys actually watch it, you'll realize it is a full-on Flash movie. It's a full-on Flash movie, start to finish, 100%. And now people that have seen it are like saying that the other people didn't have enough time. And I was like, what are you talking about? The time that they had was like, it was throughout the movie and it for the story and everything. Okay. People are just weird. That's all. Anyways, all right, let's start getting some of the peeps in here. We got some people backstage. Do some chatting. More people will join. Let's make sure that's good. All right. We got Mr. Phil right here. What is happening?
Chief, how you doing?
Good. Nice shirt.
Thank you.
You got
Looks
your
familiar,
shirt?
doesn't it?
Yes.
You got a good
There was actually somebody at the Flash screening I went to that was wearing it. And George, I think his name was. He was walking up, and I was like, "Hey, nice shirt." And turns out he was at Full Circle, and I was like, "Oh,
look at that!"
Yeah, he was like, "Hey, Pena," and I was like, "Oh." And he's like, "Yeah, I was at Full Circle," and I was like, "Oh shit." I mean, I met so many people there. I don't fucking recognize. I can't remember everybody I freaking met.
Quite a few people there. Yeah.
Exactly. And it's been a while, but we got somebody that's joining right now that has not been on for a little bit.
Now you want to get nuts? Come on, let's get nuts.
I figured that was fitting.
I appreciate the drop and stuff like that. I was just laughing at the guy that you didn't remember who probably went home like, I'm going to 1-star this motherfucker. I met at Full Circle. He didn't even remember me.
What could I say? There were so many people.
Oh, yeah.
And I was like, ah. And I was like, oh yeah, and then I think I recognized him from like Twitter eventually. But we actually sat next to each other too, so it was cool. He shared his Dippin' Dots with me, so
that's even worse. You forgot the Dippin' Dots guy. You forgot the Dippin' Dots.
Well, no, that was after. That was
Okay,
after
good,
when it was
good.
all.
There
But
you
at
go,
first, when he was walking up, I just saw the shirt and I was like, nice shirt. And then he
Yeah.
was like, hey, Pena. And I was like, yeah, I was at Full Circle. And I was like, oh shit. All right, well,
Nice.
So it was after. So, anyways. Welcome, Travis. How you been?
Thank you. It's good to be back. Yeah, I've been busy. I've been moving, so that's why right now I'm just in just the most boring wall template you have here. Eventually, I'll
Get
have
a
the
lot of
goods
nothing.
back. But yeah, just nothing.
Whole lot of
except
nothing.
This weird thing there. But yeah, no, been good. Just been busy and looking forward to the Flash next week. Looking forward to a lot of things. June and July is when we're starting to really pump up with all this stuff. So I'm excited to be back here, though. I've been listening. I've been watching.
Nice.
Yeah.
We've missed you. I know the time change was like it affected you a little bit more because you are Pacific time.
Oh, yeah. You sons of bitches. All you Eastern people ganged up on me. Oh, it's too late for me to stay up. No, I always got it. Because when me and Dave were always like, oh, it's just 11 or, 1 here. It's like 4. Like the sun's come up for them. Like, how did they do it? So
I think that's even happened before where for Ray, he was like, oh, yeah, the sun's starting to creep up.
Yeah.
I was like, holy shit. Because, sometimes even after
he's from the East Coast, yeah.
Yeah. And sometimes even, when we get done with this, we'll bullshit after the stream for like another half an hour or even longer. And then it's just like, it's to the point where it's like, all right, Jesus Christ, we got to end this thing because I'm even tired. It's 2:00 here and it's like 5:00 East Coast. It gets pretty crazy. But yeah, I mean, I knew it would have some effect, but I think for the most part, it's good.
It's the right move for you. I can be selfish and say, hey, not for me, but no, and it was just tough time. Like I said, when you're moving, it's just like, oh man, you're exhausted all the time and stuff like that. But no, I'm back here. I plan to be back next week because I think that's going to be quite a fun episode to get everyone's thoughts once everyone can talk about it. So it's only, well, you've already seen it, Dave, son of a bitch. But for the rest of us, it's only 6 days away. So it's very exciting. So
hey, Travis, since you're here, there's just something I want to let you know. Madam Web is the blueprint.
Oh no, Madam Web is the blueprint. Oh no.
Oh,
the backstory on that, Dave, is I used to host a podcast and I had to leave because of job switch. And the hosts that replaced me, they're all good friends of mine, but they've made this incessive, terrible hashtag about Madam Web is the blueprint. And now, don't get me wrong, after Across the Spider-Verse, Sony can make whatever they want. But the rest of the stuff, I'm always a little iffy on, but I hope I like Madam Web. You got Sydney Sweeney, you got Dakota Johnson, but Blueprint, I don't know.
What's going to be interesting about that movie? I mean, we've all seen Across the Spider-Verse, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes. So so it's just going to be interesting how much they, expand that more. I mean, we last week, of course, we talked spoilers already, so it's not like it's anything new, but I mean, just how much there was in that scaled across the entire thing, like into the MCU and the Sony and everything. So I'm kind of like going, okay, Madam Web sounds ridiculous, but I mean, when you see when you see the cast, you go, wow, okay. There's some eye candy in this movie right here. I'll say that. And, we'll hopefully get some tight outfits in, but at the same time, I'm like wondering, like, okay,
Adam Scott. Adam Scott's who has the tightest outfit.
Oh yeah. I want to see that bulge.
Adam Scott, guys. Bulge. Emma Stone, come on, or sorry, not Emma Roberts. Emma Roberts.
Yeah.
But remember, in Step Brothers, Adam Scott has like that 8-pack. He's really.
He hasn't had a carb in 20 years.
Yeah. Dane Cook, 20 minutes. Let's go.
God, I love that movie.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, but it's going to be interesting to see. It's unique. It's a unique story. It's a unique character. Mm-hmm. And I'm just kind of wondering, like, okay, now you got to find your place in this whole madness of things. It might be another Morbius. Very well could be. But it could be something absolutely fantastic or just be like, good enough.
Yeah.
I mean, Craven's going to be R-rated. That's
See,
different.
that's what I'm looking forward to. I know
It's
they finally realized after Morbius and Venom, they're like, maybe we should go R-rated.
No, not just
Yeah.
after Venom. After Venom, Let There Be
Twice.
Carnage. They were like, oh,
Yeah.
maybe we should finally do the R-rated thing. Gee.
Yeah.
You
See,
could've
and
done it
a lot of
last movie.
people I've even talked to Seek, who Venom vlog, who's obviously all about Venom, and I mean he brought up a good point that yes, I mean it's essentially a comic book movie, so why do you need to make it R-rated? But then I was like, yeah, maybe for the first one, but I mean the second one, when you have Carnage, Let There Be Carnage, it's
Right.
like, you know, and I thought, you know, with some of it, they did a good job of like, oh, it's off camera. These guys are getting effed up, and they try to push it a little bit as much as possible. But it's just, I just felt like an R rating maybe would have helped it. I don't know.
I think the movie alone deserved an NC-17 just for Woody Harrelson's performance, you know, because I love Woody. It was, and it's weird because I think Woody
somebody,
I love Woody, but like. And I feel like him as Cletus Cassidy, he's like, oh, I can see the vision. I don't think that script was the vision I was hoping for, but like, oh, I could see that. But yeah, I'm looking those movies. I'm more looking forward to just of how they do in the reception, because I don't really care about either of them. I love those characters, especially Craven, but I don't have much faith because I haven't liked Morbius, Venom, or Let There Be Carnage. So for me, it's like, okay, I hope I can like these. Hope I can gleam on one. But I'm just interested to see how does like a Madam Web movie do for the public audience. Like, yeah, you have some stars in there, but like talk about characters no one knows. People don't know who Madam Web is. Like they've never heard, like unless you were a 90s kid that watched the animated show, that's probably the most people know. Craven, I think at least the video game's coming out. Well, actually, the video game's like the same month, I guess, right? Or
October.
Yeah, so it's literally the same month. So maybe you'll get some bump there, but they're both very, I think, more in the smaller scale of popularity. So I don't know how they're going to do. And the rated R thing could help it a lot, or it could really hurt if it gets like certain audiences can't go to it, right? And if it's like, we can just skip that one. So yeah. But
I don't know.
Beyond the Spider-Verse, I got that, so I'm happy about that. So
No, I know. I'm worried about it a little bit that it might get delayed, but
it's not happening. March is not happening.
Yeah, delayed.
I know, but I think everybody started getting a little freaked out when Haley Steinfeld said she hadn't recorded a voice for that, which I don't know if she just did that just to freak people out, because I always thought that when they did animation, they recorded the voice first and did the animation second, because then they can match it. But then again, this animation is just beyond all other animation. So maybe they're just like, well, we could just do that. You know, we'll match it. We'll have you match to this, because let's face it, the animation is like superior than who's actually doing the voice. It feels like, because it's just so goddamn beautiful. But I don't know. We'll see.
And Lauren Miller, I didn't know if they're joking or not. In an interview, someone asked like, "Oh, is that close to being done?" They're like, "Oh yeah, nowhere near." And they like laugh, so you don't know what to take from it. But I don't think it's going to hit March. I think we can hit next year. But I'm preparing myself for the worst. But that's fine. It's one of those things that if they say, "Hey, we got to get this is going to take 3 to 4 years," I'm like, take as long as you need, because I don't want them rushed at all for what the products they put out there. So
no,
Especially they were working on them at the same time, part one.
Yeah, I mean, essentially it was, and then there was even like a thing that came out that said like that whole chase sequence with all the spider people going after Miles took 4 years. To
oh yeah,
that just shows you right there. I mean, and when you're watching it, you're going, how? Like what the? You're just going, this is just insane. A lot of the sequences are just insane. And it's like, what is it? It just boggles my mind when it comes to, and I can't wait to see it again, just to like pause and be like, let's see what I can find here. I mean, my God, every little detail that they have to put in all those shots, and they're so quick shots, and my God, it's just, it's insane. But
even Spider-Punk, that took them, they said 2 years just to animate him, just for a single character, So
God, it's just
That's
crazy.
insane.
It's crazy. But yeah, so I think like I don't think we should freak out when Haley Steinfeld said that, because they definitely did one giant movie at one time, and they just were like, okay, we're gonna cliffhanger it, which was smart, because that cliffhanger was just freaking godly. It was like, oh, when I was looking at my watch, I'm going, oh boy, we're getting to it, and then when it started happening, and then when you realize, you're like, wait, and then his mom said, who's Spider-Man? And went, oh shit. I was just like, it was just one of those things where it's just, I went, oh man, this is about to get insane. And then it got more insane. And then when it ended, the whole theater, of course, my theater went, oh, and it's just like, yeah, you're just going, oh God. No, I gotta wait. How long? You're like, I'm like looking up, like, when does it come out? Oh, less than a year, but still, shit, crazy.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm wondering where Madam Web's gonna fit in all that. It's gonna be interesting because even like you said, when it comes to like known actresses, you know, your Sydney Sweeney, your Emma Roberts, and then of course, what's
Dakota
her name?
Johnson.
Dakota Johnson.
Johnson.
It's like, yeah, but that doesn't even really mean shit anymore. Let's face it. You know, that used to be a thing. That used to be a thing in the 90s, in the early 2000s. And maybe it still kind of is for like a Tom Cruise, but we'll see when it comes to Mission Impossible. I'm kind of curious to see how much of an impact the box office that it has. Another Mission Impossible. Hopefully it does. I really hope it does well.
Really? Are you like worried about it?
I kind of am, just because there's so much
Really?
happening. There's just so many movies coming out in a row. That's where I get worried.
It's essentially kind of not necessarily totally, but it's got competition with Oppenheimer and Barbie. That's what Tom Cruise has got to worried about, and I can understand that. More so Oppenheimer than Barbie, but Barbie just might, I would imagine, probably bring in a lot of people for a lot of cute date
Barbie
nights.
is going to appeal to the general audience more than the others. That's the thing.
I still think there's a chance. It depends how big Mission Impossible 1 opens, but I still think there's a chance in its second weekend it beats Barbie and Oppenheimer. Because right now Oppenheimer's tracking real low. It's like 25-30 million. And it's like, because I just don't think no one wants to watch a movie about a bomb that kills billions of people during the summer. You know, like, I think that's a nice fall sweater movie. I don't think that's like the feel good, hey, we just got back from the beach, let's go watch Oppenheimer.
Yeah.
I'll be there day one, but I just don't know. But Barbie, that's a summer movie. That's a like have a couple drinks, like you're having like that. I think Mission Impossible is still going to do really well. I think, and also the Top Gun hype. I think people are just back on that cruise train. So I think I can't remember what Fallout did, but I feel like it's going to be relatively the same. Maybe a little more, a little less, but I think it's going to be. I think it's going to do
did well. Fallout had some
Fallout
legs
did
too, but yeah, it's just like I said, it's just every week has been for like the past few weeks, just one thing after another, and it's kind of like, you know. What was the first summer blockbuster movie?
Guardians, would that count?
I guess so.
Like
I guess Guardians
May?
kicked it off.
Yeah,
I guess Guardians kind of kicked it off, and it had legs, which was good because, you know, everybody was hyping it up and raving about the story and everything. So that's continuing to have legs, and it's going to get well over 100 million, which is good because, you know, we all enjoyed it. And then you had, I forgot what, Fast X came after that, and that kind of just, I mean, it's
on VOD today.
It's already, you could already get it on VOD.
But it's still doing good internationally, though. It's making in the money there. It's just the problem is that budget's so high. That's the issue with that one, because it's almost it's gonna finish at like 700 million, which most movies that's like, oh, that's awesome. But when your budget is 340 million, you're like, oh,
we barely broke even.
Yeah, exactly. Part two better do real good.
Yeah.
It's not too great, but I mean, it was smart to be like, all right, we had a big drop from weekend to weekend, which they had like a 54 or maybe even higher than that drop
for Fast X.
Yeah. From weekend to weekend, it had like which is normal, but at the same time, it's like, all right. And then with all the movies that are coming out, I think it was actually smart on Universal to be like, all right, 2 weeks, and then we're just going to put it on VOD and we'll work on the next one. And that's about it. I mean, there's already a lot of hype around it, obviously, with Dwayne Johnson returning and all that stuff. So I think they'll be fine. There's going to be at least 2 or 3 more fucking movies.
Yeah.
So, Jesus Christ.
They'll finish whatever they want to do there. Like if they want to do their Part 10 trilogy, they'll do it, because at the same time, it's like, even if it starts to decline, it's probably still more guaranteed money than some other movies, right, that come out. Like at least, you know, you might get, even if it's 600, 500, you might get that, where some movies are not guaranteed at all. Like look at Dungeons and Dragons, right? You put that out, but because same thing, the budget, that just breaks even or like loses money. So it's like Fast might not be as profitable as it was like 5-6 years ago, but it's still better than some other franchise. It's like a given thing, right? So it's like, okay, just put it out there. I don't know about Hobbs, but
$7 billion franchise. I mean,
yeah,
they're gonna make movies until like who knows how many more movies they're gonna make. It sucks for Dungeons and Dragons because that was such a good movie.
I still haven't seen that. I haven't seen John Wick. I'm kind of kicking myself.
John Wick, you gotta see John Wick.
I know. I got to see that. Super Mario Brothers. I'm really bummed I missed that.
But
yeah,
you got some catching up to do, man.
Yeah, but fortunately, you know, I saw Across the Spider-Verse last weekend, so that was cool.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm going to see Transformers this weekend, but I'm definitely seeing The Flash
I
next
saw
weekend.
it last night.
Yeah, I saw your thumbnail for that.
Yeah, I'm the same thing, Phil. I didn't watch the video, but I saw a thumbnail. I'm like, all right, I think I know how Dave felt about this one.
Yeah. I mean, when it comes to the Transformers franchise, it's like, it's again, I'm kind of just. I mean, as much as I did watch the cartoon, but I wasn't like, it wasn't part of. I mean, it was Ghostbusters and Batman, and that was my bag. Transformers was like, yeah, cool, and I played with the toys and stuff, and I had some of the toys, sure, but I never was like big into it. Like some in here, I know like Anthony and Scott, they're big into it. And when it came to the Bay ones, I enjoyed them, but then of course got exhausted after 3 Dark Moon.
Yep.
Just
that's
where it started to really fall off. And Age of Extinction. I still remember. There's just a couple of times where I literally laughed out loud, and I was the only one because of the dialogue being so bad. I was with my friend. It was funny because I was with my friend Molly, who has a enormous crush on Mark Wahlberg. So she wanted to see it, and she knew I was like, I would be down because I was like, all right, I'll see whatever. And that line, because do you guys remember in that movie the whole like what was it called, the Romeo and Juliet law, where if teenagers, if they're like if one's like 15 and one's 17 and you get together before of age and then one actually ends up turning 18, it's okay. It's not I don't know. There was something I never even heard about this until the movie, because Mark Wahlberg's daughter was like 16, 17, and then her boyfriend ended up being 18, but they got together before he was 18. Very weird.
Something like this. Yeah. It's a tough wire to cross, honestly.
Yeah. And I'm like, really, Michael Bay? You guys wanted to put that into this movie?
Yeah.
But one of the best freaking worst lines was
lines.
Yes. Best worst lines. And I just laughed my ass off, and I was the only one that did, was when something was happening. I can't remember because I only saw it once. Where Mark Wahlberg was like to the dude, he was like, hey, go save my daughter. He's like, I'm not saving your daughter. I'm saving my girlfriend. And then he goes, I'm like, I started cracking up. I'm like, somebody wrote that. Somebody fucking wrote that. Oh my God. I'm not going to save your daughter. I'm going to save my girlfriend.
While the girl's in peril, about to die, he's going to drop this one-liner on him. Yeah.
Dude. I could not believe that. I just started. I was laughing. Oh, it was one of the worst lines. And then the last night.
Oh God,
that exhausted me to no end. I remember coming home and wanting to take a nap after that one.
Okay, that was the same month and same summer, I think, as Spider-Man: Homecoming, right? Yeah, because they released a week apart from each other, and Spider-Man fucking clowned it at the box office.
Yeah,
and I remember this because I'd quit my job at the time at Walmart. And my friend was like, hey, do you want to go see Transformers? I was like, look, the only way I'm going to go see that movie is if I am just absolutely loaded out of my gourd and no one else is in the theater. Sure enough, it was only me and my 2 other friends and one other guy and his kid. And that was it. No one showed up to the last night. There was a reason why they kind of soft rebooted with Bumblebee. And so after the movie ended, I was just like, I had no enjoyment whatsoever. I was like, this is fucking ridiculous. And then the whole bit with Unicron being in the play, I was like, what? This does not compute. No.
Oh yeah. The way so many Transformers people were like, what the fuck did you do to Unicron? It was one of those. I think with this one, they'll be happier. Because I think they handled, and I mean, like I watched it. It's the human element is always what fucks it up. That's the thing. It's like, just like how Bumblebee started off on Cybertron. And it was just like, oh, that's cool. Can we get more of that? It's always like it starts off with the Transformers, just the Transformers. And then you're like, wow, this is kind of cool. Cause even, this one starts off with just the Transformers and a whole little battle happens. And you're like, cool. And then all of a sudden it's like, now we're going to Brooklyn and we're going to meet the freaking main characters. And it's like, oh shit. And then it's bad dialogue. It's bad acting. It's just, ugh. And then you just kind of go, I started dozing. For some of it. But then when it got to the final act, the final battle, cool shit happening there. I like it. I'm not a Pete Davidson fan too, so that didn't help. That I was like, ah, shit, he's one of the voices. Damn it.
yeah,
He's everywhere.
Mirage, right?
He's everywhere. He really does show up everywhere.
What was he just in recently? Oh, he was like, it was a store.
Yeah, it was Fast X.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Right. I was like,
you're only making this worse.
Yeah. And then Squad, he was in Guardians. At least in Guardians, he was like just an alien that had something on, and he's only in a few minutes. But yeah, I think the feeling I get from him is with the Hollywood cliques is that he'll show up to parties or red carpets. And what I take from it is people, when they meet him, really like him and go, we have to work together. Because it feels very much like before Kevin Hart got really big, Kevin Hart was that guy that would pop up like in little roles everywhere. And it's just like, I think it's just because people like work. Kevin on set's great. Let's have him on. Same with Pete. Like, oh, I love Pete. You want to come do something and everything? It's like Fast X, Guardians. And I guess it's the gun thing. So I'm sure he'll pop up in Superman Legacy. And
yeah,
there's your Jimmy Olsen.
Yeah, I apparently he was some kind of character. Oh God, please no. Hey, what's going on, Clark? I got these pictures for you. Like no. Hey, he was in Guardians of the Galaxy also somewhere.
Just some alien.
Yeah. But you know what? I mean, as much as I don't think he's really funny and whatever, I get annoyed by him. Power to him. I mean, power to him. He somehow did it. Where he's, like you said, he's popping up in all kinds of franchises, and power to him. I'm sure he's a nice guy. I'm sure I'm not, but I just never got it. Like, I don't think he's funny, and I watched his movie, Lord of what the fuck?
Oh, is it King of Staten Island?
King of Staten Island. Yeah. And I was like, I would like this movie if it wasn't Pete Davidson that was the star. I was like, it's not a bad movie, but I just can't stand him, and so it's hard for me to.
I like him enough. I've seen him in stuff where, like, I'm not sure if anyone's seen here. There's a horror movie that came out last year called Bodies, and he plays like a character he's supposed to be unlikable. Like, he plays like just a dirtbag. You're like, actually, this is a really good. I'm not saying he's a dirtbag, but like he's really good and he gets some comeuppance. But it's funny how I don't really have interest in the show. I like King of Staten Island, but he has that show out recently that's similar to the movie where it's like based off his life, but Pesci's in it. So that's been the only thing like maybe making me want to watch it, because it's just so funny that Pesci almost didn't do The Irishman, didn't want to come out of retirement, and he did. Like, Martin had like drag him out of the coals and everything, but then he'll go and do like this Pete Davidson TV show where he plays like his like uncle or something like that. So it's such an odd fit. Like, Pesci was retired for like almost 30 years. Irishman, like, okay, I get that. It's Marty. And then this one, like, who's blackmailing Joe to get him in this show,
I was wondering about that too. I was like, wait, how did this happen? Pete Davidson has a show and Joe Pesci is in it. I went, huh? I'm like, is Pesci like actually back now? Is he accepting offers from other people? I hope so, because I want to see him. I know. But I would love that too. But yeah, it was so random to be like, because I was like, oh, Joe Pesci's in a show. Mm-hmm. He's in that show. I remember just thinking, wait a minute, what? Whoa, no, what? No, what are you doing, Joe? I don't know. Maybe it's good. Maybe I can give it a chance. I don't know. It's just hard. Or it's just a fat paycheck for Joe, and he's like, I need another boat. This, Al Pacino did Jack and Jill. De Niro does those Grandpa War movies and stuff. Yeah. It's always congrats, Pacino. Yeah, I know, right? Just like, what are you talking? Got another kid, it's a baby. Yeah. How is that possible? Yeah, that's just kind of God. I mean, when that whole thing came out, a lot of people went, ew, first, of course, but then at the same time, they're like, well, she's a gold digger. And then it's like, well, maybe. I mean, because apparently she used to date Mick Jagger at one point. Billionaire, yeah. So, I mean, but if Pacino's fine with it, some people are like that. Well, some people are like, want to believe it because apparently there was a report that said he wanted her to get checked, and there's a way to check before the baby's born. I don't know. It's just it's interesting. It's very interesting that, when as we get older and as like our bodies get older, you would think that sometimes, it's just kind of weird because, when it comes to women and when it comes to the eggs, it's like there's the term there's biological clock. Yeah. Biological clock is ticking, which I didn't know about that term until I watched Look Who's Talking. I remember there was like a big thing in there. Of course, when I saw it as a kid, I had no idea what the fuck it meant. But then when it comes to dudes, it's like, Jesus Christ, you're still shooting you still got some clips, man.
You shouldn't have anything to shoot at that age.
Yeah,
it
should be just freaking.
Yeah.
It should be just like, a fucking bang flag that just comes out of that. Like, and I'm like, how is he at 83 still? Got some freaking bullets in the chamber? Like, I know it's getting gross right now, but we're thinking about it. But I mean, I'm just saying, it's just like, how is that? Well, anyways, but hey, whatever. I know I don't think he's gonna make that graduation.
No.
Might not make the graduation.
Let's see. I don't want to be that guy. Let's just hope he just makes it to the birth. Like he is 83. People pass away sometimes at the age of like 55 from health conditions and stuff like that, right? So he's lived a full life. I'm sure he's done a few other things that have surprisingly, like him and the Stones, right? Like Mick Jagger. How is Keith David still around? Or not Keith Richards, or not Keith David. I think.
Yeah.
Is Keith David still alive, or is he passed away?
Who's that? Keith David.
Voice of Spawn. Is he still kicking?
Yeah, he's still kicking.
Okay,
yeah,
good.
Yeah, that's right. Keith David. Yeah, I always get his, because like I think I have like a light form of dyslexia. I'll be like, that's David Keith. David Keith. So I always get it wrong because it doesn't stick, and I'm like, oh, it's Keith David. Yeah, no, he's still alive. He's still very much alive. I think he was just interviewed recently. I remember reading. And he was talking about like They Live and all the freaking movies that he's been in. Yeah, he's been in so many freaking movies, and I totally forgot that he voiced Spawn in the '90s animated because I started watching it again. I'm like, oh yeah, fucking Keith David. He's the voice of Spawn, and that show is just fucking amazing. That show holds out. If you guys want to revisit it, it's on Max. It's on Max, the blue one, not the purple one. So not HBO. So, but anyway,
change the color. Okay.
Yeah, they did. But it looks good. It looks pretty. I like blue. So, anyways, all right, we got Mr.
What's up?
Right here, Mr. Axel from the land down under. What's going on, sir?
Fuck yeah! How's everyone's day been today?
Good.
Thank
It's
God
Friday. Yeah.
Friday. That's all that matters. I think that's where we're all at right now. I do have a little bone to pick with you, though, Axel.
What?
Oh, you in trouble.
What did I do?
You quote tweeted somebody posting the post-credit scene for.
Oh,
no.
wow. Well, it was taken down.
Yeah, okay, but still,
that's
dude.
besides the point.
Yeah, okay. That was a dick move.
Like, I didn't watch it
I
because
agree.
this was like the day of. I think it was the day of when I went and saw it, but I kind of saw a glimpse of it. And I was like, Axel,
okay, I'm sorry, that was a dick move of me to do. But...
I'm just saying. No, but what's interesting about it, and what I actually wanted to, we could start talking a little Flash. Obviously, we can't talk things because we've seen it. Yeah, but we could talk about the fact, people reacting to it and stuff like that. But Axel, do you feel that when you watch it again, do you feel like you're gonna like it more, or you think you're gonna like it less the second time?
I'm not too sure because the movie, to me, I'm not gonna spoil anything, but like,
yeah,
it's good. It's
didn't you also see the unfinished version, Dave? You saw the finished version, right?
Yeah, he didn't see that post credit. He didn't see the post credit.
I wasn't sure.
But then, but he saw it. Okay. He saw it as a bootleg.
Yeah, so on Twitter, and then, but I feel like it's a good movie. It's just not my ideal movie. Flash movie. I feel like it was made because of Warner Bros. Execs, just like Keaton was shoved in, Supergirl was shoved in, and yeah, I feel like Andy Muschietti was not fully in control.
Okay, so
I'm like, in terms of like directing, I feel like the story wise, like it was not his decision.
No, it wasn't. Like we've always heard that they wanted to do a Flashpoint story even before he signed on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But I think
doing a Flashpoint story as your first Flash movie is not a good idea. Like it's a good story. Don't get me wrong, but like it's just not. Don't do it as your first movie. As the Flash.
Why not? Well, why not? When the Flashpoint story also shows Barry's origin.
Yeah, I get what you mean, but like, if you're gonna have, if you're gonna have a Flashpoint movie like without Reverse Flash, it just feels very weird to me. And he didn't even have any of the rogues in the movie, which I feel like could have had like
I don't know where they could have fit. to be honest.
Well, they could have fit at the beginning, like.
I feel like within the confines of the story that Muschietti's trying to tell, I don't know that there was room for anyone like Captain Cold or the Top or Captain Boomerang or whomever.
Or
even though Captain Boomerang was in another corner of the DC universe.
R.I.P. Captain Boomerang. Yeah.
Right, R.I.P. Captain Boomerang.
Right.
It's a national treasure.
But not forgotten.
No, I feel like
power.
in speaking to the comments of Chris Lord and Phil Lord and Chris Miller, you can't just make the same kind of movie a bunch of different times and do the same thing different ways a couple different times. If you want to captivate an audience, you need to do something different and special. And I feel like with The Flash, you're going to get a lot of hardcore fans of DC in general, or Flash fans in general, who probably wanted a more typical movie origin, typical villain, movie ends, hero triumphant, boom, bam.
Because yes, it is a Flash movie, but at the same time, it feels like he's put in a situation that isn't his business. It is his business, but I don't know how to.
He's the one that but he's. I mean, this is not even any spoiler, but he's the one that wants to go back and save his mom.
Yes,
right,
true.
So,
I guess it's just not my ideal Batman. No shit.
So that's what I wanted to ask you was, because I think when people want to they want to be optimistic and be like, all right, this is going to be cool. But then I'm like, okay, but I'm kind of wondering, once the dust settles and you see it again, are you going to be like, nah, are you going to switch? You're going to change the tone a little bit? And I don't know.
When I first saw Black Adam,
yeah,
I thought it was good. But that's because I was in denial and I didn't want to think I wasted my own money. Same with Wonder Woman 84. I saw that on Christmas
Black
Day.
Adam more the second time I watched it, but at the same time, that movie's not very high on the DC list for me anyway. So I
still have yet to watch it again. I maybe I'll do that this weekend. I don't know. Maybe I'll put it on.
Don't.
Why not?
I think Lauren Balfe has a really good score to that movie. No lie.
There's good elements. I need to. I mean, and of course, Dr. Fate, Pierce Brosnan. You can't.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's good things about that movie, and I think
there's a lot.
They always kill off the good characters. They kill Captain Boomerang, Dr. Fate.
I think you're a little biased because he's Australian. It's okay.
Yeah, he's a national treasure.
Exactly.
James Gunn. James Gunn hates Australians. That's confirmed. That's a scoop.
That's what it is.
I'm gonna run with it.
Scoop. Yeah, exclusive on the Vodka stream.
Exclusive.
But no, but it is going to be interesting to see, because anytime one of these movies comes out, and especially when there's a lot of okay, what's going to happen? A lot of hype behind it, and then of course we got the reviews, and it's mainly positive. And I'm just it's going to be interesting to see it's always cool to, it doesn't have the rewatch value, because sometimes movies don't. I'm very much looking forward to seeing it again. And I'm seeing it Thursday. And I even said, I think in my first reaction, I can't wait to see it again because of just certain things that maybe I didn't catch. I mean, but it's funny, and I think I even said that at the beginning of the stream is, when it comes to this, a lot of people were saying that, oh yeah, geez, what is this, a Batman movie? My God.
Yeah, because the marketing.
Yeah, the marketing is
and the marketing was a bit of something hard to do, because if they promoted the Flash, they'd just be like, oh, how could they promote Ezra Miller? And then we'll promote Batman. Oh, they're making it seem like a Batman movie. What do you want them to do?
It's been kind of rough when it comes to that, but I think whoa.
Aliens are here.
Dude. You got your cell phone next. Yeah, you got your cell phone.
Because he looks unaffected.
Yeah,
sorry.
All good. No, but yeah, and then I saw some people, and then maybe they were like, well, maybe are the other characters in there enough for it to feel like that it had some kind of impact or something like that? And I'm kind of going well, it's a Flash movie still. Nobody should go in thinking that there's going to be more Keaton than Ezra. I mean, it's Ezra's movie. It's the Flash, and he's playing two characters.
He's playing two versions of himself in the same movie. And I think, to kind of wind it back to multiplicity, I feel like that might be some kind of reason as to why maybe Michael Keaton took the role, because it might have reminded him of that. I don't know. To see Ezra Miller act in two completely different versions of himself, opposite himself, is probably like, oh, I remember when I did that.
Yeah. And that when Multiplicity came out, that they help evolve that technology, because there's shots in Multiplicity, and this is a movie that came out in 1996, I think, that had all four of him, him and the main guy and his three clones in one shot, and the camera's moving. Of course, it's moving very like still, so it's not technically moving, but the shot is moving. And I was like, oh, I see how they achieved that, because I've done that now, because technology. I've done that where you can I understand like what, but back then, Jesus Christ. So obviously when it comes to Ezra, it's like it's and yeah, I mean, if you're looking hard enough, you can maybe be like, but for the most part, it all plays out. It is like there's just two of them on there. And what I liked about it, and again, no spoilers, but I'm just saying what I liked about the fact that when Barry is talking to his younger self, Barry's realizing I'm kind of annoying.
Yeah,
I'm kind of annoying.
Okay.
Okay, so when people interact with me and they're like, "What's up with this guy?" I get it. I'm like, Jesus Christ, look at how I was as a young, little younger. It's not like he's way younger, obviously, but it's like, hey, when I was in college, I must have been fucking annoying as shit, and we see that, which I thought was a cool little aspect to the story, is older Barry's going, what the hell, kind of thing.
Yeah.
So there's that little aspect to it too, but yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see the audience reaction, and then I do hope it has legs, and I think it's a crowd pleaser. Like I said, the theater I was in, obviously it's full of fans, but there was cheers at so many different times.
Yeah, there was a lot of cheers in my theater.
Yeah, see, so I mean, it's got those. One of my biggest things was just like, I just wish it moves really quickly. Even like it's a 2-hour and 20-minute movie, but there's so much that they have to do and everything. It does move pretty quickly, and there's some scenes where I was like, stretch that out a little bit more.
Yeah,
it just seems like it's so quick.
Some scenes went on for too long.
Yeah, well, there's one particular scene that did, but at the same time, I just wish some scenes, some things maybe got. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see the audience reaction and everybody's reaction and the different. And I'm watching it going like, yeah, I can understand when there's there's going to be a lot of Snyder fans that are not going to like it. They're not going to like it.
What confuses me is like whenever they homage Snyder, like they just say, oh, they're copying him. DC can't be without him. And then when they don't and try and do their own thing, they're they're trying to erase his work. I'm like, what do you want? Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I know. It's that drop. Yeah. What do you want? What do you want? And it's funny because it's just like, anybody that wants to like connect it to Justice is like ridiculous. And I think like when everybody sees it, they're like, nah, it's not. And then I'm kind of wondering too, like, I know Muschietti said that there was like, I think the assembly cut that they originally had was like 4 hours. I'm like, I'm like, yeah, damn, please let there be a director's cut, because some of these scenes feel like they needed to be a little longer. But I get it. It's good that it moves. It flows very well, because it just felt like this movie, like there was never a moment where I was like, well, first off, I was glad that my bladder held out and, didn't pee, and because I was engaged with the whole thing. But
I had to go to the bathroom so many times. After drinking so much Pepsi, that's what it.
You and your Pepsi, jeez.
Yeah.
And I drank 2 beers before the movie, and I didn't have to pee. See, that runs right through you.
Yeah. I'm not really sure what my drinkage situation is going to look like for The Flash. I'm seeing it in IMAX at 7:00 at night, so I don't know. Last time I saw a movie that at that time was the Batman in IMAX when the fan event happened a week early before the film came out, and I went to the bathroom right before they showed Commissioner Savage's face after Riddler got to him. So
I think I was good. I swear, sometimes my bladder just goes, all right, I got you. This is a good movie. That's why I even said on my first reaction, I'm like, I gauge, how interested I am with the movie with how my bladder reacts. That's right, guys. But I was just like, and because when I don't have to pee, like I didn't have to pee, like during Endgame, Infinity War, there's the Batman, same thing. It's just like I'm just like and my bladder's like, I got you, I'll hold it back. He's like, it's Aquaman. It's Aquaman in that tunnel, and he fucking puts the goddamn trident down, holding back that goddamn.
For Infinity War, I missed Gamora's death. I was like, so what just happened?
Bad time.
I was just gonna say that intermission that happened after in between Zack Snyder's Justice League parts 5 and 4 and 5. That was great. That was much needed.
Oh yeah. It was great. It was great that happened. It's a 4-hour movie. You got to have that intermission, even though it was like shorter than it was supposed to be.
Yeah.
They started late, so they're like, nope, we got to go.
Yep.
And then poor Zach, he went out into the crowd, so everybody's like walking up to him, taking pictures. I was like, shit. But hey, at least I got a picture with Mama Film Junkie and him, so that was good.
That was dope.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
Zack
definitely
Snyder.
not jealous. Yeah.
He's a saint. Man's a saint. But yeah, and I'm kind of wondering too, like, are we? I mean, I don't think he'll ever post about it, but I'm just kind of wondering, is he gonna watch the movie? The only thing that I know is like, I think I brought it up to him, like, he talked about it on the Vodka stream, and he said that's cool. He's like, I don't know what's happening, but that's gonna be interesting, kind of thing. But
I saw an article yesterday, maybe the day before. Apparently Muschietti spoke to him.
No, they spoke.
Okay.
That's confirmed. That's even confirmed. You might ask that question.
And Dave, if you ask him, just don't ask him on stream, because people will just say, you're just asking him about other stuff.
I know, right? Can't do that.
Dave can't ask him any questions on stream because people are going to get mad one way or the other, but that shouldn't matter.
Pretty much.
Well, yeah, they're jealous.
No matter what.
They're jealous.
Oh, yeah. I never asked the right questions, which I still don't know what the right questions are actually. What's your sign, Zach? What's your sign? No, but I'm just kind of wondering if I wouldn't be surprised, because again, his VFX supervisors they helped make it, which I know a lot of people are talking about the VFX as well. That's going to be always the issue.
Like I'm not no spoilers, but like it's just so uncanny, some of the scenes. Like
some of it just stands out.
Yeah.
But it didn't. Yeah. Some scenes look really gorgeous though. But at the same time, I'm like kind of wondering, like, when it comes to certain scenes where it's like, yeah, maybe a couple more times in the render could have helped that. And I'm like, but at the same time, like, did they actually have the time or the budget or something like that? Because
they had 2 years to.
I know, but at the same time, it's like it still takes money and time, and I don't know. It's all very interesting there's so much VFX in the movie. There's so many VFX shots that sometimes it can. I mean, but it's with a lot of things too. Even with everything, it's like you could still see, except for unless it's James Cameron, who, that guy with his. I mean, everything is just pretty flawless. When it came to the last Avatar, I don't know. It's all.
It's a great movie.
Still haven't seen that, and that's not happening. That's not happening.
I think it's out of the theaters now.
Oh, I'm not going to watch it. Period. I have no desire to.
You don't got to worry about it. It's a fine movie. They're fine. Like I saw it. Like I saw the second one in the theaters. It's like, okay, I'm gonna see it. And then I saw on Disney Plus. Like, it's just not a movie I'm ever gonna watch ever again. And
it was a great experience in the theaters. I'm not gonna. Lie. It was great.
So it's fine.
It is on good authority that I am just not a fan of those movies.
That's right. I remember you were like really, and I was like, you might want to stop tweeting that this movie's not going to make a lot of money. I think it's.
I was totally wrong about that.
You ate some crow. You ate some
100%,
crow with that one.
100%. I will happily eat crow on that. I didn't think it was going to be I didn't think it was going to do what Top Gun Maverick did. I was wrong. 100%.
Yeah. We all have those, and we didn't know that was like that one came out 2009. Been so long. Same thing as like Across the Spider-Verse. I thought it would do better than the first one, but I didn't think it would have this massive, like, was it like 10 times the opening weekend last, something like that. Like it's pretty much what it's gonna make in its whole run for the first one. It's gonna be made that the second weekend. I didn't think it was gonna do that. So that shows there's just a lot of people that have seen it that are way past me and stuff like that. And Avatar, people are just gonna keep. You're gonna keep seeing it. And James Cameron's just gonna spend the rest of his life making these movies.
I know, right? But it's gonna be interesting though. Like I think the ultimate test is going to be how the third one does.
I think it'll do
now
well.
that it's a shorter span.
Mm-hmm.
And now people are like, they revisit it. It's like, are they gonna, and there was just kind of something about it. And I think it's just because the technology got even better with the 3D and everything. And I'm just kind of wondering, like, okay, because it's coming out in 2 years? 2 years from in
I think
December?
It's supposed to be 2024.
Yeah, because they already filmed it.
2024. Okay, yeah.
Because I initially thought it was going to go up against Aquaman this year, but no, someone told me it's next year.
Yeah,
that's right. It's next year. It's not 2025. So we got less than it. We got about a year and a half before it comes out for the third one. I'm just kind of curious to see how that one does, because you just never know. I mean, like you could have like this. Oh, everybody just flocks to the theater, and we just got out of COVID. We got out of the pandemic, so there was that aspect too. And then now, with it coming out, and it's just like, is it going to make another $2 billion? I mean, that's what I'm kind of curious, because things fall off. Look at the Fast and Furious franchise. It's kind of fallen off a little bit, so.
Yeah, I don't know if it's going to do as well as 2 and 1, because that's the first base movie of all time and then the third base movie of all time. But I think they're all going to be profitable. That's what I think. I think they'll all like hit $1 billion. And I don't know what all is, because he said they're going to go to 5, but then this press tour, he said he could see him doing 6, 7, and 8, right? So it's like, okay, so I don't know what the end point is there, but I think it's going to be one of those movies that mainstream people, I think at least until 5 will make it. The people that see maybe only 4 to 5 movies a year, I think Avatar will be one of those movies. I think it's just an event film. It has that type of, water cooler thing where lots of people are seeing it, so you want to see it as well too. Like that's what I remember at Christmas, because everyone's like, "Oh, have you seen Avatar?" And you didn't talk much about it. It was the room reaction was like mixed to it, but it didn't matter. I think it's just one you're gonna see. So I think they'll all do well. I think they'll all probably be around the $1 billion mark. And I think if 2 was a little lower, maybe it'd have some argument. The fact that it was like the third biggest movie of all time, it's like clearly there's people that want to see these blue aliens, so.
Yeah, I think if Disney's gonna, give Cameron money, he's gonna continue to world build for them. So.
And they will.
Well, and they're doing I think the next one's going to be about like they're visiting a lava location.
Yeah, the fire Navi. Yeah.
Watch out.
Yeah.
No, it's kind of funny too, because I mean, obviously you filmed the 2 movies, and I know they were like saying like, oh yeah, the budget. And it's sad when I hear this either on the radio or I've seen this or heard it on podcasts, and they said like, yeah, when they were talking about Avatar 2, and they said like the budget was like $500 million, and I'm like, that was for both the movies. Shut up, like, or it was even more than that maybe. And I was like, no, it's like they shot 2 movies, guys. Don't say that the one, but at the same time,
even if it was $500 million, it didn't matter.
It still made its money back and made a profit. I mean, it's just kind of crazy how that was, because everybody was so blown away by it. So it's kind of funny, because even though they said that, it's like, okay, yeah, it still made a profit. And even though that was for 2 movies, that means it made more of a profit, because God knows, when it comes to the third one. But yeah, like, it's going to be interesting.
Even it was $500 million, you hit $1 billion, you've made your break-even profit point, and then it went on to go make another $1 billion. So it's just like, that's why I think Disney will give him whatever money he wants, because it's just like, yeah, look at what you like. It's just crazy that it's still reached those heights. So yeah, I think as long as he wants to make these movies, he will be allowed to make these movies. Yeah, because I foresee it happening for a long time. And like I said, I think they're fine. That saddens me, because I love all of other Cameron's films for the most part, like all the different degrees. And it's not that I hate Avatar. It's just I just want to see him do other stuff. Not even like I know he's maybe writing Terminator again. I don't even need that. Just like I'd love to see something original from him again. Like like last time he did an original. Well, I guess Avatar is an original film, right? I guess I'm kind of speaking on my ass there. I don't think of it that way. Let
him make a Spider-Man movie. Have you guys read that script?
But though, if he dropped Avatar and walked in the store and he said he wanted to make it, they would let him make it though, right? He's that type of guy that'd go like, you know what? Sorry, John Watts, but we want to see what James Cameron could do with Spider-Man. So he could if he wanted to, but I don't think he has any interest in that. So
my favorite James Cameron movies still to this day is Terminator 2, and I don't think any other film he's made since then has topped it for me. I've seen Aliens, didn't care for it. I saw I don't care for Aliens that much. No, my ranking, I believe, goes Alien from Ridley Scott, Prometheus, and then after that Alien 3, and then
it's a 3 in front of Aliens.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I am the oddball when it comes to Alien franchise.
Yeah, see, yeah,
100%.
T2 is my favorite.
The director's cut, Fincher's
Yes.
director's cut of Alien
Fincher's
3
director's cut, yeah.
way better than the theatrical for sure.
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we've talked about many times. Like, I love True Lies. I love Aliens.
True Lies.
I like
Good.
Titanic. Like, I don't return to Titanic that much. It's not my bag, but like, it's a very well-made film and stuff like that. And it's like great performances, and it's that spectacle, right? Like when the ship does crash, it is like, man, this is a filmmaker right here. Like everything he does. That's like a movie I kind of watch. Like, I want to say 5 years, but I don't even think so. I feel like it's like a once a decade movie for me. I watch it and I'm like, okay, cool. I've seen Titanic again, and then I wait another 10 years. So I'm like Davy Jones.
I've only watched that movie from start to finish once, which was in the movie theater. Other than that, I've just seen, like, oh, it's already, an hour in or whatever. But what was crazy about it is like, and this is James Cameron being, James Cameron is like, when they hit the iceberg and it starts to sink, and they're like, yeah, we probably got an hour. It literally takes a fucking hour of screen time before that damn thing fully sinks. And it's like, I was like, man, they weren't kidding. I remember in the theater, and I remember just going like, and I remember looking at my watch, and it took like about an hour for that fucking boat to fucking sink.
And that's a whole claustrophobic hour too. Like so many of those shots when that water is coming in. That's where I go. Like I said, I don't love Titanic, but I go, could never call it a bad film, because that last hour is just. It's like skin crawling when you think, man, if I was on that boat. And he makes you feel, or some movies try to go for that, right? They try and make you feel the fear, but you just feel like it's a movie, or you just don't. It doesn't go that route. But Cameron, he'll make you feel it, So I'm sure Steven's out there being more powerful now.
You really don't want to hear me talk about the Titanic.
That's okay.
So I'm just going to respectfully keep my thoughts to myself.
Yeah. Not a Jimmy Cam fan. I think we've established. The Terminator 2, that's
Terminator 2, man. That's
that movie that's.
Has anyone watched
blockbuster?
Has anyone watched the Arnold doc on Netflix yet?
I haven't yet. I'm gonna watch.
It's great.
Tomorrow.
Yeah, it's so good. Because they divide the 3 episodes into his bodybuilding, his acting, and then the politics. But man,
okay.
It's
I watched
Fubar
last week. I watched a few episodes of Fubar last week. I'm like,
I tried.
It's fine.
I saw Twins.
I tried.
Twins
as well.
is great.
Yeah.
I like Twins.
Yeah.
Twins is a funny movie.
Yeah, there's like a whole 20 minutes about like they go. That's what I like about each episode's like an hour 10, so it's not just like a brush over, because Twins is this big point of he wants to get into comedy, and it's this whole thing of like, should you, like, you're the action guy, so it's like, no, I want to do this, like there's all these things. So it's one of the best ones. If you're an Arnold fan, it's a must watch. It's great. The stories him and Sly go back and forth about like how much they disliked each other in that time period and stuff. I'm surprised that the political part, they don't pull any punches. Like everything that has come up against Arnold, like good and bad, he talks about. It's not like a thing they breached over, and he gets in depth in it. It's not just like, oh yeah, let's spend 5 minutes talking about some questionable stuff. It's like, no, it's like 25 minutes of like, hey, there was this affair, and hey, these women said you groped them, and he talks about it all, and it's a fascinating thing. And yeah,
I can't wait.
That's
that's gonna be what I'm gonna put on that tomorrow. But yeah, I watched Fubar. It's whatever, It was just kind of like, okay.
They spent all their money to get Arnold, I think.
They did. They did. And, the story is just kind of, and it's just like, oh, we're going to have this whole thing where it's like, okay, it's almost True Lies-esque,
yes,
a little bit. And I'm like, okay, Arnold, you're getting up there. It's, I could tell when it's not you. I could tell when it's not you, doing some of these scenes where it's just like, yeah. But I mean, it's the same thing too. I remember going back to the Flash, bringing it full circle, is the fact that, I saw people like, oh yeah, Keaton should remain as Batman. Look, he still has it. I'm like, that's not him in the fucking suit. I'm like, he's not fighting. He's not doing.
But that's movie
kicks.
Magic, right? As long as you don't see him, that's Batman. That's fine.
But it's just kind of funny when I see that. I'm like, hey, as much as I'm excited too, guys, but let's be real, that is not him doing those kicks and shit like that. That is a younger dude. I mean, but it's the same thing when it comes to all of that, even back in 89, it wasn't him doing that or anything like that. Like some of those scenes where, that wasn't him doing it. Maybe he did a lot more than of course he did now, but yeah, I mean, let's face it, when you're Batman, that's the advantage no matter what, Batman always transcends the actor that plays Batman, it just seems like, okay, you're Batman. You're Batman. You're not Ben Affleck. You're not Val Kilmer. You're not Michael Keaton. You're not these people. You're just Batman. And that's why when we see you on the poster, it's not going to be like the MCU. You ain't going to fucking take your goddamn cowl off because that's just Batman. You'll never see a Batman actor. Same with Pattinson. You'll never see a poster where he's, where Batman has his cowl off and it's just the suit and, like they do with the MCU, because it's like, hey, Robert Downey Jr., Chris Evans, Tom Holland, and you see him on the poster. Even Tom Holland's in the Spider-Man pose, but doesn't have the Spider-Man cowl on. It's like, what are you doing? But yeah, it always transcends, but it's just like, but what's cool about it, it's like, okay, yeah, you do the close-ups, but then you get a stuntman to do everything else because you very easily pass, very easily pass. Richard Citrone, what are you doing? Even though Richard Citrone, that guy is a whole different
Citrone, where? Okay.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah.
He's on the stream. He's like, yo, what's up, guys?
I've talked to him before. Nice dude. Maybe try to get him back.
I've only seen him on the Four Nerds.
Yeah. No, he's very open to talk to people. You just gotta fit it in his schedule. He's glad to talk about it. It's just super.
You know who's fun to have coffee with?
Who?
Ray Porter.
Oh yeah, I left before you guys had coffee.
I wish you could have been there, but man, that was such a fun day.
I just only got to see Ray when he walked into the movie theater and we got that awesome picture. But yeah, it would have been cool just to actually sit down and talk to the dude. But I had to take Scott to the airport. Very he had a 4 a.m., 5 a.m. flight.
5:30, I think.
Yeah. So then I was like, all right, we're not going to sleep. We didn't sleep. And then I'm going to take you, and then I'm just going to go home. And so I got home at like 5 o'clock in the morning. That fucking, that was, But, it was that, and it was rainy, which was good because that whole full circle weekend, it was beautiful. The fucking weather was beautiful. And then Sunday night, it gets to shit. Yeah. It gets cold and it gets drizzly. It was like, Jesus. So I'm like driving to the airport to LAX, and and Scott, he took melatonin because he wanted to sleep on the fucking flight. So he's like out of it and just kind of like, he's got the days, like, and he's just like, thank you for doing this, man. Kind of thing. Like, I'm like, are you high? It almost seemed like he was high. I was like, he was just very sleepy. And so then I'm trying to be like Chris, I'm like trying to find where I got to drop him off. It's all rainy, it was gross. But anyways, yeah, it would have been nice to have coffee with Ray. I saw the pictures, of course, and I was like, oh, I was jealous.
Yeah, that was that was really cool. It was really insightful. It was just a really cool experience. It was a really nice way to cap off that whole weekend too, honestly. Because I mean, even that whole weekend, it was just nice being around, our circle, our circle of folks, right? Like that in and of itself was just amazing. But like, here we are on the vodka stream together again.
Yay! Yay! Exactly, I know.
Anticipating the Flash, my God.
I know. It's crazy. I mean, it was. I was. It's funny too because when I went to the screening. Of course I was a little worried because of what happened the first time, but I knew I was like, all right, this is not LA. I'm not driving to LA. I'm driving a way shorter distance. And I thought, okay, it's fine. I hit up my buddy and I was like, hey, you want to go see the Flash? I got some passes. He was down. So I met him there. And then when we got there, he was like, all right, there's like 5 people in line. I was like, all right, we're good. We're great. We're fine. I'm like, hey, let's, this place, they serve alcohol. Let's get a drink and shoot the shit. So we got a couple of beers. And then it was funny because he was like, I think there's more people that keep on coming in. And I was like, I think we'll be fine. And then when we walked back to the line, oh shit, did that thing grow? And I was like, oh shit, I hope I didn't fuck this up. But I was like, but I'm like, what? I'm like, so we were like further back, and I went, but luckily we were fine. We had great seats, and everything was good. But yeah, I thought I almost fucking fucked myself out of a screening again because I was like, we'll be fine. They're not gonna be that many people. Yeah, it was packed house, and they had like 2 rows, I think, reserved for people. So.
Oh, wow.
Oh, there's some people that definitely, because I remember I walked out to go to the bathroom and there were still people in line, and I'm going, oh, there's no way these people are getting in. And that's what they do. They overbook.
First come, first serve. Yeah.
They overbook, so they want full theater. And that does kind of suck, but at the same time, it's like at least they mentioned that part in the email. They're like, hey, we get overbooked, but they don't mention when they actually reserve for certain groups. And obviously that's what happened to me the first time. It was like, apparently the theater was execs, Warner Brothers people, cosplayers, influencers that were taking up, pretty much, and then children as well. So it was like, that's why like probably over 90% of the theater was already taken before that. But it's just like, all right, didn't mention that. And there's a lot of other screenings too that like classrooms of kids got let in, and that
Warner
was just
Brothers sent me 2 different emails within a 24-hour time span to see The Flash on the 7th, and I was like, "Are you fucking kidding me?" And I missed it both times. I was so mad. I was like, I could have seen this. I could have seen this a whole week early and then seen it again, but no.
Dude, I almost didn't want to go. Like when I saw it was, I think it was Geek Nation that posted it. They were hosting it.
Yeah.
And I went, do I dare try this again? So then I hit up the girlfriend, Miss Nighthawk, and I'm like, hey, there's a screening in Ontario. That's right, Travis. We have in Ontario as well. Ontario, California, which is 25 miles that way, probably 23 miles that way. And I'm like,
so pretty close to you.
It's close.
Yeah.
So I hit her up. I'm like, hey, what? I'm like, there's a screening, and then she's like, what time? And then she was down to go, but she just started a new job, so. Like the next day she was like, yeah, I don't think I'm going to make it because certain things. And I don't want you to be late kind of thing, which is, she was looking out for, I don't want to like be the one to make us late because we wouldn't have gotten there until after, way after than when I got there because new job and everything, she was getting off at 5. So then I hit up my buddy, one of my close buddies, and I was like, all right, let's get there. I'm going to leave here before 4, we'll get out there and hopefully everything will be good. But yeah, I was hesitant at first. But and then of course it didn't start on time. It didn't start till about 7:15. It's supposed to start at 7, and it was like one of those things where it's like, Jesus Christ, what is everything okay? Is everything okay? See this? What's happening here? But yeah, it started right away, and it was just like, oh shit, here we go. No previews, no nothing. Of course, when it comes to that, it's always weird.
The only preview I got was the Blue Beetle. Which
you got a Blue Beetle teaser? That's pretty funny. Wow.
Well, we've seen Warner Brothers International treat their fans a lot better than Warner Brothers USA. So
true, very true. Yeah,
they still killed off Captain Boomerang, but still.
Yeah, but that's James Gunn. That's James Gunn.
Yeah,
blame James Gunn for everything. Yeah, I saw people blaming James Gunn for ripping off Snyder because.
Oh, for God's sakes!
Yeah, because
Zack Snyder's name is on that fucking movie.
Because Kara, jabs at Zod just like when Superman jabbed at Doomsday.
Yeah,
I didn't get the correlation. I think the person was trolling, and I'm like, well,
and then Snyder invented everything. Let's just say.
Well, and then I was also like, you're blaming James Gunn. He didn't make The Flash. I don't know if you're aware of that. That's not James Gunn that made. I don't know. I think the person was. It's kind of hard. Sometimes people just like to troll, and I'm like, are you this stupid or are you just trolling? That's what it's like. One of those things. Well, that's what I keep on seeing, and I'm like,
do they have the stupid in them?
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, you can't be that dumb. But what was I gonna say? Shit, I forgot. But yeah. So yeah, it was. That's what I was gonna say. I actually have. People have been posting like there's like the posters, the fan made posters, which I thought was an excellent idea. There's like 3 posters. You had the one with the Bat Cave, and then you have like the lightning bolts that's like within it, which looks really cool. Then you had the one with all 3 of them where they're all just rushing to it, and it's all psychedelic in the background. Then you had one that wasn't seen, which was like them in the hourglass, which is pretty sweet looking. And I was only supposed to take 1 poster. I took all 3. Yeah, they were like, take 1, and they weren't looking. They were like looking with somebody else, and I just went, whoop, 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 and I just
Shoplifting.
grabbed all three. I just grabbed all three. I'm like, these are beautiful posters. I got, when I didn't see it, I got the actual poster, the full-on WB poster, but these ones were so much better, so I just grabbed all three. So frame those motherfuckers, because they're actually good quality too. Like, they're not poster paper or whatever. It's actual, like, sturdy. It's sturdy.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
like some material. Oh, nice.
And they're small, so won't take that much to frame. But yeah, beautiful posters. But yeah, I'm anxious for you guys to see it, see your guys' reactions.
I've already seen it.
Well, yeah, I know. I'm not talking about you, asshole. My God. But I'm kind of curious with you. Like, I just wonder if you're gonna fall off when you watch it again. Like, yeah, this movie's not for me. Nope. I don't like it.
I hope it doesn't turn out that way.
Yeah.
I'm with you. I'm actually curious myself to see. Like, I'm actually curious about Travis's reaction, Ray Flightcast's reaction, Chris Balga, Brent. I'm very curious about a lot of different people's reactions to this film, because a few people I know have seen it too, like Dave, that I talk to pretty regularly, and they've all said pretty solid things about it. So I don't know. Yeah. I'm curious myself where I'm going to land on it, because I honestly don't know.
Yeah, I mean, and I've said it in my reviews. It's just like, this is just it's just a feel good summer blockbuster movie. It's not better than Across the Spider-Verse, in my opinion. I think Spider-Verse is going to be hard to top this year. That is top notch. I don't even know if I might like John Wick better I don't know. Like, I'm still, that's why I can't wait to see it again and see how I feel about it the second time around. But I'm just like, I'm not saying it's not, I'm not one of those that's saying, oh, it's the best DC film ever, or since the Dark Knight.
Yeah.
I can't. I am so tired of that.
For DC, it's since the Dark Knight, and for MCU, it's since Endgame. Those are the two buzzwords and stuff like that. Those are the two. Always.
You would think for the DCU, the standard amongst general audiences at the very least would be something like Wonder Woman or Aquaman or something like that. But no, it's always got to be the Dark. It's always the Dark Knight every time. Every single time.
And because nothing can ever be the Dark Knight again. Not even if it's your favorite number one. I'm just saying, like, that impact of it, what it had that decade, and what it did. Yeah,
that experience, right? Yeah. Because back then, I was thinking about this too, because thinking back to 2008 and the kind of landscape, the way cinemas were at the time, there were a lot more theaters. We didn't deal with COVID. We weren't in, like, that was really when the boom really happened. Because I've said for years, the boom happened when you had The Dark Knight and Iron Man happen that year.
The 1-2 punch.
The 1-2 punch of those films really kicked the door down for studios to be like, yo, we can make some money on superhero movies. And that's exactly what happened. Here we are.
Yeah, because Dark Knight did $1 billion and Iron Man overperformed, because Iron Man was not supposed to do as well as it did. And I remember that was the first time I think I got in the box office, because it was just the idea of, okay, I want more of these. But it was the idea of, hey, here was the tracking of Iron Man, but then this is what it hit. And it had one of those that had good legs, and it kept going and stuff like that. Because I agree with Phil, where you had, of course, like, you had Spider-Man, you have Batman 89, but it always went in, like, layers of, like, hey, these films are big for a couple of years, but then there's kind of a drop off, like some poor quality ones and stuff like that, right? And then, another thing happens, and then it kind of goes away. Where that was, I feel like since 2008, we haven't turned back. That's when I think the really, like, the superhero genre taking over happened then. Sure, we've gone some stinkers. Like, I always think about this. X-Men Origins came out in 2009. That came out a year after Dark Knight, which is crazy to think about. But I feel like 2008 till now is still like the superhero era. And I know people talk about the fatigue. That I don't think that's set in, But
then in 2010, you had Scott Pilgrim versus the World, which financially wasn't all that great, but it kept the conversation of comic book films going. And then there was also Iron Man 2, of course. Then 2011, you get Green Lantern.
You also had Kick-Ass in 2000.
Okay, the first one's good. The second
the first one's good.
First one's good. Second one, no.
Yeah.
The second one's not that good. But in 2011, you had Green Lantern, X-Men First Class, Thor, and Captain America.
Ah, Jesus.
Yeah.
Back then, I remember thinking back then, like, holy shit, that's
Jonah Hex.
Jonah Hex, yeah. I remember after that, my favorite year for a while was 2014, when you had Winter Soldier, Days of Future Past, and Guardians, which was just this huge, like, for Marvel.
See, for me, it was always it was 2012, because there were, The Dark Knight, Amazing Spider-Man, and then the Avengers.
Yeah. And for me, I guess now it's probably, I'm trying to think. I thought there was another good year.
2016 was a huge year. For, like,
2016 was
movies.
huge box
Like,
office. Yeah. Well, you had Civil War and BVS in the same year
Batman
already.
vs Superman, Doctor Strange did surprisingly well too.
Yeah.
Suicide Squad.
Again, it was more Marvel centric, but 2018 was huge because you had Black Panther, Infinity War, and Spider-Verse. That was for Marvel. That was like a massive year for them. So.
Yeah, and this year is just going to be all about animation. I mean, let's face it. I mean, I'm hoping that Spider-Verse just continues, and then then we got Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles in August. I think that has potential to be big, but which I'm glad for. I'm like, not every.
Is it bad that I can? Is it bad that I can already see certain reviews being like, it's just a Spider-Verse clone?
100%.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they'll definitely say that.
Yeah.
Definitely.
That's what people love to do. It's weird. It's like, I mean, yeah, I get it. You have to compare everything, sure, but then at the same time, it's like,
I see the influence, obviously.
Yeah. There's nothing wrong with the influence or being, the inspiration, but I mean, you don't have to be like, put a magnifying glass to both. Like, see, they copied this, they did that, they did that.
Right.
That's the kind of stuff that I hate. There's nothing wrong with comparing it unless it's just like flat out like, oh yeah, this is straight up ripoff. But I don't think that's what's going to be the case with the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie. I'm looking forward to it, and it's going to be something unique. But I just hope Spider-Verse has some good legs and it continues. I want it to be the #1 movie this weekend. I'm not saying this because I didn't like Transformers, but I'm just saying,
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
maybe not. Transformers will likely be the #1, and and it's interesting because I don't, I know nobody's seen it here, but what's interesting about that is the way that it ends, and it's going to be interesting to see what happens after all that because it was interesting. No spoilers, don't worry. I won't say any spoilers for Transformers. Don't worry, but
don't worry. Go ahead.
The plot hit Wikipedia like
I mean, it's a pretty big spoiler. It is kind of interesting what they show at the end. I was like, okay.
I've only seen the first and Bumblebee.
So I don't really.
Yeah. I saw the first one with Bay, and I went, I'm good. And then I saw Bumblebee because enough people that I trusted said they really liked it, and I did like it. But this one looked more of the robots fight each other, and I think I'm the same as you, Dave. Like I was a '90s kid, so I didn't grow up with the '80s, but I still, even then, it just never bled over. There's stuff in the '80s that bled over that I really liked. That wasn't one that I liked it, but not that I was not Jones and Ford and stuff. So this is like a VOD one for me at some point maybe. But yeah, I've never seen the other Bay ones. Just T1. That's it.
I really should be seeing this movie this weekend because I grew up watching Beast Wars, and for a long time those were some of the toys I had in my chest. And I do like the idea of Ron Perlman voicing Optimus Primal. I think that was that at least good?
Dude, I said that in my first reaction. I'm like, and Ron Perlman's playing Optimus Primal, and which makes sense because he looks primal. I mean, let's face it. Ron Perlman has always had that, look to him. And I'm like, I like I said, the final battle for me was like, oh, that's where things were like, I really dug the final battle, the final act in that movie, but everything leading to it, I was just like, it's just the same thing. Okay, we got the brother thing. Okay, oh, there's the artifact. There's always an artifact. There's the artifact, and then
every time,
there's always an artifact, and it's just stuff like that. But like I said, it leads, but I was just, pretty surprised by the ending. And I went, okay, we'll see where that goes. I mean, that's what's funny. It's like, I watched and I'm obviously that's why I'm called the film junkie. I love going to movies, even if it's movies where I'm like, but even like the Fast and Furious franchise, you keep on pulling me in where I'm like, okay, I got to see what happens. So I'm just one of those people where it's like, Fast X, ridiculous and whatever the fuck. Love Jason Momoa. I'm over this franchise, but got to see where it goes. I'm going to see the next one, which is supposedly coming out in 2025, April, I think. They released the date today. But so I was like, so no matter what. And then even with Transformers, I'm like, all right, I'll see where it goes. I'll continue to watch just because that's just I love movies.
And like Venom 3, you'll be there for Venom 3.
I'll be there for Venom 3. I'll be there for Madam Web.
Travis says, yeah.
I'll be there. There's not, as I've said before, I grew up in I was in elementary school when Toby's like Spider-Man 2002 came out. That was the biggest thing for me. I remember the first movie I went to where there was a line to go to. I was like, oh my, like this is such a event. It had they had like a blow up inflatable Spider-Man on the theater. That was one of the things that made me fall in love with movies. So it's like I grew up at a time where we were just talking about, we got like 1 to 2 comic book movies maybe every couple of years. I'll see them mostly all until they're done because I'm going to enjoy this era, because there could be a time in 10 years where maybe they are gone. I don't think they will be, but maybe they are. And it's like, man, remember when we used to get that stuff? So that's why it's like, I'll go see Venom and hope for the best. At least I always say, hey, Venom looks great. Like visually, like he always, he looks much better than what we got with the Raimi one, and
True.
I don't know what I really don't know what they're going to do with this third one. I have no clue, but
that's
yeah. I mean, after No Way Home, man, there is some high stakes when it comes to more Spider stuff. I will say that. I mean, I even think Tom Holland in a recent interview, because he's promoting his new show or miniseries, whatever he's part of.
Yeah, he's taking a break.
Yeah, yeah. Well, but he was just kind of saying like, I'll do it. It's got. He said something about trying to be bigger than No Way Home.
It's got to mean something. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, like it. They could do something, or I don't know. It's just, I don't know. When it comes to that, it's going to be
they'll
difficult.
try, but who knows?
Yeah.
I just hope the rumors are true, because I think if the rumors are it's a more street level thing, I actually think that's the right route to go.
Yeah.
You got so big with No Way Home, go completely opposite way. Even if not Kingpin Daredevil, like make it something similar to Homecoming in the sense of it's just taking down this one guy. You're after New York, and then when you can get big for Spider-Man 6, if they get there, or 5, then it will feel better. It's like and whatever you want to say what Hemsworth said this week about I'm sure some people love that, but like where he is right, and that I think was the problem with some of the Phase 4 stuff in the MCU, is that we had so many world-ending events that I think that hurts it a lot. I think that's the reason why WandaVision got so big for many reasons, but that was one. It's about just this town and the 2 main characters, right? At no point was Wanda threatening to destroy the entire world. Like, it's a very personal thing. But Eternals, we had a world-ending thing, and I know people love Shang-Chi, but Shang-Chi, we had a world-ending drag. Like, eventually, it's just like that gets very tiresome. And the same thing with Spider-Man. It's like I don't really want to see him go up against a world-ending thing right now. Down the line again, sure, but like I'd love it if it's just
the world.
I'm kind of hoping,
Spider-Man, no world home or whatever.
I'm kind of hoping that they take Tom Holland's Spider-Man, at least, if they follow the structure they've been following for years, and they have, their titular characters eventually pass their legacy on to somebody else. Mm-hmm. I would certainly hope to see Tom Holland's version of Peter Parker become a mentor to, say, a Miles Morales.
Yeah, there's always
I think we're going to get that. Yeah,
I would. That's my hope. I mean, you got to figure he's been mentored by Iron Man, Nick Fury, Doctor Strange. Mm-hmm. It's high time he kind of. Okay, yeah, Nick Fury.
Yeah,
I completely forget about that every single time.
We always
it's interesting. But we got a couple more. We got some more people joining right now. Let's get Andy in here, and let's get Jordan in here as well.
Hey,
what's happening, guys?
No.
Hey, you guys just got done with your stream, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
That's right.
We had
now you guys got to talk to each other again. I'm sorry.
Well, we had nothing. We literally spent an hour and 45 minutes doing nothing.
Really?
There's no news. So
not really.
What are you talking about? There's plenty of news.
Well, I mean, we were just like, we're just gonna wing it, just whatever, just talk about whatever, because people are complaining in the comments, of course, about anything. So,
oh yeah, they always complain.
People complaining on the internet, no.
Well, I mean, the main focus of what you guys actually do is like more CW stuff. Is that why?
We would cover some of that, but like we were trying to we're obviously expanding and doing whatever news, but it's just like.
Also because the CW is dying, like we don't have a choice.
Yeah, you guys are still waiting on confirmation for Superman and Lois and Gotham Knights.
Gotham Knights just cut that crap now. Yeah, no. Superman and Lois, give me another season at least.
I want more than a season of Gotham Knights. I think it's actually getting pretty good.
I haven't seen the newest episode, so
I have not seen the most recent episode, but
it gets really good, Phil.
Yeah, well, the one where they tried to make Turner a Talon was just like, what?
I just.
I mean, that was never gonna work out. So
Turner's a man whore. That's what he is.
Oh,
Kissing two women in
Then
the
what
same
the- what the-
episode. Typical CW.
Then what the hell did
Yeah.
Oliver? Then what the hell did Oliver Queen do? So
The right thing.
to
Having
be
sex
fair,
with
this was
all the
also the
women.
adoptive son of Bruce Wayne, and so there is that.
Yeah.
Phil, but like wait
Is
till
it
you
really?
wait till you see what they reveal about Harvey this week.
Okay.
That's,
I mean, not
Did you not like it?
not
Andy?
not last week where he was talking to himself, right? You're talking
That-
about something else.
something else, yeah. But
Okay, okay.
all that was. I mean,
That was
I'm
okay.
loving what
Misha
they do.
Collins is probably one of the better things about the show. I'll give you that.
Yeah,
100%.
yeah.
Yeah. And the back and forth was pretty well executed in terms of
I
he's
agree.
having to like pretend to talk to himself. Like sometimes that you can just tell, but they really worked.
Yeah.
And
I agree.
that fight
Phil,
was actually.
I'm just so happy I have another person I can talk to about the show.
You can talk to me, but you don't talk to me about it.
Oh, trouble in paradise.
I'm your fucking co-host. Come on.
All you do is bitch.
No, I've praised this show saying, hey, the Corval stuff is interesting. Misha Collins is interesting. but-
Axel's title.
I haven't seen the show.
I think the show has fun ideas that it's playing with because it's utilizing elements of Dark Knight Returns, it's utilizing elements of Scott Snyder's Batman. It's kind of hodgepodging them both together in certain ways, and then you've got a Harvey Dent who's not Two-Face, and it's like, okay, there's a world here. I don't know exactly how you're gonna fill it out. It's kind of crazy. I'm gonna stick along for the ride, but also Duella Doe she's awesome too. She's good. She's funny.
We meet her mom this week.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Okay. Interesting.
Phil, please text me once you've seen the episode because
Okay.
I'm like,
I'll message you once I watch it.
yeah, good. Because now I know there's like another person that actually likes the show that I'm just like, why is
My
it cool?
co-host Craig feels the exact same way as your co-host about Gotham Knights. Don't worry.
I'm like, why is it weird about this episode yet? Like it's a huge episode. But yeah. What's on the agenda tonight, gentlemen?
Well, no, we're just talking Flash, of course. That's like the main thing, and talking about people.
Transformers.
Yeah, we're talking Transformers as well, but I don't know. Is anybody? I mean, nobody here. You guys haven't seen the Flash, right? You haven't seen the Flash yet.
I mean,
I would love to see the Flash, but
Yeah,
everybody
yeah.
and their fucking grandmother's seen the goddamn movie.
Yeah.
And if you go on Twitter, you can see the whole fucking movie.
I know
So-
that's you got to be wary. You got to be wary about that. Sadly,
Beware
that's the bad.
your
That's the bad
power.
part about these fan screenings is like, yeah, you could tell fans all you want. Hey, don't do that, but they're gonna be dicks about it, especially if they don't want to see the movie, which kind of sucks too. When like there's people that want to shit on the movie that get a pass to the movie as opposed to somebody who's excited for it. I mean, there's nothing you could do about it, but they are really trying to hype up this movie so much.
Andy made a point. We were talking on the phone sometime this week, and we were talking about the Flash screenings for fans, and like, what is the purpose behind Warner Bros. Doing? Like, it's good. They have confidence, obviously, in the movie, but they're done so many fan screenings.
Yeah.
It's like, why don't you just give a couple if you're going to do it, and then build the hype and sell tickets and try to get that opening weekend up? Because now, with more people seeing the movie, are they going to go pay for it?
Yeah,
like an opening weekend.
I think the hope is that people see it and they spread the word, so then the other people that haven't seen an opening weekend that were undecided go, oh, I got to see a ticket because I keep hearing about this Flash movie.
But they keep doing so many fan screenings. That's the problem.
I know.
I
didn't think they were going to do this many. Like when the first wave came about, I thought that was going to be it.
Yeah.
I thought that was going to be it. But then all of a sudden, like the next week, all of a sudden the same thing. And well, even when I didn't see it the first time, I got a pass for the following week, and I was like, "Fuck you! I ain't driving out to LA again." And then all of a sudden, this past week, more screenings, and then one closer to me, and I went, "All right, I guess I'll give it a shot." And
that was the one
weird.
thing. That was the one thing me and Jordan agreed on when we talked today. We're like, at least let's be glad that Dave got to see it, because we were like, because I remember when we saw that, I like next day I was like, man, did you see how they fucked him over? That's not nice.
No.
Yeah.
So
Andy sent me a text message. He was like, "I'm so sorry to go." I was like, it's all right. It's part of it. I was, of course, frustrated, but I was fine.
But I will say this: if anyone from Warner Bros. is happening to watch it, is watching this, I do something called a Flash podcast. Could you imagine inviting a Flash outlet to a Flash screening? Just saying.
Yeah,
I hate you too, spoilers. I hate you too.
Yeah. No, that's the thing is like when it comes to some of this stuff, sometimes you have to send out emails. And like if I was going to try to go see it again, like that, especially that Tuesday, the following Tuesday, I was like, maybe I should email something and be like, I'm a YouTuber, I got this. And then maybe I'll be on like a VIP list or something like that. Cause apparently if I did that the first time, I would have gotten in most likely. Cause even somebody else that I know that, he got like a executive pass or something like that. Is that Lego Batman with a lightsaber?
Yeah. I got the Keaton Batman. Like,
yeah, no, I see the feet.
Yeah.
See the feet in the Bat logo, which I love. I love that Bat logo. We see it briefly, of course, in the Flash.
It's the Returns logo. But,
it's the Returns logo? Oh.
Yeah, I was never really a huge fan of the 89 logo. Like that little thing. They did that.
It triggers me. It triggers me so much.
Why?
Because it looks like a bat penis. All right, wait. Jordan, can I say that on YouTube?
Yeah, you can say that.
Yeah. There's certain things YouTube. It's so weird because like YouTube has different like copyright issues when it comes to video uploads, and live streaming are two separate things. I don't know.
I'm so sorry if I got you in trouble, Dave.
No, you didn't. No, we cuss all the time. We talk all kinds of shit all the time. Yeah.
Well, I know, like it's like because I remember like when me and Jordan first started doing the show, like every Monday I would call him by. I'm like, hey, what's it okay with me to say that? He's like, Andy, YouTube isn't that much of a proof.
They're not that bad.
It's not that. It's not that bad.
Yeah. It's definitely not that bad.
Don't go to Twitter and say stuff. That's where you get canceled. So
that's where it gets a little risky. But no, when it comes to YouTube, it's like I think like the general rule is like the first 30 seconds don't cuss or something like that. Where because I've broken it many times too. But apparently there's like a golden rule of like don't cuss in the first 30 seconds because then you'll be shoved down the algorithm list. I don't know how it all works.
I remember there was one time I don't remember which episode it was, but like I asked Jordan like, can we title this episode of like WTF? And he's like, nope. I'm like, why? Because it's a cussing anime. I'm like, it's WTF. We're not saying the actual F word in the title.
YouTube knows.
Yeah, so I was just like, I'm like, we can't even do that. He's like, nope, we can't do that. I'm like,
back in the day when I used to like really try to hype up my titles for trailer reactions, I would put OMFG, but I've realized I think now, but the thing is, the things have changed because now more recently YouTube came out and was like, well, we're kind of putting less restrictions on your on language when it comes to monetized content, because it used to be like you said, Dave, like they've got really more strict on monetizing your content with language. Now they're kind of pulling back, so it's constantly shifting. I can't keep up with all the changes they've made.
Yeah, I think they're pulling back because now Twitter's getting into the game with their video stuff, and then there's like other stuff that's being like, oh yeah, we're not gonna censor and blah blah blah. So now YouTube's like, oh shit, maybe we should stop.
It's definitely not the same pay, but I mean, TikTok has changed the game in terms of short format content, and now they've introduced a new thing where they'll pay you specifically for over a minute long videos, long as they call longer format. Over a minute is longer formatted content. Wow. but that's starting to pay like YouTube or even better depending on how good your videos do in the algorithm. There's people that have done over a minute long videos on TikTok and they get paid better like per 1,000 views than YouTube with just uploading TikToks. I'm thinking I wish I was getting that kind of stuff, because if I was getting the views on TikTok as I do on YouTube at times for videos, I wouldn't have to work my job anymore. I'd be doing YouTube full time.
It's all trying to figure out exactly, I mean, I was posting on TikTok and then I stopped. Maybe I'll do it again one of these days. I don't know. It's just too much.
I literally posted a random news story about Cartoon Network having Adult Swim starting at 6 p.m. instead of being at 9 p.m. each day. I just covered that as like a news thing, just talking about it. It got over 1 million views.
What the fuck? See, that's what's so weird about it.
Yeah, I don't. And then it blew up again for another day. Like after like over a week of the video kind of died down, it picked up again. It got a couple more 100,000 views. I don't know.
That is so weird.
TikTok is a strange.
Well, even YouTube Shorts is strange too, because I'll post a short and it'll spike in like the first 10 minutes and then it just dies off. Like I remember, I think it was on Monday, I posted just like the clip from the DC Fanimated stream that Scott and I do, and that stream always gets like the least amount of views of all the streams. It's just because we're just talking animated series episodes. I posted the clip, it shot up, it got like 1,500 views in like 8 minutes, and I'm like, okay, and then it just dies. I'm like, okay, that's interesting.
Yeah, because the analytics shows the shorts feed, and there's times too where videos will hit. Like after 10 or 20 minutes, and then it'll dip, and then it will pick up again like a couple hours later. I don't know how, I don't understand how that works.
It's all weird. I mean, and I'll follow people that are part of like the creator community, and they'll post stuff of, oh, this is how you'll increase your views. And I'm like, you guys are just saying the same fucking 6 things regurgitated over and over again in your videos. So you're getting views on trying to help people get views. I'm like, there's something very weird about that. And I had to unfollow some of them because I'm like, you guys are just saying the same things over and over and over again to try to help people get views. It's just the same shit, but you repackage it in a different video, and then I don't know. But I don't know. It's all very strange. When in reality, when you like hear somebody like Mr. Beast or something like that, who's like the biggest YouTuber ever, and he goes like, "Yeah, all you got to do is just do this," and then I'm like, "Okay, so you got a viral video because you decided to count to 12,000 or something like that." I'm not gonna do that.
Wait.
He's got to make better thumbnails. I'm not gonna.
Yeah.
Is that what he got? Is that how he got famous?
Oh, he got one of his early viral videos where he like counted. It was not even 12,000. I think it was like 25,000 or like 200. I don't know. He counted in his room while he was playing a video game up to like I don't know. I don't know what the number was, but it was a high number, and it took him hours and hours. And that video went viral just because he decided to count to like a certain amount.
Wow.
Yeah, no, it worked out. It worked out for him. It's good on him. But at the same time, it's like that's not what I'm doing.
Yeah, it's like at a certain point, the things that got people to go viral have already been done. You can't replicate it because it's already been done. And it's weird YouTube as well because YouTube will pay different like revenue depending on your actual content. Because if you make content about trying to help people earn money or to save money or invest money, they're paying hundreds of dollars for those videos to get ads on them versus like entertainment. It's like you're lucky to get $1 for 1,000 views. Yeah. It's like, okay. Yeah, I'm in the wrong business, basically.
I know, right?
Yeah.
But then at the same time, I'm like, when I see that stuff and even watch that stuff, it's the same shit. I don't know how many times when you go like, oh yeah, there's a guaranteed formula to make money. And the formula is sell people on the formula I'm selling you on, and then you'll get a cut. And I'm like, oh, it's multi-level marketing. Sweet. It's always the same shit.
Or it's affiliate marketing. Like try to sell people stuff that you're not actually selling them, you're just selling them the affiliate link, and then you get a cut of something. Exactly. Which I have an affiliate with Entertainment Earth. I haven't sold shit. I don't really promote it, but they reach out, hey, you want to join affiliate? Sure. But it's like I know that's not going to change anything for me. It's just like, okay, cool, I can help you out if you want to buy something, sure. But I'm not going there like here, like spamming it like no.
Yeah, no. And I have an Amazon affiliate. So if there's something that's cool that I think is cool or that's related to my shit, I'll post my affiliate link. Perfectly fine. But I can't do that all the time. I'm like, hey, do you guys need socks? Here's an Amazon link. Oh, do you want some you want this spray that's supposed to, get rid of water bugs that are probably in your house or something like that? Here you go. Here's a link. I can't, I'm not going to do that. I'm just like, but if something on my Amazon that's like cool, like a McFarlane or a Funko Pop, and maybe it's on a discount, or like a movie is on a discount, sure, I'll just be like, here's my affiliate link, and people will click on that. But you get the it's very small. It's not like you make a shit ton when it comes
basically
to that.
Have to have thousands of people purchasing through your affiliate link to really make a difference for you.
Exactly. So, but anyways, so hopefully you guys see the Flash this week.
Next Wednesday, I'm seeing it finally.
And then Wednesday. Okay, cool. Yeah. Say okay. Yeah. So we already saw it. I know.
No.
Yeah, and you also, again, you quote tweeted the post credits.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm
yeah,
sorry.
I'm just gonna, like I said, I'm gonna bust your balls on that.
I just
Because
want,
I was
want a
like,
Flash movie. David says, "Oh, I just want a Flash movie."
That's the thing. Okay, Andy, we were talking about that before this. I was saying because obviously a lot of people worried that this is more of a Batman movie. But then there's people that were complaining that maybe Michael Keaton was in it enough, which I was like, he's in almost okay. And then I'm like, but if you watch the movie, it is a 100% a Flash movie from start to finish.
Okay,
like it is 100% that it is Barry's story. You'll get choked up. I think I got choked up in certain scenes, and Ezra.
Very funny. The choking. Yeah, very funny.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I thought you were. I thought you were referring to that. I was like,
no, I was not.
Okay, good. Just checking.
Holy crap!
Can I ask?
That was funny though.
Can I just ask this?
Yes.
How is Iris in this movie? Because Iris is one of my favorite characters on the show, obviously. So like, how do they do with her in the film?
I think they she's done well. She's not just in one scene. I will say that. That's all I'll say, which is like good. It's good that she's not. Oh, yeah, I spoiled it. No, but I'm just saying, like, they laid the foundation. They laid the foundation of that relationship.
Good to know.
There you go. So they don't just like, she just pops in and then that's it. No, there's a foundation. So.
And again, it's just so funny that people who are like, "Oh my god, like there's not enough Michael Keaton Batman." I'm like, he had his time.
Exactly.
Like for me, it's like I was actually talking to Rebecca today, and I was kind of like telling her I'm so frustrated that there's all this other focus. When it's called I just want a Flash movie. So but if you're saying that it feels like a Flash movie from start to finish, I take your word at it.
Yeah, it 100% does, and I think that's what's going to bother some people about the tone. It's like, especially if they're going in thinking it's like a Batman movie, and it's like everything takes place essentially during the day. First off, and then it's just like, no, from start to finish, it is a Flash movie. It's about Barry still trying to find himself, and then of course when he realizes the power that he can do, that he thinks he could do, what obviously we know the story and all that stuff, and it's just, and he makes mistakes. Big time mistakes, of course, and then what I was even saying too, what I said in my review was the fact that I love the fact that Barry realizes that, wow, I'm when he meets his younger self, I'm kind of annoying. It's like, yeah, I could see why people are like, probably find me annoying because I'm finding me annoying, kind of thing. So I thought that was just like a cool little story point, because I was worried I was going to get annoyed by young Barry like a little too much. But I think the back and forth that Ezra does with his younger self works very well. So,
okay, well,
looking forward to it.
Yeah, and the costume looks good. I don't care what anybody says. I know a lot of people still complain about the costume. I think the costume looks fine. It looks great.
It's just the helmet that just.
I think even that looked fine. There's shots where it looks. Really good.
I do like Zach's original helmet because I think the wings look more natural there.
And like it just looks weird without the belt. Like I wish the belt was more, just wrapped it around more. But like,
I don't know. I thought the costume looked good, especially on the big screen. But yeah, I was always worried about because like when we saw like the first footage, it looked a little too big. But I don't know if I don't know. It just seemed like it looked better. Yeah, it could still be maybe scaled down and like the lightning bolts go like way up, obviously.
Yeah. They could have looked at what they did with Grant's cowl in the later seasons of just putting a little bit on the sides.
Yeah,
like, I don't need the classic
because I remember like the concept like for the 2020 fandom thing, like his ears, he had the classic wings, ear wings. Yeah.
See, that's the thing. It's like, these are like bolts. These are bolts. I mean, which but I did like I like the the fact that you got like the charge that's going through him, and then you got the emblem right here, and I think that's like really cool, like how that looks at least. But yeah, I mean, it's not for it. But then you got it shooting out of a ring. I mean, like, who knew we were gonna see something like that?
That's yeah. Because on the Flash TV show, we got that sequence once. And that
wasn't it with Reverse Flash? Like
no, Barry. No, when Barry gets the ring from his daughter, that's when he opens up the ring, he puts on the suit. But I'm sorry, I'm about to go to a little rant. I'm sorry.
Go for it, man.
Because this is where I almost lost my shit with Todd Helbing, the showrunner. I'm like, you had the audacity to finally give us that shot with the ring, but you do with the worst Flash costume he ever had. and then we get into the later seasons, and like that ring never opens up again. And
didn't they just resort to nanotech or something?
Yeah, basically, he has the ring on himself all the time. But I'm like, we never see him open up the ring again, like with the good costume. And I'm just like, Todd, like, do not meet me in real life because I have questions of like, why would you punish me like this? And then, oh, I'm leaving the show now. And when the show gets lesser budgets, they can't do that sequence again.
Well, we did get that sequence for Reverse Flash in season 1.
Yeah.
Jordan, is the show called The Reverse Flash or The Flash?
I understand. I'm just saying they did it. I'm not saying
they have the word Flash in it.
It's called fucking Flash. I don't care if Eobard gets.
I'm just saying that they did it there too. I'm just saying they did do it. I just don't understand why Barry didn't do it sooner. Because if he would have done that with the season 4 suit, that'd been cool. But I love that season 4 suit.
Yeah. Oh, that was.
What a great way to kind of tease it. With season 3, like kind of teeing up. Okay,
I just wish to see that the trailer for that episode of season 3 hadn't spoiled it. Like that would have been fun for us to have seen it. So, but
whatever.
It is what it is.
It is what it is. But I think you guys will enjoy it. Like I said, it's like there's like the whole debate about how. Snyderverse canon, that's always like the big thing.
Yeah, that's the question.
Yeah, it is a question, of course. And it 100% is. It 100% is, but at the same time, it's a different cook in the kitchen. And it's also Flash. It's not this over here. So
but wait, I have a question.
It's going to be lighter. It's going to be more humor. I mean, Barry Allen is a humorous character. Come on, guys.
I have a question. How can something that was a cul-de-sac be canon?
Exactly. That's true, right? Well,
I hate that man with a passion.
Even though you see his name on it, he's no longer there. Mr. Walter Hamada.
Every time he comes up, I can see Jordan just kind of falling in his chair. It's like, oh no, Andy's about to go
again.
Off.
Yep.
Yeah,
every time.
I hate that man so much. And we had people in our chat being like, "Oh my god, like why are you taking it so personally?" I'm like, because Walter has hurt people. He has deceived people. So, let me be pissed.
And those are the same people that would bitch and complain about a TV show that they didn't like something that happened. It's like, why are you complaining? Like you're complaining about a TV show. Sorry, it's ridiculous.
Did your theater have the Flash popcorn bowl day that is coming
I saw that. I saw that. Yeah,
that's insane. I'm like, why would you want to eat out of his torso?
Why not? That's the question, Andy. Why not?
I mean, I've always wanted to eat out of Barry's body.
$300 though. $300.
You would think they would have his cowl or something. You think
out of his head instead.
Yeah, like hit like his actual mask. Like just do that. Like find a way to make that work.
Yeah, no, but yeah, they were like, no, we're not gonna just have the head. We're gonna have the whole torso. I thought it looked pretty cool, but yeah. I was like, yeah, but I'm not going to seek that out. I'm not one of those people that gets popcorn at a movie. Somebody has it, sure, but but I don't like
So you don't you don't like movie popcorn.
I like movie popcorn. I'm never one to just get it because I don't know. It just seems like a nuisance and and I don't want to be like, when quiet scenes are happening, you just
popcorn freaks me out. Like I'm always afraid like I'm gonna choke on the popcorn while in the theaters. I don't buy it.
Yeah.
But somehow I'm like, oh, it's much safer to eat popcorn at home when I'm alone. And then if I were to start choking, I'm like, no one is here. So I don't know. I'm like,
My wife would not like you, Dave. She loves movie theater popcorn. Like that's like that actually gave her a better experience of enjoying the Batman, which I thought she would not like. But she went movie theater popcorn, and I'm waiting for her to fall asleep because she loves sleeping. She's sleeping right now. That's why I'm on the show tonight.
The Batman.
Nice.
So we're sitting there, and I'm 3-hour film, and I told my mom and her, I'm like, this is a 3-hour film. And they're like, okay. So I look over.
Well, I really mean it is a 3-hour movie.
Yeah,
It's like,
yes,
really
and I told her, like, it's a 3-hour film. Like this is serious stuff. I look over halfway through. She's intently watching, like focused. I'm like, I'm actually happy about this because she complains about all the time how I love Batman so much, and she actually goes, "That was a good movie." I'm like, nice. I'm glad you agree.
I bet she's one of those like Twilight fangirls, and that's why she's like, "Oh my god!" Like, Robert.
No, she actually didn't like the Twilight movies. No.
Well, that's good.
Shelby, if you're watching, I'm just kidding.
She's passed out.
Team Edward.
She could watch it on
Team Edward.
Hell yeah, Team Edward.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I mean, especially now that he's Batman. So
Sparkly Batman. That's why.
Sparkly Batman. I don't know how many times I got that sent to me.
I hope Matt Reeves includes that in the sequel.
Right?
Sparkly.
Yeah, just say something about Sparkly or something like that.
Yeah.
Dude, if Mr. Freeze is the villain, that would be the perfect nickname for him.
That would
Sparkly
be, right?
Batman.
Sparkly Batman. Ooh, that would be insane. But thank you, Thanos, for the $2 super chat. Yeah, hello, everyone. Any Flash box office prediction? How we feeling
700
about the
million.
box office?
Okay, are we talking opening weekend or overall?
Opening weekend 700 million. No, overall. I think somewhere like maybe just past 700, but that's where I'm going right now, like a 705.
I think
710.
650.
I fucking dropped the ball with Black Adam. I said 650 there, and it made 393. So I'm gonna go ahead and guess.
Halfway, a little different. Though.
Yeah, I got about halfway there. I will say 500 million.
Okay.
Oh, that would hurt if it got 500.
Yeah. What are you thinking, Jordan?
I'm looking here because I'm trying to see the. So they're suggesting the domestic opening is going to be 70 million opening weekend.
That's been
70 to 90.
70 to 90. Okay, so I mean, I think okay, I can guarantee this is going to make more than Black Adam.
I would.
500 million is more than Black Adam. Just saying.
Yeah, but I'm saying it's definitely going to make more than 400. I think it's probably going to land around the 7. I'm going to say 7. I think there's going to be a lot of people that's going to want to see Michael Keaton back. And obviously, I think there's people that's want to go out to go see Ben Affleck's Batman because they've been heavily pushing him in the marketing, showing a lot of that. So I feel like they're gonna. I feel like it's gonna.
Yeah, go on.
Oh yeah.
But I think just overall, if that opening weekend is good, like there's a lot more people in the normal that their projections goes to see it. Like Spider-Verse did way over projections. Mm-hmm. Depending on that response is going to determine if people go back. Because right now these fan screenings, it's fine and all, but it's actually when it's opening weekend that's going to determine is it going to have legs. Because right now, I mean, Fast X dropped 3 weeks ago and it's already on digital.
Yeah, which is smart. Like I was saying that we were discussing that before too, and I thought that was smart because, it made a good opening weekend and it's already passed $500 million. Good for them. But at the same time, they're looking at Jesus Christ. Look at all the movies that are coming out after this. I mean, right after that was Little Mermaid, and then Across the Spider-Verse, and then we got Transformers, and then The Flash, and then Indiana Jones, and then Mission Impossible. I mean, it's just nonstop that's happening, which is great for movie fans. I'm glad that we're getting all this, but I'm getting kind of exhausted. I'm like, fuck, I gotta, last night I was debating on going to see Transformers because I was like, I just saw The Flash. I'm not excited for this movie, but I know I need I want to the whole, doing first reactions to like the summer blockbuster movies. People are going to want to watch them. So, I did it for you guys.
Well, the thing is, too,
not you guys, but you guys.
You people made him watch.
Not the people in the panel.
The audience.
Well, I think the problem is that these films, they did like the fact they're coming out week after week. It's like there's no breathing room. Exactly. Like it used to be breathing room for big blockbusters. Sounds like every single week. It's like, guys, you're basically butchering each other because.
But what I like about it though is like the ones that have legs are going to have legs. Like Guardians of the Galaxy has had legs and low drops, and Across the Spider-Verse I feel is going to have the same way. Fast X didn't, so Universal was like, put it on VOD. Smart. Little Mermaid, I don't think it has legs, or tails or fins.
Yeah, because she's a mermaid.
Oh my god.
Yeah, Little Mermaids. I don't know if Little Mermaid's gonna lose money.
How long have you been sitting on that?
Oh, I've already said that joke about 5 times.
Oh, good lord.
Like
I
that,
mean,
yeah.
I don't know if Little Mermaid.
Where's my rim shot? But
Well, I'm curious. Do you think Spider-Verse is going to take number 1 this weekend domestic, or for the second weekend, or
it might be
Transformers?
close.
I think Transformers.
I think it might be close because when I went and saw Transformers, I had probably about half my theater was filled, but I saw people like showing that it was like, oh yeah, it doesn't seem like it's gonna make that much of an impact. I would hope I would love it if Across the Spider-Verse does end up being the number 1 again. That would be pretty sweet, but I think it might be close for sure.
Yeah, because Transformers was projected at like a 60 million opening, and that would literally be, and Across would have to be literally 50% or under. Which Guardians was 50% under, so like it can happen. I just don't know. I think it's gonna be very close, and I think Transformers might like edge it out by like a 10 or 12 million, stuff like that. But I don't think Transformers will have the legs, though. That's the difference, where Transformers will come out, make its money this weekend, and then be gone the next. Because Flash, where even with Flash playing Across the Spider-Verse, like we'll still have families go back to see it throughout the, like I think Across the Spider-Verse you could see a lot still playing during summer, because then you got vacations coming up, you got summertime off, and families would go back and see that. Like, because I even know me and my kids have talked about going to see again just because it's an enjoyable movie and they like it that much. So I think it's a good summer movie where Transformers will do what it does.
That's how I feel about The Flash. I mean, I said that in my review. It's like, this feels like that summer blockbuster movie. It's got time travel, which I love. And I don't know, it's just a feel-good movie. Like, yeah, it moves quickly. Even though like the film Sinfantile, like that's inside me wants to go like stretch out these scenes. I want to see acting and dramatic and what has Bruce been doing, all this stuff. But it's like, no, it moves like a blockbuster should. It's like, all right, now we're going here. Now you're doing this. This is this crazy situation. You got to get out of it.
See, but at the same time, though, like you look at Top Gun, and Top Gun does move fast, but that is a movie that does take time to sit back for 10 minutes and just like, and that's the thing with Flash is like, if it feels too almost popcorny, if it feels too just like, oh, I could watch it and move on. Top Gun, like you think that scene with him and Iceman, and that's like a long sentiment, like. That's my worry, especially when you say it and other people in the whole thing, like, oh, you want to learn about Bruce, but you move on. And I go, oh, like, those are some of the scenes I love in big superhero films when you do just get to sit with the characters for a while and soak it in. And if you don't get that, that's my kind of worry as far as what I've heard about, where I go, oh, that's a little disappointing. Not that I'm not going to like it. But
again,
overall,
I go back to the whole thing that it's a Barry Allen movie. So
it's true.
When it comes to the dramatic elements in his story, awesome, great, fantastic.
And then this is where I'm at a handicap because I've not seen the movie, so we'll talk next week. That's where I wonder if, like, for me, where I feel is a good example, and people don't come after me, is with No Way Home, where his fact is it's still Tom Holland's movie, but Toby and Andrew both get those long dramatic moments. And that's my worry with this one. If the other characters don't get that, and it's great that it is Barry's movie, but if you do have Keaton back, that does come with some weight of there are going to be people that are just seeing it because of Keaton, and you want those people, but you also want the reverse of it. You don't want them to be disappointed, because if they are, they won't recommend it. They'll say, "Oh, he's not in it that much. You can catch it at home." And they'll be, "Oh, that's disappointing." Where Toby and Andrew, remember, we were all like, "Oh, how long are they in it?" They're in the whole third act. They're in over half an hour of that movie, which Keaton is, but I don't know because obviously that's what you've seen. So. That's what's going to be interesting.
I even saw somebody today said like that was, I think they were answering Liz Wonder because she was wondering how much Supergirl was in it, and somebody said, "Oh, well, a friend of mine said she's barely in." I'm like, she's not barely in it. What the fuck are you talking about? It's not like she's like pivotal to the fucking story. It's not barely in it. It's just I just get baffled when people are just like, that wasn't enough. Like, to me, I thought it was a good amount. Like. It's a Flash movie. You guys were complaining that it was too much of a Batman movie or a Supergirl movie. It's like, no, it's a Flash movie. They're in it. I think they're in it a great amount. It's, it's not a cameo. It's not a cameo. Not barely in it. Yeah, they're supporting characters. Even if but I thought it was smart, and I know that they're marketing it like crazy with all which they should, because you put that Bat logo, you put that Superman logo, or Supergirl logo, but it's the S. let's face it, the Flash doesn't have that clout, doesn't have that pull. So you
It's
have
not a
these
cloud
other two.
chaser.
Yeah, not a cloud chaser, right?
Well, I also agree with the point about letting scenes play out. I
Chaser,
think the reason why Guardians 3 worked so well is because we had certain scenes really play out
Yeah.
that really impacted and made that story be as emotional as it was. I mean, Rocket's story is brutal.
Yeah.
But it makes the film so good. I mean, imagine if it just quickly ran by some of those things, like, oh my God.
But the point I was getting is the fact that it's like, okay, yeah, maybe when it comes to supporting characters, I wish that there was a little bit more. But when it comes to Barry, the scenes do play,
and that's the most important thing, because if Andy
getting
Muschietti focused instead of on Barry's story in the Flash movie, instead of let's focus more on Keaton's Batman and Sasha's Supergirl, then it's like, okay, then why didn't you make a Batman movie? Why didn't you make a Supergirl movie? Which that ties into.
Dave, I wanted to ask you that as well. Is Sasha going to leave me wanting more of her? Like, am I going to be like, oh, can she please come up as Supergirl woman tomorrow?
Yes. That's exactly what I thought. I was like, oh man, I want more. She's great.
And that's going to hurt even more when she doesn't come back.
James Gunn, how dare you?
Well, we don't
hire
know.
James Gunn.
I mean, we don't know. I'm just prep myself for that.
The thing is too, it's like, I mean, James Gunn. I mean, he's been praising the hell out of this movie.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm pretty sure James is. And James is. I mean, he's overly praising it, like even more so than normal. Like then again, he's not a normal executive, but I think like he's seeing everybody online talking. If he sees that huge response already of Sasha, like the more people see the film, he's like, well. I mean, who says we can't? You know,
I think.
I mean, he did get rid of Cavill, so
I
wouldn't be surprised.
Why are you in the dark now?
He says he needs Pepsi. That's what.
You look like you're in one of those Dateline things where the person that escaped from the cult and they don't want to. They don't want to speak.
You need a voice changer now.
You even have a fake name, like no one can tell you. Like, oh, we just have user one with us to talk about.
Let's talk about the Flash.
No, I hope she sticks around. I like to do, speaking of No Way Home, just to prepare for, disappointment. You won't be disappointed. That's how I am with Sasha. From what I've seen, what I've heard, I think I'll enjoy it, but I want to prepare myself. Just go, okay, I'm assuming the Supergirl movie will not be her. If it's great, then that's fantastic, but I just want to have that preference right now to not get too bummed out, because I think Gunn will, especially because I think that movie is still very, very far away, especially got the strike going on too. So I think by the time we get to it, they will probably recast and everything. So hope I'm wrong, but
I know I just mentioned tonight, but I hope you're wrong too.
Oh, I want to be wrong. No, I want to be wrong. Yeah, I wanted it, because I didn't want Cavill gone. I don't even with Godot, that's the thing, where I wouldn't really want her gone. I don't know. I'm very. I really hope Superman Legacy, which I know is on the thumbnail, I'm sure we'll talk about at some point. But I hope Superman Legacy is great, because there's a part of me that will go, man, we lost a lot to get this, and I hope that this pans out. If Superman Legacy hits, I'll be like, okay, it was all worth it. I'm down for this big reboot and stuff. But losing Cavill, losing Godot, possibly losing some of these people, that's where you go, okay. I hope that this new universe is worth everything, and we won't know that till another 2 years from now. So,
one thing I'm just hoping will. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
The one thing that I am hoping will carry into the new DC universe, and I mean, I think I've chewed Jordan's ears off about this, is that I need. You don't even know what the fuck I'm gonna say.
I already knew you were going Blue Beetle. I already knew.
Yeah, I know.
I wanted to get to Blue Beetle, so thank you, Andy. We'll talk Blue Beetle.
Look at that, Jordan. I made a translation without even trying. I need that film to succeed. Because one, I'm still very mad people didn't support Black Adam. So I'm like, okay, you failed one of my brown heroes. We're gonna get the other one then up and running, because
I think you're gonna be mad again.
Oh shit! I mean, like the marketing is not gonna pick up till later. But I mean, that's awesome.
The floating heads poster.
It is floating headish, yes.
But
it's still a little creative. I like some of the stuff that you see around it. They try to add to it, and
it's definitely not generic floating heads.
No, it's not generic floating heads, and then I like the fact that even the tagline says Jaime Reyes is a superhero whether he likes it or not. That's not a bad tagline.
That's a pretty good tagline for that character.
I just think what we've seen is, it's not that it looks bad. I'm excited for this film. I just think what we've seen this year is, for the superhero stuff, it's not fatigue. And I know it's a good film versus bad film. That's subjective, as Ray would say somewhere, because there's bad films that make tons of money, right? I just think that Blue Beetle has a risk of looking like I've seen this before. And I don't think the general audience is. Luckily, August is like a little more lighter, but I think it's going to have a very... I don't know, small. I think it could do better than Shazam 2, but that's not saying much because Shazam 2 didn't do the greatest. I think it could maybe do better than Black Adam, but I think like 400 million is its cap. Luckily, it's a smaller budget, but again, do they look at something like a 400 million if it were to make that as a success? I don't know. So I hope it does well. I hope all these things do well because I want more superhero stuff. But I just look at that and I go, I just feel like this is a movie that people go, like that tagline of like whether he wants to be a hero or not. Like how many fucking films have we seen? Not even just like Marvel DC with that. That's like how many heroes? I have this thing I don't know, and they have the great journey. Like there's not much star power here.
Did they name drop them?
No, of course, yeah. And Batman's name dropped here. So we'll see, but I think it's going to be lower.
I said this to Jordan several times that I'm like, I don't know if I'm leaning too much into this, but I feel the Cobra Kai crowd is going to be there.
Absolutely. Oh yeah, the Cobra Kai, they're definitely going to check him out for sure, since he's obviously like one of the leads of the show. And I think like with it being a lower budget, that's definitely going to help. And the fact is, I mean, August, like I said, there's not as many stuff coming out. That kind of helps. If this thing was coming out around all these other films, like say shortly after Flash, like a month later, this comes out, oh boy, like it would be smoked.
It'd be bad.
Yeah, but thankfully it's pushed out and everything. And the thing is, if this could be like Into the Spider-Verse situation, that film did not perform well overall in the box office. I mean, it made money because it had a low budget, but it obviously huge success now with the sequel because everyone kind of discovered it. I'm hoping this happens with Blue Beetle. More people discover it because of the response in theaters, and then after the fact, like, oh yeah, this is actually kind of fun.
But does WB do that though? Will they do the same thing as Spider-Verse and give it a sequel, or let it continue? Right? That's where it's.
James Gunn, Peter Safran, it's up to them.
Well, there was a report this week that if Blue Beetle is successful, he might show up on Boost to Gold, which I'm like, is Warner Bros. Actually considering a genius idea for once?
And that actually might be a smart play. If like, let's say the film doesn't perform as well or as expected, then instead of giving him a sequel, have him pop up in the Booster Gold show.
That's what should happen now.
And that's what they should have done with Shazam too. He should have been in other stuff too before he got the sequel. But they just
I mean, at this point, like, I'm kind of glad we're kind of done with Zachary Levi. But the Cobra Kai coming to an end. I know we just talked about it tonight, Jordan. We don't know when season 6 is coming, but it's like Zolo is a hot name. The moment that show is over, Warner Bros. Should do whatever they can to lock him for hey, show up on Booster Gold and these other things, like Blue Beetle. And it was like, again, I think it's, I'm someone who advocates a lot for representation in media, especially for superhero. And I think that the Latino community I think they're going to come through on this, and I think that it would be great. Again, is it going to be $1 billion movie?
No, it doesn't have to be. Yeah,
it doesn't have to. I think 400 or 500 million is great, but it's like the fact that don't do a sequel immediately, but have him boost to gold. I think that could be great because there are already ties in that, and also they are teasing Ted Cord, and I need people to step up and support this film in August.
And if not, he's gonna come to your house.
I'm gonna come to your houses somehow. I don't
whether you like it or not. Like
whether you like it or not. Yeah. I don't have a car. I
They did add of the voice of the Scarab. Becky G, which was kind of funny because just like that, the past weekend I watched the end of Power Rangers, and if anybody wants to know who Becky G is, she plays Trini in there. And if you look her up, she looks way different than she did in there. That's for damn sure. Because obviously they were going for a certain look with her in there, but she's a singer, and it's like, so if you find pictures of her, holy crap, wow,
it's a great movie, by the way. Power Rangers.
Bad, she's just a voice, but no, but she got a good voice. But it was just kind of like, all right, she's now part of it. So
did you get to see the trailer in front of Flash?
No, it just started right away.
Oh, okay.
Lucky. I wish all movies would just do it. I don't need trailers. Just play the damn thing. So.
I know. There's sometimes where I'll still be looking at my phone when the trailers are happening. When I like go, my Thursday showings, I turn down, of course, my screen brightness. But at the same time, I'm just like, yeah, I've seen this fucking trailer a million times.
But you gotta remember, the majority of the people at the theater have not seen these trailers, like
exactly.
us, right?
Yeah,
exactly.
That's
So I
all
get
I
it.
do.
I get it. So I'm usually
There's
sitting.
a Barbie
like,
movie coming out.
Yeah, like what?
Mhm.
Yeah. So I'm just kind of like, okay. So I'm still like scrolling through Twitter, like, yeah, okay.
There was a thing that came out today about the early projection of Oppenheimer and Barbie, and someone responded saying these numbers can't be real. Like they're saying that they're too low. I'm like, I don't know what to tell you. I mean,
I don't.
think
It was
don't
weird
know.
because like Barbie being projected at 55-60. I'm like, that's a pretty good opening for a Barbie movie, and 25 to 30 for Oppenheimer. Like that to me is what we told us at the beginning. Like that seems right for like a historical, character-driven epic about a bomb. Yeah, like I just don't think. Again, they should have put that in the fall. I know Nolan wants he's a summer guy. He's all about the box, like he's all about those legs. But I think this is gonna be the first time in a while where it's gonna, because it's so crowded, it's gonna kind of give out on him and be like, next time you're not gonna get the July slot unless you're like doing Tenet or Inception. That's like a big like, and I know he's like, oh, you're gonna feel like the bomb exploding. That's great, but it's different. Like look at Inception or look at Tenet. Like those are spectacles that we haven't seen because that's not real life stuff, right? I feel like there's a lot of people that go like, I've seen a bomb before. Nolan might still give us the best bomb ever, but like general audience might be like, it's just a bomb. It's not anything that Nolan like hasn't done before.
We're surrounded by them in real life.
Yeah, and what it's gonna be is gonna be like a character-driven piece, but I don't think July is the time.
3
for that
hours
type of
long too.
Yeah.
R-rated. R-rated.
R-rated.
See, that's another thing.
Yeah,
too, it's
R-rated.
also rated R.
Fuck.
Is this Nolan's first R-rated film?
No, he Insomnia.
Insomnia. Yeah, I almost said Memento, but yeah, it's Insomnia.
Yeah.
Which wasn't technically, that was based off a book.
Yeah. And it even then it's pretty light. It's just like this. It just has a swearing. And I think you see like some murder, but it's nothing like it's no Tarantino R where these characters are.
Did he pull a darn two then? Did he pull one of those?
I don't think so. No.
Yeah. But it's you would think that they would try to push it to like October, November for that Oscar bait more, the award season.
Yeah.
I mean, but even though like it doesn't really matter if the movie's good, the movie's good. I mean, look what happened with Everything Everywhere All at Once. That came out in March of last year. So, and that fucking cleaned house. So, I mean, if the movie's good enough and you're confident enough that that people are going to flock to it, or not really flock to it, but at least praise it enough where, and then maybe Nolan's just okay with that. It's like, we're going to lose to Barbie, but I'm going to fucking get that statue maybe. I don't know. Who knows?
Yeah, Oppenheimer's looking to be like he's been saying Cillian Murphy's going for that Oscar.
Oh yeah,
like
so it's no
100%.
Yeah. I don't know.
Apparently I'm cringe. What did I do? Oh, it's because someone in the comment was like, this guy's so cringe, and like I'd rather support Blue Beetle.
What's wrong with supporting Blue Beetle? Don't listen to that guy. No, I'm supporting it too. I'm half, so I gotta support. But at the same time, it's like I just want it to, just because it's a small movie. And it's it's such an off the cuff character that a lot of people don't know about, obviously. But it's just like, and I like
it looks
the character.
Fun too.
Yeah. And we all like Mr. Sholo. We like him. So, and it seems like this just seems like it's a fun movie. I do see, and I always worry about characters that are going to annoy me. I do worry that George Lopez might annoy me in the movie but. He's supposed to be the inspirational type because you see that little shot in the trailer where he goes, you got to pick the man you want to be. And so he's going to be that character, because he's his uncle, I believe, right?
Yeah.
His uncle?
Yeah.
But I do like that scene when the scarab like goes onto his face and then he's doing the transforming thing. I mean, it's kind of dark when he sees like and you see it. Like,
when I saw the trailer in the flash screen, there was some shots in there that I didn't see before. Like it was just, I don't know, it just looked more brutal.
Yeah, I mean, and it looked. I was like, that's pretty intense right there. That little first transformation, and I loved. I mean, and then us comic book nerds are just like, Jesus Christ, that is a beautifully translated costume. I mean, we all kind of collectively thought that when we saw the first set images, where we went, holy shit. No, I barely saw anybody complain about it. And anytime there's a suit reveal, Jesus Christ! I mean, yeah, it's always just half the people just want to compare it to something else and do all this.
Wear red trunks.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, I know. Yeah, James Gunn. Good luck when it comes to that first Superman costume reveal. But no, when it came to Blue Beetle, everybody kind of went, "All right, yeah, that looks like Blue Beetle."
I was just surprised they actually did a practical suit because I remember like the day the set photo came out. I'm like, oh, that's funny. Wait, he's actually wearing it.
Mm-hmm.
And like we keep seeing clips, and then we see when the first video of the helmet came out that I lost it. I'm like,
you see the mouth move, which was cool. I was like, oh, I didn't know the mouth was gonna move. So you see like his, him talking. So you actually see the mouth not really move, but you see like, at least you don't see the actual mouth move, but you see like his, mouth moving within the helmet. And I was like, oh wow. So they went that far to even make it where you see him talk. It's not just a helmet over his whole face, and it's just it's not Iron Man essentially.
Yeah, I remember. I don't know if it was Jordan or who. Someone. I think Jordan. You might be the one that said that, but like when this happened, but you were like, oh, but that's because Zolo's a very expressive actor, so that's probably why. Like he can do so much with that helmet.
I mean, I don't remember saying that, but I think that it just makes more sense to have a practical suit because, I mean, yeah, they could do a CG suit, but it's obviously a lot of more work in post, and obviously they probably wanted to have an actual physical suit for, kind of reference purposes in case they have to do something CG. Because I'm assuming at a point he's actually there, but then at a point when he starts flying away or something, they have to cut. So it's probably easier just to have him actually in a suit, and then it cuts to the CG performance of.
But the fact that you can actually see his face, his face move, but that's why
because he has a lot of emotional stuff in Cobra Kai. Like he has some, so it makes sense.
Yeah, he's had a lot of scenes. Phil, I know you got to take off.
Yeah, I'm taking off to the Bay Area tomorrow. I got to get up early. Doing a rodeo for my dad, helping out.
Rodeo.
Yeah, we sell water and beer and stuff. So.
Oh, okay. Well, that's cool.
Yeah. But
all right, man.
As always, gentlemen, it's always a pleasure getting to chat with you. Thanks again, Dave, for having me on.
No problem.
Take care, Travis, Axel, Andy, Jordan.
Gotham Knights.
Yes, have a good weekend.
See you guys later. Take care.
10 out of 10. Woo.
Woo. All right. Thanks, Phil. But yeah, I really hope Blue Beetle ends up being like a sleeper hit. It's coming out in August, July.
Yeah, August. Yeah.
Okay, good. This is what I don't understand, because when it comes to the summer blockbuster season, it's like it seems like okay, now it starts in March, and now it's just like they have just one thing after another, and then when it comes to August, things just kind of go like, all right, well that's about it.
August used to be a dumping ground for August and January. If you go back like the early 2000s, movies notoriously did very bad. So that's why
September as well.
But that's why when you had those early movies in like the aughts, when you had like Guardians and the original Suicide Squad do really well, it was unprecedented because August movies really just fall flat. Because I think the idea was that people, and that's my worry about Blue Beetle, that people back then, I think the idea was people spent so much money in June and July that they wouldn't go to the theaters in August because like, oh, well, I've seen these movies or I've seen enough movies, I'm going to take a break. And with July being so packed, that's the only worry I could have with Blue Beetle being in August. But I think that's the best spot you get it. You don't want to go to the fall because you got Dune in there, you got the Marvels, you got Aquaman in December. So I think it's the only slot it can go in. But I think that's the theory back in the day, that June and July just took people's wallets, and then August was like a nothing month. You'd get lots of like cheap horror movies in August and stuff like that.
Mainly in September though. I don't know.
January too, though. It's like if there's a movie that screened terribly, it's like we got to drop it in one of these 3 months because it's just like let's put it out there. And even if you look at August now, there's a couple horror movies that are like, yeah, we'll just put it out there, see what happens.
I love it when, like, especially in January, when a movie is just, and it's usually a horror movie that just blows up. I remember Split, M. Night Shyamalan's Split came out in January. That blew up. Everybody raved about that. It made a shit ton of money. Meg, that came out in January, and that did well.
Morbius.
Yeah,
it wasn't a horror movie, but I remember the original Taken did that as well, Liam Neeson. That was a January movie, because that's where I think those are the movies they now put out like, hey, we don't know how this is going to go. This could be a hit, or it's just going to be like, let's get as much money as we can and recoup some of the loss.
I think with me, it's just like I'm just thinking about when I was in school and when you went back to school, it was September. Now it's all over the place, it seems, or it's earlier. Yeah. I don't know. It's different now with kids. They're going back in August.
Some people going back in August. I'm like, what the hell? Like,
it wasn't like that when I was a kid. I was going back like the day after Labor Day. It seemed like that was the first day of school.
My stuff was August.
Yeah, really? You had August?
Yeah, August. It was mostly usually late August, so it's like kind of like that third or fourth week of August we'd go back. But the reason why my area, at least my school district, did it is because when not now because there's like hardly any snow here, but back then they would close for any amount of snow, like just panic.
Snow days.
Yeah, so they did it. They started starting it earlier and earlier so that we could actually make up those snow days. Because I remember at one point, it was my senior year. We had 4 Monday through Thursday off because of snow.
Nice.
In that Thursday, we could have easily went back, but they're like, nah, close it again. And I'm like, hey, I'm not complaining. I don't want to go.
Yeah. See, here in Canada, we already have our igloos built, so the snow doesn't really mess with us when it happens. No snow days for us. It's just like, get out there.
Yeah.
Oh, no, When it comes to Canada, they just go like, just don't breathe heavy.
Yeah, they're like, that's another day. Yeah. Oh yeah. I forgot. A bunch of you guys getting our smoke. Sorry about that.
My wife.
Oh yeah. What's going on up there?
My wife grew up in Michigan, so when I told her about all the snow days we had off, she's like, "Oh, that's funny. We drove in blizzards to get to fucking school." I'm like, okay, well, I got nothing to complain about.
My day, we walked through blizzards in our bare feet.
I remember having snow up to my thighs. It's like, you got to get to school. Good luck. Oh, and those buses, those aren't running either. It's like, okay, I'm like fucking Christian Bale at the beginning of Batman Begins with the blue flower, just going to see Ra's al Ghul, but I'm trying to get to school. Like.
I remember, I literally drove my bike to high school, like when it was snowing, and of course I tripped, and I got wet and everything. So I remember coming late to class, and my teacher was like, "Are you okay?" Am I okay? We could use freaking snow days. Do I look okay? Like half my face is red.
Yeah.
Jeez.
My first day of freshman high school, first day, me and my neighbor. He was like a junior. We missed the bus. We didn't realize we missed the bus. So we got there late on my very first day of high school. Like, this is the way to start. This is fun. Because we were walking up the hill, and as we're peeking over the hill to walk the rest of the road to get to the where the bus would drive by, a bus went by. And he's like, that must have been middle school. I'm like, oh, okay. Not realizing that was our bus. Because we were told the time, right?
Yeah.
And so we had that time. So, we're getting here. And we're getting here on the earlier. The bus literally drove past like nothing.
Yeah, that's an awful feeling.
It was.
Oh yeah.
So we had to run. After we figured it out, we had to run down the hill. We didn't have cell phones. He didn't have a cell phone. I didn't have one. So luckily, his mom had not left for work. Like, can you drive us to school? Because we gotta go, or else we're just gonna be skipping today. Because my mom was already gone.
Kid, back in our days, we didn't get iPhones when we were 7 years old.
I know. Now kids just get an Uber.
I got an iPhone 4 in my senior year. iPhone 4, a white one. I think I still have it somewhere in this house. Yeah, I still have it.
I had a friend that had a flip phone that it was like the screen was green and it was barely anything. I remember senior year, he was like the first one to get a cell phone, but that was before the big
Do you remember the Razor flip phone?
Oh yeah, I had one.
Yeah, I had one of those too.
Yeah, I had a Razor at one point. I had a Nokia, which those things were indestructible. You could have them in a pocket right here. You get shot, that thing would fucking stop it. I mean, those things were brick. You could slam it on the ground, would not break, nothing. I mean, there's always memes about that. The old Nokia phones were those things were deadly. Yeah. Those things were they had girth. The battery lasted for a fucking week and a half. I mean, it was back in but these little things. Now it's
didn't Nokia have a game on there or something, or a couple of
Snake.
games? Snake. Yeah, I remember because my dad at one point had a Nokia and I played the Snake game on there.
Yeah, Snake.
I remember
Snake
that.
was the game.
Yeah, I remember.
It was the game to play. I don't even remember how it went, but you had to like do stuff to make it. I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyways, yeah. See, that's we just talked about how old we are now. Now my hip hurts.
Oh, Jason bring up is in the chat. Snakes. Oh my god! Like, because my family for some reason just never got Nokias or whatever. So I remember like anytime I like could borrow like someone's Nokia phone, I'm like, hey, is it okay if I play Snake? They're like, yeah. Why do you whisper about it? I'm like, because we don't get to have Nokia in my family.
It's like I want to play the game. But anyways, so Superman Legacy.
Yeah,
it's the thing.
Apparently, I mean, there's rumors. So not just we have some rumors that came about, but I mean, obviously, one of the things that was talked about was the fact that the two leads for Superman Legacy are supposed to be testing. Who knows if it's true? James Gunn's been relatively quiet, although somebody did say that, or somebody showed a screenshot that when it came to Miss Brosnahan, Rachel Brosnahan?
Rachel Brosnahan, yeah.
But, yeah.
I can say Broshana.
Yeah. But apparently, like for an article that was, I don't know, he liked the article that mentioned her name. So everybody's like, oh, is
that it? Because the tweet I saw he liked was her posing as like a Scooby-Doo character.
Oh, is that what it was? Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't look at like people.
It's still like
somebody on my. I saw something on my feed say he liked a tweet that mentioned Rachel Brosnahan.
Are they testing them individually? Or are they testing?
I'm sure they're probably going to do something.
Everything, probably.
Chemistry. Yeah. I would say chemistry testing at some point. Like, okay, let's pair you up with you to see if this works. Because if they don't get that right, it's going to suck.
Because there could be somebody that's a better Lois, but if there's two people that have better chemistry together, they might go, maybe we go that route. So yeah, what's the rumor? It's Father's Day weekend. Supposedly that's when they have like there's the three that are rumored on both sides, and then both articles say that there's more to be there.
God. Lex.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, well, apparently he's testing for Superman. That's what they say.
Who's this guy?
It's Anthony something, I think. Right? I can't remember.
It is Tom Brittany. Tom
Brittany. Okay,
you were totally off.
I was completely gone. I'm not on the Holt train at all. I'm on the Holt train for Lex. I think him as Lex is inspired casting. I think we'd get some really good stuff there. And then for these, I feel like
Margot Robbie. She looks so much like Margot Robbie.
Oh, yeah.
I can't get it out of my head.
She does have a Margot Robbie look to her. Yeah.
That
look at her on Sex Education. Look at her at the Sex Education. She looks identical.
Yeah, it's like her and Samara Weaving. They
all three of them are like. They're triplets.
They play sisters.
Is that the girl who was interviewed on The View and asked about this?
Yeah.
Okay. And the third girl you showed, she was from that Bridgerton Netflix show that my wife loves. Yeah, that was the lead from season 1.
Of course, women love that show. You know?
I watched it with her. I'm not a romance guy, but like, fine, I'll watch it. So.
I think I'm trying to think of like the last time this happened for casting, but I feel like Rachel's such the hard favorite for the online before it happens that almost anybody that doesn't get it, people are going to be kind of bummed about it. It just feels like the internet has deemed like, that's who we want as Lois Lane, and we don't want anything else.
It's funny because there's a consensus of like people who want her for Lois, and there's like multiple different facets of people who want different. Clarks, like there's like they can't decide which one they want, and it's like the thing is you can't please everybody.
Of course they're never going to do that. And then people were passing around this because I've never really seen this guy, and he seems like to be the favorite.
He looks too much like Cavill. I'm sorry,
he's just baby Cavill.
Thank you.
But people were saying that he's
showing up to work every day.
He has a Clark Kent vibe right here.
He has the voice.
It's too much like Christopher Reeve. I'm sorry.
That's what James Gunn's gonna go for, baby.
In many ways, we contribute to the reality of the scene.
This scene was getting passed around, where it's like this is Clark Kent vibes right here.
No, presently not. But hey, I've got a casting tomorrow, and if they pick me. That's $10 in my pocket.
That's a weird cut, by the way.
He sounds like he has a Superman voice too. He has that very projected, very deep. Like he doesn't even screen test. He'll just show this clip and be like, "Hey, who knows?" Because like sometimes
he just shows up to this screen test. He's just like,
Did you get my DM? Did you get my DM? It's from my show.
Nothing against him in that scene, but that random weird close-up cut of him smacking his leg. That was weird. That was
that was.
Yeah.
I don't even know what that was from.
Like, have you guys heard, like, you guys know, like, about Wolfgang Novogratz, right? Like, about him being cast. Like, if you've seen a video of him, his voice is too
high.
squeaky. Yeah. It's
Oh
high.
yeah, I think hasn't been linked to anything.
But is that what is
Hey, hey guys, what's going on? That's what he sounds like or something.
But it's called acting. He could do something.
Yeah,
What?
like look at Mia Goth. No one knows she
Acting?
sounded like a troll until we saw
Acting? You know,
interviews.
these people that they're auditioning aren't actual Kryptonians.
But you never know, because remember when BVS was casting and there were all these rumors for Batman and Affleck came out of nowhere. He was not rumored.
Yeah.
They kept that quiet. It was like Gosling, Brolin, and there was a third one too. It was like this situation where it's like, hey, it's one of these three, and then all of a sudden it's like, no, it's Affleck. It's like, really? And then all the trades confirmed it and everything like that. So it's like, these are the three we're hearing about, but you could easily get a tweet one day of like, this is Superman. Like no one heard anything about it. And
I kind of hope that's the case, but it seems like Corn Sweat is going to be he's the top favorite, and then Brosnahan's the top favorite for Lois.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if,
Michael
like you said,
Waititi's gonna play Jimmy Olsen.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if James
Brainiac.
comes out, because I think James, if it's not announced at Comic-Con, if they can't hold out to Comic-Con, James is going to put out a social media post with the two together saying, here's your Superman, here's your Lois, and watch it be two people that are not rumored.
I think they're going to wait. Even if it gets confirmed by trades, I think they'll wait to say anything official till Comic-Con. I think they want
Comic-Con
the stage.
Yeah.
Show the Superman
James
Legacy
Gunn.
logo.
Yeah.
Not in costume, Casey. Not in costume.
I know. I mean, if you want to go like next level, sure, but at the same time, it's like it's too early. It's like
the shirt logo is good enough. That's a good idea. If like he like puts it down.
That would be fun.
Now you're onto something, because I was always thinking like that whole notion, like I know Casey was like, and I even thought, that would be cool if he showed up in the costume. And at the same time, it's like the dude's gonna probably have to bulk up a little bit to fit in the costume.
And that idea is not universally loved.
Yeah, exactly. And then if you were to just like to show the actual logo by just going like, hey,
imagine that crowd pop that because you'd get that again the goosebumps. You get the anticipation of the person undoing the buttons. You're like, oh my god, and then you get that roar. Unless they hate him, like it's a carrot top, everyone's gonna boo or something. But
it's gonna be James Gunn.
The announcement.
No, Sean Gunn. You think he's just there to like hang out with Sean?
No, it will be Chris Pratt.
So
I would love it. I would love it to see the internet burn, just to see what would happen. You know, I'm sorry, boyfriend, it's not happening. It's not going to be in costume.
They could show the logo, at least what it would be at the moment. And then after Superman and Lois hear them together. Oh, by the way, we have a Lex Luthor. We have a villain. Like I think at that point they'll probably also bring out Lex, because if they're also testing or looking for a Lex.
Yeah.
Well, apparently according to the trade, they said that they're focusing on Clark and Lois first, and then they're gonna look at Lex and the other characters. I'm sure Dave wants to talk about.
I mean, by the time Comic-Con comes around, maybe they would have already found him. So who knows?
Well, that's what's so interesting. You have like Boris Kin, Justin Kroll, like these two scoopers that are known as like the top shit, right? But they're both like disagreeing with each other what Holt is for, because Boris is heavily on no, Holt is for Lex, and Kroll's like, no, it's Superman. So it's really interesting that it's like whatever's going on with the sources they're getting. And I like I said, I hope Holt is Luthor. I think that's that'd be tons of fun. Yeah.
What if James Gunn is like, I want to fuck with these people, so like I'm gonna find these, I'm gonna make these sources that will go to them and tell them different things just to mess with them, and then find out it's someone completely different as Lex. So.
That'd be great.
I mean, because that throws off the whole narrative. Because like as we know, James Gunn hates rumors. He hates this kind of shit. So it makes sense to let's fuck with him. Let's mess with people. Yeah.
Please do it, James. The fact that he is online debunking shit and saying shit, I'm like, he's reeled it in a little bit, but at the same time, I was enjoying the fact that he was able to do that, and because Kevin Feige doesn't do that. Nobody else does that. Nobody else has done that. I mean, he sometimes he goes a little too hard in the paint and starts responding to like fucking 6 follower fucking accounts with no profile pic.
Or
it's like
Rudolph.
Yeah. But at the same time, it's like, all right, just relax on that. But anything else is perfectly fine. He hasn't said shit when it comes to any of this that's come about. Mm-hmm. Who knows? The weekend is upon us. He might get a wild hair up his ass tomorrow and be like, fuck it. He's gonna drink a bunch of fucking coffee and just
he did say he was gonna stop. He did say he was gonna slow it down.
I want him to pull back, but not stop.
Well, I think he was debunking the earlier reports of like people testing or shit. He's like, we're not doing that right now, and so that makes sense. But I think now it's like he knows what they're doing, and he's like, if I say anything, if he comes out and says debunk certain people, then I'll be like, okay, well then he didn't say anything about them, so they must actually be testing. So you got to let it go.
He was smart a couple weeks ago when these names came out, and he just said, I would never comment on actors screen testing unless they said anything about it, which that's a very good middle of the road to, you can say, hey, these people are screen testing or they're not. It's a very good both sides answers and stuff like that. So
he's probably learning from other Peter Safran going, so there's certain ways you can answer questions, because like during that whole like reveal of the DC slate or whatever, he was answering certain questions like, James, you should have thought that through before you said that. but he was also being honest, like, yeah, the older regime was fucking all these people around and screwing over people left and right. Like, it's not fair. It's like, you could have said that better, but hey, you're being realistic. I mean, he's like, I'm not going to do that. That's the important thing.
I was going to ask, because we're in this realm DCU, and Axel, you can comment on it too, but I was going to ask you first, Dave, how do you feel? So if Muschietti, like, it seems like he's the guy that's going to do Brave and Bold.
Brave and the Bold, yeah.
After seeing Flash, are you more for that? Or are you more like, okay.
Good to know. Yeah, I think so.
I was more for
Batman scenes were good.
Yeah.
I'll say that. No spoilers.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that he had to handle two Batmen and two, that's the thing. And obviously, when it comes to Batfleck, it's a little bit more fantastical than we're normally seeing. It's during the daytime even with Keaton, same thing. That's the thing. It's like when it comes to handling both Batmen in the movie, it's the fact that it's like when we saw Keaton in two movies, it's like, yeah, we enjoyed that for the time and everything, but now it's like, all right, you got to up the ante, because now you have up the level of badassery, which there's like one in particular, I won't say anything that man, I was like, that's that right there. That was like, I did not think that was cool. And then even stuff like, when it comes to his toys and shit like that. And then when it comes to Batfleck, obviously, I mean, you've seen some of the footage. It's just like, okay, he can handle, and I've even said it before, like he can handle the dark elements and the mystical elements that could be part of the Brave and Bold story. Like, especially you have Damian, so it's like, all right, you're gonna have a Ra's al Ghul in a League of Shadows kind of thing.
And you look at before this, his first 3 films, he's great with children actors as well.
Exactly,
so that's the best fit for
my Batman figure. Damn.
It's not a good sign. That's not a good omen. We're talking about the new Brave and the Bold, but okay. I was interested because I was already a fan of it because I haven't seen Flash, but I like all his other movies. I loved it, Chapter 1. And I still like Chapter 2, so it's like as I've said before, I'm kind of down for whatever as long as Matt Reeves is directing his. I don't really care what they do with the DCU Batman because I have that one, so it's like I got a bonus Batman.
Keep that one dark and grounded as possible, and then make this one fantastical. Let him do. I mean, again, you see Batfleck, getting pulled by a truck and skipping around on the fucking road.
And you get to choose too. If you're like I know lots of us are people that like both versions, but if you're one that doesn't like the ground version, you don't got to watch that now. You'll have Brave and the Bold. If someone likes Batman, it's like, fuck, I got 2 Batman films. I'm more than happy. So, but
we get to have options.
Yeah.
Do you think they're going to announce Andy at Comic-Con as directing?
Yeah, they could do that too.
I mean,
if the strike might complicate things though, right? Like, I know it's directing.
The director side's already good. They don't have to announce a writer. Like, they just have to say that
but they can't say.
But
what is there to direct then if there's no script then, right?
That's true.
Exactly.
Because I guarantee you he's writing it. If you were to ask Andy, of course not, I'm not writing it. You know how many writers on the side are probably like the bigger writers. They're still writing. They're still got things cooking, but they could never say, like, hey, you're directing Batman, Brave and the Bold, and it's written by. He can't even say Andy's writing it now.
Yeah, they stay in a Hudson.
Well, the only reason why I'm thinking like they could do it, they could pull it off without mentioning the writing aspect if the writer strike is still happening, is they did that whole DC directors thing when they brought they brought directors out kind of in a lineup to kind of go, look at DC's future. And that didn't go so well. But the concept of like, okay, so here's James Gunn, Superman Legacy, here's Superman, Lois, and maybe Lex, whatever. Okay, here's Amy Muschietti for Brave and the Bold, and no mention of writing, just mention how he loves the character of Batman. He's excited to tackle Batman and Damian Wayne, and then maybe James Mangold for Swamp Thing. Just something. Like, there's certain ways you get around, but I'm hoping the writer's strike doesn't last until Comic-Con. Jesus, but
yeah,
it's gonna.
It probably will. It probably will.
Yeah, at this point, like, I mean, I'm glad I'm not going to Comic-Con this year. So I'm like, because I'm like, if more studios starts pulling out from Comic-Con, then I'm like, it's not worth going.
Yeah, because you said HBO pulled out.
HBO has barely pulled out. So,
oh wow. I didn't know.
I know
that.
Marvel's going because lots of the star, like the Echo Star and D'Onofrio, they already said, like, we're going. So I think MCU's there. If MCU and DCU's there, I think if they both go, it's going to be a great year because the DCU got lots of things to announce and Marvel always has new things going on. So I think it could be a really good one. But yeah, I think you're right, Jason. As long as they just phrase it in a very strike friendly way, they're all good because that's been all the reports of like, hey, it's pretty much a done deal, but they just don't want to sign or say anything yet because, and who knows with the Christina Hodson thing because there's people says no, people says yes. I hope so because she wrote the best DCU movie. So DCU movie.
The thing is that can't be that can't be confirmed, so they have to keep kind of like can't speak about it because you'll know that they'll announce that once they can, but it's like right now because I'm pretty sure it's like, okay, we want you for the role, but we can't technically sign you for the role, so you can do it because of the strike. Yeah. So because we all know they're all hush hush right now. Like we know there's still meetings and stuff happening. They just can't legally, technically do anything.
Even like James Gunn with Superman Legacy, he could be rewriting stuff. Like, oh no, that's still the first draft. You know, like that's
he's already turned into drafts. So as long as he doesn't like print it out from his computer and then hands it in. As long as like I got to keep it on my personal computer. Any updates?
Yeah. What weird. Zazzlot's gonna blow the fucking whistle or something? Be like, no, James was writing during the strike.
He's gonna point like the invasion of the body snatchers.
Yeah, like no.
Why that is such a thing he would do. He would be like, he's rewriting it right now, and
just like Ryan Reynolds can't improvise.
Which is BS. Because again, he can't, but Sean Levy is allowed to add things. So all they have to say is, "Oh no, that was Sean's idea." That was Sean's idea.
Yeah.
Like, there's no universe where Ryan Reynolds is doing a Deadpool movie that he doesn't fucking ad-lib. So people are like, "Oh, he's really screwed." There's no fucking way. And even then, the strike could be
loopholes.
Yeah, there's loopholes, and the strike could be over, and he could add stuff in post later on in ADR. Like
that was something that was brought up. Is like he could do ADR in post.
Yeah, so it's like there's no way.
The advantage of having the full-on mask.
Yeah,
over his face.
Because when he's doing ADR in post, he's not writing. He's just in the studio, just talking. He's just he's like listening. Okay, this is okay here. Oh, okay, I'll do this.
And if there's still a strike going on, there'll be a closed set. And if anyone says a fucking word, it's not gonna go. Like, you know what? Like, I know people are good. They don't like that because it's an on the strike mentality. I'm all for the strike, but there's people that are still doing films that they're not gonna. They'll skirt some things across the line and be like, yeah, let's just get this movie out and stuff like that. You know,
there's
like
workarounds.
Yeah, exactly.
They're shooting.
People want to work.
They're shooting House of the Dragon season 2 right now, and they said all the scripts were done, and that may be legit. But I mean, like, there could be times where they have someone who has COVID or something, and they have to quarantine, and they have to reschedule something or figure out because, like, that's what they did when they shot the Flash's final season when Grant got COVID. They had to shoot around a couple of scenes for that final episode. So there may be a situation where they have to like, okay, we might have to do something or cut around something or postpone stuff.
Well,
I mean,
I mean, that's why, like, I mean, Quentin Tarantino said it best. I mean, like, the final product is what you see on the screen. That's the final draft of the script. The script always changes.
Oh, yeah.
Because you're collaborating, you're doing all this kind of stuff. It's like, no one's, all right, we got the final draft of the script. We got to go by it, by every word and every fucking thing. No, it never is the case. There's always
Trust me, the script I wrote for my movie, just like 2 years ago, is so different from what it is now. Like,
that's what happened. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. But I also wanted to bring up the fact that there was also something else that got mentioned, I guess, in the same article when it came to that, but that the Authority is going to be shown in Superman Legacy. How are we feeling about that?
It's a nice change from like different Superman movies, like kind of, and it also reminds everyone that, hey, this is gonna be a very integrated.
They've been in Superman comic books.
There you go. It's almost like as if James Gunn likes comic books.
What? No, he actually reads comic books.
Like girl, like come on.
I'm all for it. I was just surprised by some that like I thought the first film we get of Legacy would have these connections to whatever this greater universe are going to do, but I thought there'd be a little more lighter. But if you literally have members in there, we're kind of going full-fledged right away. I'm not saying they'll be supporting characters, but still, if you have Superman, there'll be other Easter eggs. You got Authority. Exactly. I'm surprised. So.
Well, I mean, I was just like, and I was even talking about this with somebody. I mean, what if it's like, okay, they're villains in this. They could be villains, which would be different. It's not Lex Luthor trying to sell fucking, land or anything. Brainiac could have a presence for future stuff. But at the same time, you have these people, and then all of a sudden you have the Authority movie, and then that's a redemption story after they were the villains. Because let's face it, I mean, they're not always bad. I mean, they start off sure.
Wait, what's the difference between the Authority and the Elite? Like with Manchester Black, like what's the difference?
The Authority has gay Batman and Superman.
There it is.
That's my new. That's like my new favorite.
That's gonna be
Pride Month. So
I don't know. Yeah, happy Pride, everyone.
Yes.
I don't know anything about these characters, but all I know is that if there's a gay Batman and Superman in the Authority, I'm like. First of all, I'm excited for that crowd that hates everything that has to do with us to be so pissed off because they're like, yes, we exist, not just 1 month of the year, but also like,
hey, you don't just turn it on for June.
Oh yeah, exactly. Like I go back to my closet after this month. But
I need a new co-host.
Yeah. I only exist 1 month of the year, and then but yeah, the Authority, like I think it's, and maybe it's because I watched so much, of the boys that I'm like, okay, I think this could really work as a film. That I'm like, if you introduce them, set them up in Legacy, and again, I don't expect every member to be in Legacy. I was
going to ask if it mentioned how many, or if it was just like kind of vague.
It just said members. It's so very vague.
So it could be a couple. Yeah,
that could be 2. That could be 4. That could. At least they didn't say whole team, but they said members. So whoever they're able to cast.
And it could be a situation where maybe they're in like the opening scene of Superman Legacy, and he's like stopping them, taking them on, and everything. And then, let's when it comes to the Authority, a lot of people don't know who they are. So if you introduce them into a Superman movie, then and the general audience flocks to see the Superman movie, they go, "Oh shit, we got this!" And then maybe there's something where it's like, if James Gunn plays it right, where it leads into their movie, like a story element in Superman Legacy, whether it's just like a little subplot thing or whatever the hell, then people will be like, well, now I got to see what happens with these guys over here. That's why I was saying, like, if they're villains at first and then they turn good, and we, there's something where it turns them where people will want to go see that Authority movie after seeing them in Superman. I don't know.
I feel like they're going to have like the same importance or like the same amount of screen time as maybe Yondu's Ravagers, maybe in the Guardians
could be that.
Something like that. Yeah.
I just remember the day when they announced those projects, and like the 40 was like one of those graphic novels that like completely sold out. That I'm like, oh, this is a good sign that people want to know these characters.
It's a good thing because like now it's like, hey, James is actually going to promote the stuff that's inspired based on the film. So like here you go, because now all like DC videos that go up at the end, comics they show like and
smart.
Yeah, and he's like they had to they had like reprint stuff because it was sold out so fast. They had to go reprint. So it's a good thing, that he's actually promoting the stuff, and the fact that now
Marvel, you could have it too if you were smart.
Marvel could actually do something, because you would think with the huge success of MCU that comics would actually do better for Marvel. They're actually not. So I don't know.
But you're right. After the slate, the Brave and Bold, I think no, it wasn't Brave and Bold, but
Supergirl was another one that sold.
I luckily got the last copy at my comic store. Like they just like, oh yeah, we sold all the other ones.
Exactly. So just that was smart right off the bat that they were going like, hey, so we're gonna release movies based off these certain comic books, and then people flocked to Amazon or their local comic book store to try to freaking pull those things. And when it comes to the Authority, to me, I'm like, all right, we're getting something unique, and obviously, when it comes to a Superman movie, we've seen General Zod twice. We've seen Lex Luthor many times. We've seen General Zod more than that, obviously, with some of the other stuff. But I mean, in Brainiac, we've seen somewhat. I mean, we want to see a cinematic Brainiac. I mean, my God, how many times have they talked about Brainiac being? I mean, he was supposed to be Superman Lives. He was supposed to be part of that, which didn't happen. And then, of course, when it came to Superman Returns, it was going to be like the sequel, Man of Steel. Zack Snyder talked about Brainiac being at one point before it went off into the direction of BVS. So it's like it's always been out there. And yeah, I'm like, sure, keep it out there. But at the same time, I mean, like, you know, just if you're going to do something different. I mean, this would be an interesting thing. Maybe they'll have a thing where at the end they all just team up and take on Brainiac. I don't know.
I wonder if
That's what I
the
was
same
thinking,
people
yeah.
who shitted on BVS are gonna say, "Oh, they should have had their own solo movie before appearing in this one."
Well, yeah, there are always those people that do that. I don't know.
But, yeah,
I mean, when
it's
it comes to a
guns,
group
so
like this-
they'll let that slide.
Yeah, but when it comes to a group like this, it's like nobody knows who these, you know, what this is. So like they don't need their own movies.
The authority. You always respect my authority.
And yeah, like if we don't know who they are, the general audience is just gonna hopefully see these characters and like them. Hopefully, it's done a bit better than like the JSA and Black Adam, where like that's what I see happening. Is you got Superman, you got the Authority, and maybe they could team up, but you don't want it to have that same type of path that went on. So
I think Gunn's a little smarter than that. I think you know, I think like just judging his Guardians of the Galaxy movies. And especially the last one, I think he knows he's a good storyteller. Even just watching all his movies, or even movies that he's been involved in, he's a great storyteller, and I will give him props for that. I've never been like a gun shill, and regardless of what people say in my mentions. It's just the fact that it's like,
I thought we were only allowed to like one director,
just one. You gotta like just one. God damn it, no, but yeah. But it's true. I mean, like, I think he's a good storyteller just from what he's shown us, especially with the Guardians movie. So I'm like, all right. And when he says, I didn't want to do Superman at first, and then I figured it out,
he's a liar.
Well, fuck, I know. Well, I mean, it very well could be like,
what a flip-flopper. Oh my God, I cannot. I mean,
didn't he mention that after his father passed, he found a way to do it?
Something like that.
Yeah. No, he used that as a way to, you know, pull the heartstrings, like to reveal.
I thought it was like, okay, well, that's an interesting turning point. But I mean, at the same time,
accusing him of that was like so disgusting.
Like, well, it's like a thing to where it's like back when he was Officer Man, he was of course fired from Marvel Disney out of nowhere, and then they're like, hey, here's anything you want. Okay, here's Superman. Well, no, and at the time that probably makes sense. It's like, okay, well, you know, his mind's all over the place. How do you tackle the most popular character superhero wise of all time? How do you do that? It's, you know, hard as hell to do. So I get the point of like not wanting to take that daunting task.
Plus, also with that regime, I know they might have said like, "Oh, you can have Superman," but we don't know if that like what the pretenses was of like, did he have to use Cavill? Did it have to be a sequel to Man of Steel? Because what if he wanted to always do Superman, but his vision was, I want to do my own thing? It's the same way as Nolan, who I think could direct the next Bond movie. He's always said he would never want to be like the second or third director with an actor. He would want to come in and like be the first one to be, okay, this is a new Bond, I put the stamp on it, then I leave. That could be the same way as Gunn. It's like, I don't really want to take, because it would just be looked at, he's taking over for Zack. He's following in Zack's steps as far as he's using Zack's Superman. Where now, of course, you're going to get comparisons to Legacy to Man of Steel, but you can never say like, oh, he's taking Henry Cavill's story and like shaping it some way and changing it some way. It's like, well, this is his own. To me, it's like, if you don't like Gunn, you don't have to watch this, because it's not like, and that's the one pro. If you loved Henry Cavill and Gunn was directing, then you kind of have to watch, right? Because like, well, I love him as Superman, I got to see what happens. But if you don't like Gunn and you don't like a reboot, well, then you can just skip this one and stuff. So that's where who knows what he was all
about. I gotta complain about it 24/7.
I gotta complain and
hashtag fire
on Twitter.
Yeah.
Hashtag. But Jordan, I know you got to take off. So
it's been a day.
It's been a day. You've had a day.
Oh well,
you're just tired of talking to Andy. I get it.
That's it. My co-host is just too much. Yeah,
I hate you too.
My wife had a disaster of a day. She got home almost 2 hours later than she's supposed to be.
Yeek.
So she was stuck at work, and it was like, oh my god, yeah, it was bad.
Okay.
But
Well,
yeah,
thanks
I'm gonna
for coming
go.
on,
I'm gonna pass out in my bed.
Yes.
I'm gonna hopefully wake up with a smile on my face.
There you go.
Anyways, it was fun. It was fun.
Thanks a lot, man.
So,
Have a good one.
All right.
bye.
Talk to you soon. Chainsaw Reacts.
That's me.
Yep. Subscribe. Do all that.
Bye.
Bye.
Man, I hope he doesn't die because that's a really sad way to go. You know what you say? Can't wait to wake up with a smile on my face and then wake up next day.
I was about to say it really depends on what his wife does. Anyways,
yeah. Rest in power.
Zing. Sorry. Oh, see, we got Nate. Gunn was fired for talking about NAMBLA meetings. All right.
Oh, shit. Oh,
What?
NAMBLA means the North American Man Boy Love Association.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Of course.
At first I thought he meant the North American Marlon Brando lookalikes.
That's what he is. Yeah, no, he's
What
a
does it
big
say?
Brando fan.
Exactly
Big
what
Brando
This
fan.
is the
From
same guy
South
who's
Park.
also like. This is the same guy who's like, for some reason, really upset with my chest hair right now. So like.
It's because he wants it. You know, that's why.
Yeah, I
you
Oh,
know.
is that? Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't.
And see, that's the thing that you talk about, like we were talking about Jor-El, and I don't think you'll get one. But even then, that's what excites me about, like, we're gonna find out, are the Kents alive, and if so, they gotta cast them. And that's been the other thing about Brave and Bold too. It's like, not only do we get like Batman and Damian, you're likely gonna get another Gordon. You're likely gonna get, so that is the fun part of this. Of like, there's some things I wanted to keep from the old DCU, but if we're not, the reboot is always fun to see. Okay, who's gonna get what? And these are, because I know I see on Twitter all the time people be like, same with Fantastic Four, like, oh, I'm so over these rumors. Like, I like these because the second they're gonna be cast, you won't talk about a Sue and Reed Richards for the next 10 years. So it's like, and I feel like we always look back at like trivia of like, oh, who would have played this? Like, we're living that right now. We're hearing the like, this person was so. Like, it's not the first character. We've had many Supermans. I'm gonna enjoy all the rumors until we get cast, but I'm excited to see all like the rosters of these people, and who knows what happens with Diana. That's been very quiet, but
you know, you're right. When it even comes to rumors, like, I know when like people don't like it, but it's fun to just talk about it. I mean, like, I did like a quick little Photoshop earlier this week of what is his name, Pearson Faudet or whatever the heck,
right?
Because he was like, you know, they mentioned him in a variety.
The young Matt Bomber.
Yeah, he kind of looks like that. And I did it, and I was like, yeah, that looks good enough. I put him on Cavill's face, and I was like, all right, I did it. And then people were like, what the hell is that? I'm like, what? It doesn't look that bad. I just like, it was
all right.
But then I was like, if you actually watch the video, it's like all he did was send in an audition tape. It's not like he is. And then I put on my Twitter,
audition tape.
Yeah. And I put it like on Twitter. I'm like, how are we feeling about this guy?
That still exists in 2023.
I had somebody block me actually after an exchange underneath that tweet because he was like, he responded. He goes like, how do we feel? Who's we? How do you feel, motherfucker? And I went, whoa, dude. I'm like, I'm just asking the question. And then we kind of went back and forth. Of course, I look at his profile, nothing but Snyder stuff. And I'm like,
oh yeah.
I'm like, this is
you turn your back,
I'm like,
Dave.
I was like, dude, I'm such a Snyder fan, but I don't like you guys. And then we went back and forth. He, you know, it was funny. He like wanted to challenge me to like an actual debate. He's all, send me a link to your next stream and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, what? And then after like he sent like 2 things before I could respond, he blocked me. And I went, all right. That was that wasted 12 minutes of my fucking day on that.
Dave is like one of the sweetest guys I've met online. And the fact that he gets this type of treatment, I'm like, oh, Twitter's is garbage.
Yeah, it's like, it's just, this stuff is supposed to be fun. It's supposed to be fun. Like, it's fun to speculate. To me, casting is the closest, if people don't like sports, I'm sorry, but it's the closest to like drafts and the free agency sign of like, like that's what we get of like directors, like, oh, who's doing this? Like, I love that part of the game. I love when me on Geek First, when we review an old movie and we pull up the IMDb and you see like the 15 actors that auditioned or stuff like that. Like when you're talking about Superman Lives, Superman Lives, it's like, we were so close to a Christopher Walken Brainiac. It's like, just thinking about that. It's like, that's why I desperately wish they do that as an
I'm the
animated movie.
collector.
I hope one day we get
world.
that script as an anime movie because I'd love Walken to get in there. But yeah, him as Brainiac, that would have been fucking wild. You know, it would've been a good
Hello,
time.
what's going on? We're gonna do
Superman.
this.
I'm here to
We're
kill
gonna
you. Yeah.
world.
I knew your father.
Yeah,
I am the world.
I knew all the dirty secrets of the
Collector.
house. of
Put his
Jarrell.
cape up my ass.
I got a skull, spaceship
Oh god,
in
Yeah, that's-
space.
I'm here for Earth.
one of the best walking things is that, and it's all one shot too.
Yeah.
In Pulp Fiction, when he's just like talking to, when he's
Young Bruce Willis there.
yes,
Yeah. Young
and
Butch.
yeah, I couldn't remember his name. I was like,
Yeah,
Bush.
yeah.
I knew it started with a B, but I couldn't
Yeah.
remember it. But it's just when he's just like, I mean, it's all one shot, and that's what I love about Tarantino. It's just like you put the camera on Walken and let Walken do Walken, and it goes into this crazy story of like that he like of sacrifice and everything, and then it just turns into something so ridiculous.
Oh yeah.
And he's successfully in his ass, just in his ass.
It starts in like a super generic, like I served with your father in the war and he was a good man. And then it comes down this watch, and that's I fucking love Pulp Fiction. Next, like I don't count Dark Knight and Batman because like I have a bias. I love Batman. Pulp Fiction's my favorite movie of all time. I remember seeing that at a young age, just being like, oh my, just the things in here. That was the first time I ever saw a movie with like being told in that order of not just a straight from point A to point B. And my mind was blown when I saw Pulp Fiction. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I'm still hoping to see it one day on the big screen because like last 6 months ago here we have like this classic theater and they played Fight Club, which is my number 2, and that's the first time I got to see that on the big screen. So I really hope at some point I get to see Pulp Fiction on the big screen because I love that movie so much, and I would have loved Walken as Brainiac. That would have been that, and just even that connection. Walken and Cage together, that's such a fucking weird, like that would have been great, you know. So animated film one day.
I just want to see Christopher Walken like on that skull ship because I was watching it. I was watching Superman Outbound the other day. It's such a good movie, but I remember like, what if Walken had gotten this? How eccentric would he have been inside that spaceship?
I don't know because it's funny because Walken has the ability. Back then, he still had the ability to turn the dramatics, right? And that's why I'd say even with Batman Returns, the scene I always point to, he's a very over the top character. But when he does kill Selina, he's very scary in that scene. The way he just flips to being a very kind of sociopath, like, and who would you share this information? Like, you're scared of him in this moment, and the whole film he's been like a joke. So I feel like Burden and him, they worked together a lot in the 90s. I think he could have got something good atop the whole, hey, I'm walking, you know.
No, and you bring up that really good thing too, where you know, what did curiosity do to the cat?
Yeah.
You know, and then like he like, and then she and like, and then it goes,
the fake out, man,
and then you just like, and then boom, and it's like, whoa, shit! When you watch that's a fucking intense scene right there.
Yeah, you're like, there's Walken from Deer Hunter, you know, and that's where it's just like, he definitely. I think it's just that it's like later year Pacinos, they got in a certain rhythm and they stuck with that. Like once Devil Advocate happened, Pacino became a different man. Who I love Devil's Advocate, but that's when he started to get really big and over the top and like, oh, your friend's getting fucked right now by your sister, like you better get home, like all these monologues he has in Devil's Advocate. And same thing Walken, like after Wedding Crashers, Walken became the Walken that's the meme, you know, like that sort of way. Like he was in Click and that sort of stuff.
I think it was after that one video where he was dancing the whole time.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, the music. What music video was
I
that
forgot
for?
What something slim. Something.
Yeah,
no,
not some shady, but it's something. Yeah,
yeah. But
you're right. That was the point.
It was just like him dancing the entire time. It was like early 2000s, and that's when Christopher Walken became meme Christopher Walken.
A meme before a meme.
Yeah, before there was even memes because there was no social media or anything. But yeah, that was when it was just like that's where Christopher Walken, you know, went from he was like this, and then it's just weapon of choice. I know Scott's in this chat. I don't know what that.
Hey,
Fat Boy Slim.
There we go.
I knew that had Slim in there. Thank you, Scott.
Yes,
Scott. There you go.
No, you're right. That was the turning point, and then after that, he just did nothing but comedies for probably like a decade. Like I said, Click, Wedding Crashers. He would pop up as like the strange dad in a lot of stuff, but it was Walken, so you loved him and stuff. But yeah, that's what he went for quite a while. So, and I haven't seen, I'm sorry, Casey, I haven't seen Severance, so I don't know if he's back to being, but that's, oh fuck, I forgot. Remember, he's the Emperor in Dune. That's going to be so cool to see. And I think
he is the Emperor in Dune. Ooh.
And I think there you're going to not get classic walk. You're going to get old school Walken and Dune. I don't think you're going to get the, so Paul,
like, hey, what's going on?
Yeah. I saw a sandworm.
I got sand in my crack. Yeah. I mean, come on. It's so dusty over here. So, but anyways, Droga, you're going to take off?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just really, really tired. I've just been studying a lot. But thanks for inviting me on, Dave. It was fun,
no problem,
as always. But
you can find all your toys.
Yeah, you can find me at Droga52 on YouTube.
All right. Well, there you go. Well, thank you, sir.
Have a good weekend,
and don't post spoilers, please.
Yeah, I won.
We only got one more week.
One more week after next week. Yeah, fine, but don't. Yeah, all right. See ya. I know. I had to do that because I was like, I saw a couple of people that I follow that posted spoilers, and I was like, come on, guys.
Imagine.
And I passive aggressively tweeted, I'm like, yep, I'm starting to see spoilers now, and it's from people I follow. Like, what the hell, guys? Don't do that. I get it. Like, there's things you're not going to like about this film, sure, but that doesn't mean you have to freaking belt out or post spoilers about it. It's like, God. So I know, and anybody should just stay off.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Do your best to try to avoid it. I mean, it's hard to. I knew a couple of things already when it came to the Flash.
Yeah.
So.
That's for me too. Like, that's why I'm not like really bothered by it because I'm like, at this point, like, I mean, I've gotten so confused over all the endings I've been told over the years. I'm just like, at this point, like, if one of the endings comes out online, I'm just gonna be like, oh, figure.
It comes with the gig. And I always know this. I'm like, I'm streaming every week. I'm talking about this stuff all the time. I'm going to get spoiled. I just know it. I mean, it's been like this forever. And I'm like, it doesn't like you said, Andy, it doesn't bother me either. Cause like when I hear it, I'm like, oh, well, now I want to see that.
Yeah. It's not about like, of course, like I don't want to be spoiled, but it's also still about how it's put together. Exactly. Because I remember I got accidentally spoiled, like going to Civil War, the whole Bucky killed the Starks twist, right? And like that was the big thing. But for me, good thing once I saw the movie, I kind of completely forgot it until the third act. Like, oh shit, they're doing it. But I love that scene of Downey finding out and him reacting and the fight that goes. And then when you find out that actually Steve knew the whole time, he's known for like 3 years and he kept lying. It's like, that's where it's like, okay, I knew that story beat. But once you saw in the film, that's what actually made it work. And it's the same thing with Flash. But the only thing I do hope for, because Michelle's talked about it with Batman, and I hope the same thing with Aquaman. I hate that the studios sometimes do this where they go, oh, well, because it's not canon, we don't want to show it. But I really hope we get some of these deleted scenes on DVDs or special features. Like with Aquaman 2, I don't care it's not canon anymore. I desperately want to see Michael Keaton and Jason Momoa interact because I want to see what the hell was that chemistry even like? And because I feel like sometimes studios go, well, we don't want to give people hope. It's like, it's the deleted scene. It's not in there anymore. And most of the people that are going to see it is us. It's not going to be like my mom being like, have you seen Michael Keaton was originally in Aquaman 2? It's like, no, like we have a scene of Jason Momoa and Michael Keaton.
Did see Michael Keaton. What did she say? Oh my God, I should get into these superhero movies more.
Hashtag fire James Gunn. I should have got this. But no, like to me, like the combination of Keaton and Momoa is so weird. It's like, I want to see that. So it's going to suck if it's just like locked in a vault somewhere where it's like, well, it's not canon, so we don't want to show it. It's the same thing with Scotty talked about some stuff with this movie that he said that Keaton had not a lot more, but he said a more origin stuff gone to his backstory and he took it out. That did disappoint me, but as long as it's on the DVD, I'm like, great. Or if there is, like what you're saying, Dave, I do hope there is some sort of extended cut or something, because I don't know if they go for full hours, but I hope we see
released. No, I'm sorry.
Oh, it's gonna start. You know it'll.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, released the Muschietti Cup, but we got somebody joining right now. Scott. There he is.
The fact that you guys didn't know what the music video was with Christopher Walken, I was just like, this cannot stand.
I have to get on the stream now.
Yeah, these damn kids. Yeah,
I know. No, I knew it. I was drawing a blink. I was like, Slim. What the fuck?
Well, no, but the song was Weapon of Choice. That was specifically what the music video was for. Because I remember I was in college when that video came out, and that's when I learned that Walken started off as a dancer.
Right.
Like I didn't know that. It wasn't until years later that I saw Pennies from Heaven that Steve Martin, Bernadette Peters movie where his entire appearance of the movie is a tap dance striptease to Let's Misbehave. And it's an epic tap dance.
Yeah.
And look it up on YouTube. Don't watch the movie.
I've never seen the movie. I was gonna say I'll have to watch the movie, but I guess not.
No, the movie.
No, you can find anything on YouTube.
The movie is an Americanized version of a British miniseries that starred Bob Hoskins. So it's one of those that's like, ooh, this doesn't work. But yeah, just go to YouTube and type in Christopher Walken tap dance, Christopher Walken's Pennies from Heaven, and you'll just get that. And you'll just get that scene. He's a pimp. He's
just him dancing. It's just iconic.
It really is because it's damn good tap dancing. And if you're not used to that from Christopher Walken, you're like, what the hell is this?
You had me at Christopher Walken striptease, so that's it. I will find it.
You had me to Christopher Walk.
Yeah, exactly. Just walking anything. No, but yeah, that would have been interesting for him to be Brainiac for sure.
Oh, he would have rocked that.
Oh, he would have nailed it. It would have nailed it. I mean, it would have been. Yeah. Speaking of what?
Speaking of Brainiac, I mean, please tell me you guys have seen Krypton.
I haven't.
Of course,
never. No,
I
haven't, no.
Oh! I still am angry about the season about it getting canceled because man, those 3 cliffhangers at the end of season, like,
see, that's what pisses me off. That's why I haven't watched it yet.
There's. I mean, you just have to go into it, and the problem was now, Andy, you have to remind me. Did we know it was getting canceled by the time we saw the finale?
No, I don't think
it got canceled after the finale.
It was after, and that's why, like, and they were like, "Oh, we're also losing the Lobo spinoff," and then it was like, "Oh, you're taking everything from us."
Oh no, but the Brainiac and Krypton is grade A.
I've seen clips, yeah.
Oh no, you want to see the best on-screen interpretation of Brainiac?
Well, it doesn't have much competition. That's the thing.
Hey, that's the thing. But dude, they nailed it.
Oh yeah, the look. I remember seeing the look and seeing some clips, and I was like, "That's fucking freaky. That's cool."
Oh, they went horror movie.
Yeah,
with Brainiac in that show.
Yeah, they totally did. But I mean, we're hoping that James Gunn's going to be, I mean, I don't know if he's going to be the main villain, or there's going to be some kind of like, okay, he's in there because Scott, we were talking beforehand that with all the, the casting rumors and stuff for that they're screen testing and all that stuff next week. There was also talk that the Authority is also going to be.
Yes. I saw that. And when I saw that it came from Hollywood Reporter, I went, okay, now I'm actually like
it's not One Take News or whatever.
No, actually, I think the one I saw was a tweet from One Take News, but they at least sourced Hollywood Reporter. Yeah. So I went, oh, good. Hollywood Reporter's the source. Okay.
Exactly.
Yes.
So how are you feeling about that?
You know what? Like I said, when Gods and Monsters got announced, I'm pleasantly shocked that the Authority is a thing that's going to be in this first chapter. I mean, as I've said, I was the one who came on here like schooling people on what the Authority was.
Yeah, because I barely knew who they were.
So how dark and serious and like just whoa. It's interesting that they would go ahead and put them in this Superman movie. It almost feels like a little bit like a Superman versus the Elite kind of situation.
Axel was kind of talking about that a little bit.
Yeah, where you've got the team that's like, it gives Superman the opportunity to go, this isn't the way we, this isn't the way
operate,
we do. Yeah, this is the way we should operate.
It could be a battle of ideologies.
Yeah, exactly. And then like I was saying, like when I was talking with somebody, it's like, well, what if it gets, they could be, there'll be the villains in this, or possibly, or maybe there's even like one scene where they're bad, and then it has like a little subplot or something like that. But then it'll lead to people wanting to see their story, because then they'll have like a redemption arc maybe in their own movie. Something
See,
like that.
I wouldn't even want that. I don't even want the authority to be villains, but I would definitely see an antagonistic relationship.
Okay. Okay.
So because I don't want because if you try to quote redeem the authority, then you've literally undercut the whole point of the authority.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Like you need them to be really that's the way we're gonna play this. Like if you don't do that, then why do the authority?
Okay. And that's why I'm so excited. I'm very curious when they announce who's directing that. That for me is a big, just kind of, because I know people throwing on the Goddard thing. I'm gonna wait till there's more bigger rumors.
Guy Ritchie.
Guy Ritchie. He did Aladdin, so he did.
Hey, here's the thing with Guy Ritchie. I think I said this back when this news hit, though, but Midnighter would do like what Robert Downey's Sherlock Holmes does in Guy Ritchie's movies, because once again, Midnighter's got that chip implanted in his brain that allows him to like look at a situation and basically calculate all the different possibilities before he totally kicks your ass. So it would be like what Downey does in the Sherlock Holmes movies for Guy Ritchie. So Guy Ritchie would be a really cool choice for that.
Yeah, there you go.
I think for writing it, I'm thinking just too small narrative here, but like because of what he's done with The Boys, I wouldn't mind if Eric Kripke came on for this.
No. But he might be, maybe it's too on the nose of like,
too on the nose, maybe.
Well,
maybe
and I also get the feeling that Eric Kripke, like he's kind of written his own ticket now. Like he does the shit he wants to do. I mean, I still respect Eric Kripke for being the guy who went, I have a 5-season story on Supernatural. I'm going to write my 5 seasons, and then the studio, the network goes, I want the show to keep on going. And Kripke went, cool, but
I'm out.
I'm out. Because he's like, I told the story I wanted to tell. Like, that's respect on a guy who goes, I told the story I came here to tell. I'm done.
Because he could have easily got that money.
Went on for what, 15 seasons?
Yeah.
15 seasons.
It's a lifetime guaranteed gig.
Yeah, he got residuals and stuff like that. I did see the idea that when the movie was announced that they were going to lead, they're doing a Superman movie, they're doing an Authority movie. It's going to lead into a Superman and the Authority adaptation. I'm thinking more like, what if they adapted here by like him being the one that kind of puts the team together somehow, and then it goes off to the solo film whenever it comes out. So.
I don't know, because I know Grant Morrison. There was a book that happened recently. DC did Superman and the Authority. And,
it was by Grant. It was by Grant.
Yeah, I thought it was by Grant. So I don't know. This is the thing I'm reaching now, where since I'm not keeping up at all with the more recent comics, anything that they pull from basically post death metal is going to be.
Well, this one was not, I don't think that it wasn't Morrison, but this was like a different one right here, where it's like it was an Action Comics right here. Superman and the Authority trapped in the arena of Warworld. We're getting
this was happening. This was happening around the same time that Morrison wrote his like limited series.
Okay.
So,
all right. I just remember seeing that thrown around.
Speaking of Warworld, did y'all see the trailer for that?
Yeah, that looks good. That looks.
I haven't seen it yet, but I know my man Teddy Sears is from the Flash, and that he was so excited to talk about it. I'm just like, okay, I gotta check out this movie. And also like an R-rated.
It's R-rated, which is not a first for this new continuity, because Long Halloween was R-rated. But
I'm glad I made it a 2-parter.
Yeah, me too. But there's some else, like they do some old school because I'm old, but like old school Elseworlds callbacks in the trailer. That's one of those, like, if you know, that you're going, like, I'm doing the Rick Dalton thing, going like, Oh, I don't want. I mean, I don't want to ruin things if you didn't see the trailer yet, because it's kind of cool when you see it in the trailer. But it's. I even bothered to tweet out a version of the trailer with comic panels going, guys. You're like,
this is from that.
This is from that. This is from this. This is from this.
Of course.
I am loving the Tomorrowverse. Like every film has been so. Like, I mean, Justice Society is it's so far my favorite.
I'm not there with you, Andy. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm
mixed. It's funny because I've looked at Scott's letterbox. Me and Scott are both mixed on the universe, but I've seen you've liked ones more than I have, and vice versa. Because like I didn't like the Supergirl one, and I
just watched that like 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago. It was fine. It was fine.
And I was massively disappointed in Long Halloween. Really? That's my favorite Batman story.
Really?
Yeah, and not just because of change. I just didn't like a lot of the pacing, but I liked Man of Tomorrow, which I know, Scott, you weren't the biggest fan
That's
of.
actually my lowest.
Yeah.
That's the one I liked.
I love Man of Tomorrow.
Yeah. And I liked, God, what was the full title of the second one that they did?
Justice Society World War II.
Yeah, and I liked that one, so I'm very 50-50. This might be my last shot. I'm gonna watch this one.
Travis, what I find interesting is that like the ones you've loved, I've been on.
Yeah.
The ones that you've been on are the ones that I love. Which, actually is, I mean, even if you're 50-50 on something, it kind of shows you that at least this universe has something for everybody.
Yeah.
Like, but you have something for everybody, but not everything is for everyone.
Good. Did you guys like Green Lantern Beware My Power?
I actually did like Beware My Power.
I still haven't seen that one.
It was pretty good.
It was pretty good.
I enjoyed it. Yeah.
I was very positive when it first came out. I have actually when it came out, I was over on Beer with Geeks, and we kind of did a Tomorrowverse catch-up review, but focused on Beware My Power. And the weird thing about Beware My Power was
it's on the watch list.
Is that it suffers from that feeling of, and it really feels it when Dave and I are doing our Fanimated stream. You could just tell these people aren't in the same room recording together, and it just it's not that ensemble, like they're not there to play off each other kind of thing.
Fair.
Yeah,
and so
you need that. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I gotta check it out. I put it on the watch list, so I forgot to watch that last year. I think
funny.
Near the end of the year, I knew it was that one. The other one was Catwoman Hunted, which I liked the
haven't
first
watched
half.
that one yet. Yeah.
I liked the first half, and then the back half lost me big time.
Yeah, Travis, you and I, we're there, which is it was Greg Weisman. I like him usually, and I was digging the anime inspired art, but yeah, the last part,
There is a scene though. I was happy because I looked at the rating, so I didn't watch with my daughter. There's a scene with Catwoman and Batwoman though that I was quite thrown for a loop because it is a spicy scene, and I was one of these things like, is this happening right now? And I was thank God, because thank God, because my daughters like the DC Supergirls on Netflix, and that's like all the characters, but they're in high school, right? So it's like a very kid fun version. So every time we put on Netflix and my daughter sees the Harley Quinn show, I go, no, not quite yet. Yeah, not yet. So I was very happy. I looked in some ratings. So people that are parents that want to watch that, beware, because there's some spicy bathtub stuff going on. I was just like, okay. What's happening here? But it's very Selena Kyle. That's what I liked about it.
Just kidding.
Oh yeah, it worked. It worked very well.
Yes,
so.
Worked pretty well. But I mean, we talked all kinds of DC stuff. But hey, you know what? We got some Rebel Moon shit that came
okay. So here's the cool thing for me. It dropped while I was at my boy's optometry appointment. So I was like reading it in the waiting room, and it inspired me, Dave, because on patreon.com/Squadcast Media, I did an old-fashioned Squadcast article breakdown. Like I did the whole thing. There were show notes, bullet points. Like I was like I went old school on this article, and it was so great because we got some details.
Look at that.
Look at that shot. I love that shot right there. That's such a beautiful shot.
All this great Clay Enos photography.
Oh yeah, it's all Clay. It's all Clay that shot all this. And yeah, I mean, this
Oh,
movie.
yeah.
Oh my God, does that just look like an SS officer walking?
Yeah.
100%. Yeah. And I like
And
Ed
you got
Skrein a
these,
lot
like,
too.
You got these like priest type characters
The
right
scribes.
here. Yeah,
They're
the
awesome.
scribes,
I
there you go.
love the look, because what I like so far a lot about this movie is stuff like Blade Runner, stuff like the Batman, where it's in a sci-fi, Mad Max, but it's like it's even Mad Max. It's in a world that's in the future, but the gear looks lived in and torn and used and stuff like that. So that shot of them all, it's like they obviously are in the future, but it looks like it's accumulated to their world. It's not everything's bright and shiny and stuff.
No.
It's like it looks lived in. That's what I really, really like. I love those priests.
Well, the cool thing in reading the article, I liked how Zach referred to it as diesel punk, which is cool. I've actually never heard that term before. I mean, of course, I've heard of steampunk, and I've just learned about the term solar punk.
Okay, so, and there's cyberpunk too.
Cyberpunk, absolutely.
A lot of punks.
A lot of punk.
Spider Punk, we met him last week.
It's rock and roll. But yeah, he referred to it as diesel punk, and I love the in his mind the explanation is that because the mother world has just sucked the resources from all these planets. Basically, you have this advanced technology, but you've stagnated because some, oppressive government takes all your stuff. So you're just kind of reached a point of plateau and you can't advance anymore because this is all you got.
It's like what Matt Schreck wanted to do in Batman Returns. Remember? He wanted to make a power plant that was actually sucking the power,
Call back.
But yeah. Like I'm very excited. I know because I'm in Canada, I'm probably not going to get this theatrically where I'm a small town, so that's kind of a bummer. But the thing that I liked, I wasn't sure it was the article because I haven't read the article, but that whole reveal that Jenna Malone's going to be playing the spider
creature,
that's like after children, like it's pretty much just like it sounds very Pennywise like, but that's why I love that it's sci-fi, but there's like little hints of horror, but also fantasy, which, like, if you look at Star Wars, everyone refers to it as a science fiction movie, but it really is more like science fantasy. It's not a science fiction movie. It's not based in reality. Like, it's about wizards and space swords and crystals. Like, and that's what I like so far about what I've heard about Rebel Moon. It seems like it has that element too, where there's a fantasy stuff. So it's just as like the Spider Woman, I'm like, oh, with Jenna, I'm very excited for that. That's my top tier thing I'm most excited for, to see this thing.
And to your point, I mean, even Zach, when they were talking about the two cuts of both parts of the film that are going to be released, he said that first cut is going to be the fantasy adventure, which is why I was like, oh, that's going to make Travis happy. The fantasy adventure that everyone can enjoy. And then the alternate cut is going to be the strictly, for adults only cut of the film. I do know that when Zach eventually comes back on here, Dave, I'm calling this question right now.
Okay.
Do not do that thing you do where you ask the question during your one-on-one. I'm like, damn it! I wanted to ask this one. But my question legitimately is, and that's why I'm planting my flag and claiming it, is I would love to know if this two-cut situation for Rebel Moon Part 1 and Part 2, was this a business move on Stone Quarry's part, or was this a request on Netflix part to have the more PG-13 wide audience version? And then, okay, and Zach, and yes, we're going to let you have like your, the R-rated one that we know you want to make. I would like to know who originated that conversation and at what point in the production process that came. Personally, for Netflix, I think it's smart to have a wide release, because the theatrical release is going to be the PG-13.
100%.
Of course.
It's going to be the PG-13 version.
And if you want more,
Netflix.
Yes.
Right. Well, and it's kind of like that thing where you're gonna get all of us streaming it when it first drops on Netflix, and then guess what's gonna happen? We're gonna jump right back and stream it again when the R-rated version drops. Kind of like what Sandman did, where they did episodes 1 through 9. They waited like 2 weeks and then dropped episode 10. And guess what happened? Everyone binged like the whole thing, and the show shot straight back up to being the number one, programming on Netflix. So I would just be really curious to know, like, where that business who originated the business decision, and when in the production process did it pop up?
I would say Scott Stuber, probably, because
that's what I think.
That's what I'm thinking too, because like there's that part in the article where they talk about, I mean, even Debbie goes, it was a long, it's a movie, and it's Zach
form
movie. 176 pages. So, and then of course Scott Stuber is like, hey, we need to shorten this because generally shorter movies do better. And then he goes, well, if we cut anything, it's just going to take all the character out. So give me 2 movies. And that's why they're dividing it. So I'm guessing that was part of the conversation, maybe, was the fact that, it's like, all right, but now we have to talk about if we're going to release this in a limited release, we can't just have, F-bombs, graphic violence, and nudity here, Zach. We got to we gotta soften it up a little bit. So we're gonna release that out there, but which is smart. And I think that's so. If I had a guess, but obviously we still want to ask him. If I had a guess, it was a Netflix decision for sure.
But what I also appreciate about Scott Stuber in that article is that, of course, they didn't talk to Stuber. This was Debbie, quoting Scott. But I appreciate Stuber acknowledging the fact that, hey, under 2 hours and under movies do better on Netflix. I know it makes no sense because someone will binge an entire 8-episode series. And I love the fact that even Stuber was like, listen, it makes no sense, but here are the numbers, here's the data. And I appreciated that because we all make that argument. And I love that Stuber went, oh, it makes no sense, but it's just the way it is.
I don't know how many times I've said that in real life, where it's like, especially if you're trying to talk about a long movie like Zack Snyder's Justice League or the Batman or anything like that. Like, oh, why is it going to be so long? I'm like, how many times have you binge watched a whole fucking series, 6 hours? Come on. Well, I mean, I think there's just something about that whole thing where there's like a cliffhanger ending and it says next episode, and people are like, oh my God, can't wait. Pause it. They go pee, take a shit, get some food, take a shit. I don't know. Maybe they just like that aspect. I don't know.
The episodes, however, when something is divided up episodically, though, I think what happens with your brain, and this is just a theory of mine, is that within an episode, you get, what I call the plot mountain. Like you have a beginning, a middle, and an end. Like
you'll be right.
The episode has an arc, so you are satisfied by the episode, but then they tack on the cliffhanger to make you then want to start the journey all over again, instead of thinking of it like a movie where you do the exposition and then you're just constantly climbing up the side of the mountain through the rising action, where the story's still going. In a series, it's like you're getting constantly rewarded with a payoff at the end of the episode, but then the cliffhanger drags you into the next part, and the next thing you know, you've watched 8 hours.
Yeah, you could be right about that. I think you absolutely are correct about that. We just got Ryan showing up right now. What's going on, Ryan?
What's up, guys?
Hey, you made it.
Yeah, how's your night going?
3.5 hours in. Always late to the party, but it's all good.
Real talk, I bought a TV and a sound bar just about 30 minutes ago for the missus. So.
No shit.
Yeah, it's time to get rid of the old Sony. So,
yeah. Oh, that's cool. What
everyone doing tonight?
So you got another Sony?
No, I'm pretty much all Samsung in the house now.
Good choice.
I mean, I do love Sony, the deeper blacks and all that stuff. I don't want to get too jargony with all of it because I used to sell them back in the day. But I don't know. New TV was long overdue. 4K everywhere.
Nice.
Yeah.
4K. Well, thank you for joining. We were just talking about the Rebel Moon-ness that got released this week. And I mean, it was just like a nice little. I mean, obviously, this is an old interviews. This is not anything current, but they've been holding on this for a while.
Almost a year, according to the the article, because Bresnikan talked about it being last summer, and they said they were halfway through the shoot, so it was 6 months. So you were probably somewhere in the 3 to 4 month range for when this set visit happened.
Yeah. Well, oh yeah, that's right. I actually knew about that set visit. That was.
I know. I kind of indicated that on the Patreon.
That's right.
Well.
I didn't even think about
that.
Yeah. Duh, it's that one. Duh.
That one.
Because I was trying to get it, but I didn't. Damn it. All right. So yeah, that's right.
There's always part 2.
Yeah. True. Well, they shot both of them.
They already shot both of them.
Oh,
maybe part three, maybe part 3. Like there was a running hashtag. There was a running hashtag in my super chats that said "full frontal for Dave" because I said I would go full frontal for Zach if he needed me. You know, like, hey, I'll play a character. If you need me to go full frontal, I'll go fucking full frontal. Whatever. So Zach, well, I'll ask him that next time. He's so awkward.
Sending him a picture for audition. You know, like this could be in your movie. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
he's never on the Vodka stream ever again.
Yeah, I know, never showing up ever.
And you can find Film Junkie at OF. I'm kidding.
It's his OnlyFans, folks.
Yeah,
it's his
exactly.
OnlyFans.
God, that'd be terrible. But no, I mean, it was a good little info dump of just a lot of things, introducing characters, names, and just looking at the shots. And we got to realize those shots look gorgeous. And they're not even. Those are just set shots from from Cleano. So I mean,
I thought it was interesting. It doesn't reveal it till the next to last paragraph in the article, but the idea that he's actually had the plot for Rebel Moon banging around his head since film school.
Yeah,
really,
and
because we all knew about the Star Wars
pitch, but apparently, at least the story that's presented in the article is that he had the idea in film school, because I mean, he's very upfront by saying, "Oh, come on, we've seen this story before. It's Magnificent Seven. It's the Wild Bunch." I'm actually surprised he didn't mention Seven Samurai, because it's that story too. But it's been banging around since film school. He adapted it to work for a Star Wars story, which is the one that we were familiar with, and then he just pulled the Star Wars-ness out of it and brought it back to make it, original IP. And I'm sure Steven was excited that the article brings up the same point that Steven brings up, which is, Star Wars is what George Lucas did because he couldn't get Flash Gordon.
Exactly.
So Rebel Moon is what happens when it's not a Star Wars movie anymore.
And I love the fact that it kind of indicated Zack Snyder's lightsaber. It talked about molten swords.
Molten metal swords with the Nemesis.
Yes.
Yeah, the glove. Oh, yeah. Pull up that picture. Because Travis hasn't. You don't see the swords, but you see the character who it's associated with.
Which character?
It was Nemesis. I don't want to butcher her name, but it's the South Korean actress.
Okay.
Duna Bay is what I'm.
Yeah, Duna Bay. There you go. Her. Okay. You're talking about the gauntlets that she has on.
Yes. There's a shot. There's that shot of just her that would work. Okay, this.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So according to the article, she is part of some if you want to do the cheesy Star Wars references, but it's basically kind of like their Jedi Knights.
Okay.
But basically, when you're raised in her culture, your initiation is you get one of your arms chopped off and replaced with a cybernetic arm, and only with the cybernetic arm can you operate this molten metal sword.
Yeah,
I like that.
Pretty crazy. I just realized that's Charlie Hunnam right behind her right there.
Will it be?
Can I gush
and then Sophia's right here. Sophia's right here too. So.
Oh, and that's probably
Star Staff. Whatever. Stop the
what?
Yeah, the guy with the abs.
Yes, that I was so glad. I was so funny. I saw the picture and I literally went, "He looks like Conan the Barbarian." Then I literally read the paragraph underneath the picture and went, "Damn it, I was right." Cool.
I mean, every time I see him, I think, "Oh my god, it's Doomsday from Krypton."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the only ones I'd seen so far was that Nazi-looking one of what is it?
Ed Sheeran.
Yeah, and then the one of Ray Fisher, which I thought was kind of cool too.
Yeah, Mr. Bloodaxe. Yeah, which is.
But what was interesting that according to the article, it's actually a brother-sister team.
Oh.
The blood axes. It's plural because the brother sister work together as insurgents.
Interesting.
Yeah, so what you're getting here, based on the article, is when Korra goes out to kind of recruit warriors, you are getting sort of the mishmash. Like everyone on the quote team has a specialty. Like you've got the sword master, you've got the gun for hire, you got the farmer, you got the insurgents, you've got Dejman Hunsu's, general, who's been working as a gladiator. So what you get is this mishmash of skill sets and personalities that are coming together.
I'm just gonna say this: if I see Charlie Hunnam with a bow and arrow, I'm gonna be like, Zach,
what are you
doing?
Are
you trying to tease me, Green Arrow? Because listen, I'm like Charlie is like I want him as my Green Arrow.
Oh yeah, he'd be a perfect Oliver.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he is. I mean, he is such a good. Like I've seen him in interviews. I'm just like, oh my god, he is such an Ollie. Like it's like so. If he's a bow and arrow, I'll be like Zach.
Well, they already have him in a green hood kind of thing. Yeah. Like when you saw that.
No, are you kidding me?
No, it was in the footage.
I know, and I meant to ask Zach that the last time he was on the Vodka stream. I was like, oh, I gotta ask him about that. But we were just asking about all other kinds of shit. So but yeah, then next time, hopefully, when the trailer comes out, we can get him back and we could maybe break it down. But I do want to ask him about hey, you got him kind of in a green hood right here. What? Charlie Hunnam will it be? We all remember that, right?
I remember that. It was a Saturday. I was at my son's basketball game. I remember that day very well.
Yeah, that was hilarious when somebody kept on saying Charlie Hunnam will it be because somebody was.
It was
really
annoying as fuck. It was
yeah, and then finally Zach was like, "Jesus."
In retrospect, though, it was pretty funny.
In retrospect, yes. In retrospect, in the moment, it was annoying as fuck. Let's be honest here.
What happened?
Oh, there was this guy. Okay, so it was in the lead up to the Snyder Cut getting released. Zach dropped this gorgeous photo of Iceland, praising the cinematography, and he was doing the thing he would do, where people would ask questions in the comments, and he was responding. And there was this one jackwagon who just copy and pasted saying Charlie Hunnam will it be? Charlie Hunnam will it be? Charlie Hunnam will it be? Finally, Zach went, fuck, I'm done. Peace out.
Yeah.
It's just the funniest thing.
Well, if I ever talk to Zach, I know not to ask that.
No.
Jesus, that sounds so annoying.
Oh, it was.
Charlie Hunnam will it be? Charlie Hunnam will it be?
That's exciting for December. That's gonna be a good time.
Do we think they might bring Rebel Moon to Comic-Con with their first trailer?
No, aren't they doing Tadum?
Tadum.
I think it's gonna be Tadum. Yeah.
Tadum. Yeah, I know it's not. I get why they call it that, but it is still not the greatest name. Yeah, Tadum. But
it's dumb. It's dumb. It's Tadum.
But it's
I enjoy it. You guys can call it dumb. I enjoy it.
See, no, I didn't think that until we all said it, and then it's just like, oh yeah, just like when you hear it, you're like, oh, it's dumb. But no, I think they gave us whole slate because I think soon they're doing Extraction 2. Like they're showing a bunch of stuff. Is it June 17th or I think it's coming up
it's
soon.
June 17th.
Yeah, so it's the day after Extraction 2 comes out. Actually,
it's out already in June. Wow.
It's next week. It's next week. Because I thought it was coming out this Friday, and then I was like, oh wait, no, it's actually next Friday.
Black Mirror comes out next week too.
Ooh, right? I cannot wait for that.
Yeah.
Too.
What does?
Black
Mirror.
5. Oh my! Oh right, I did. Oh jeez.
I think it's
It's a lot of stuff to watch next week. Great.
So many things, and then and then I'll this kind of leads me into something that happened today. Craziness that happened today. If you guys were paying attention to some of the things on the feed, but I mean it was kind of interesting because I got sent not a new campaign, but a different campaign when it came to a certain cut of a movie, and I was like, you're gonna do a campaign the day the Flash comes out, but then I was like, wait a minute, when did Batman Forever come out? Oh, it did come out on the 16th of June in 1995. Okay, now I get it. And then all of a sudden, Kevin Smith on his Fat Man Beyond podcast.
What the
Goes,
hell?
he got sent the Schumacher cut.
Very random that he just came out and just
what the fuck? Like, I thought they was dead in the water. Like, I wasn't even considering all right, I don't know if this is actually going to happen, even though it seems like it's easy that it could happen because they don't have to really, all they have to do is just freshen up. They just have to clean up that footage and just re-edit it in there.
Months ago, Akiva Goldsman had said that he had seen it, and it was so obviously it's around.
There's something. Yeah.
But the fact that he said he got sent a copy of the Schumacher cut, he's watched it, and he wants to talk about it during their next live thing. And they might even show a clip to the people. He can't show it online, but they wanted. I was like, and then everybody was just like, "What the fuck? Are we getting the Schumacher cut?" I mean, they're actually doing it, which, to be honest, smart because put as much DC content you can out there, and then you got this Flash multiverse movie that's gonna have a lot of callbacks and whatever. And why not have something? I don't know.
And you know what? And it's also, I mean, for me personally, it's like we are this close. I feel like I don't know how much longer Val has.
Yeah,
I agree.
And so it's like, strike. I mean, can we do it before we lose him?
Give him give his flowers now. Don't do it.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Because when we rewatched Batman Forever for Squadcast Movies Patreon, I you could see it. Like, you see where the Schumacher cut stuff is in that movie. Like, you see the scenes,
red book.
The red book, yeah. That whole recounting, yeah.
The whole recounting, and almost any time Val Kilmer and Nicole Kidman are working, you're watching this movie going, okay, I don't remember this being the way it was in the movie, but they're trying here. Like, this is before it goes Batman and Robin in a couple of years. So.
And I've said this multiple times in the Vodka stream. It doesn't matter if it's Affleck's Batman or Pattinson's Batman. There's stuff in that movie that makes me think that Kilmer's Batman is the most messed up out of the live action ones. The way, when he's recounting those stories, he is just somewhere else. And when he talks to Robin about you go out and you hunt another and another, he just seems so tortured, and then he's talking about chicks dig the car, it always flips to when he's back, it's weird. It's like when he's Bruce Wayne in the movie, that's when he's the more darker, serious, but then when he's Batman, that's when he's just doing the quips and stuff. But
that's also why I've always said Kilmer has a great Bruce Wayne.
Yes, that's why I said that
he's
too.
haunting.
I'm like, I like Kilmer's Batman, sure, but his Bruce Wayne is top fucking notch.
Yeah, and then when he needs to be charming, he turns that on. Like when he's flirting with Nicole Kidman, when he's flirting with Drew Barrymore, he has that Kilmer charm, that Wayne charm. That's
why you can.
Oh my god! I mean, yeah. So that was just I just love, and you can't tell me that Kevin Smith didn't know what he was doing. Do you think?
Of course, Kevin Smith knew what he was doing.
I mean, I love how he even said in that clip, he goes, "Oh yeah, I shouldn't even be talking about this. Warner Bros. Probably going to take my ticket." I'm like, I think they wanted you to say this, or else you wouldn't have fucking said it. I'm like, okay. So, are we getting in the next week? Are we going to get an announcement about the Schumacher cut? I don't know. It almost sounds like this is just Kevin Smith planting the seed of, hey, guess what? We're getting a Schumacher cut coming out in the next week or two. I don't know.
I don't think it'll be the next week. But
they're just trying to get the hype going again. And if it probably gets enough traction, they'll release it in some capacity. So, I think
what would be a great hype one would be if it gets released publicly, you can do that, but make a first screening at Comic-Con. I think you get a lot of people really excited about that. But I don't know what the logistics of this whole cut is, but there's definitely someone egging them on. And I'm like you, Dave. I thought this thing was 6 feet under. I'm like, you're not getting no Schumacher cut. This is not a thing. But I don't know what the end game is. It has to be some sort of release, because who would be sending him this? He's showing it to his co-hosts. They're going to talk about it. They're going to show a clip. It sounds very much like a promotion of something happening.
Yeah.
I can't wait. You know what? And then look at how long do we have and we have a whole year. I mean, of course, we're gonna get some other things, but there's a lot of space in between the movies now and the content now that DC's putting out until we
just
get the
Joker 2 next year.
Yeah, just Joker 2.
Yeah.
It's like, so I'm like, I mean, my initial thought was like, you also have an haircut. You also have an haircut that you can maybe use.
But you got to remember, though, we've also had this writer's strike that's going on.
True.
SAG, the actors just voted to strike. So I saw someone say this, we're in a portion now where like we don't get to breathe for like the next month and a half because it's just release after release. But eventually we're gonna hit the point where we're gonna be like,
we need content.
What do we got?
What do we got?
Yeah, that's
because
true.
nothing's being made right now.
Yeah. But you know, I mean, but I always thought the Schumacher cut was just like a no-brainer of like, okay, revisit it. I mean, again, the anniversary, it's going to be almost 28 years. Yeah. Next Friday that it came out, 1995, right?
Yeah, 1995.
28 years. So why not? Why not? Especially since people are campaigning for it and the scenes have been, they're out there. You can actually look them all up. But
like, what negatively could happen? Nothing. Someone watches it and they go, I still like the original better.
Put it on Max. You put it out on.
I know what's gonna happen. If someone sees it, Davidson is gonna go, my tax write down.
He's gonna write it off again. No, but that was just crazy, random, exciting because, like I said, I got sent the new campaign that they were doing on the 16th, and I looked at those messages last night after I got back from Transformers, and then just this happening today, I was like, what the fuck, like. What
it was meant to be.
It was meant to be because I sadly I didn't see the message that some of those guys were sending me, and then they resent me something. They're like, "Hey, can you please retweet this?" I was like, on the 16th. That's when the Flash comes out. Why on the 16th? Then I went, oh wait, searched. Oh yeah, okay, that makes sense. So then I retweeted their new campaign. They're trying to raise some money and stuff. So I was like, all right, cool. And then all of a sudden this happened today. It was just like, fuck, that is just, a little interesting. So maybe we'll get an announcement over the weekend or an announcement next week. That'd be sweet.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Schumacher.
I'd be curious. When's the Fat Man Beyond podcast?
I think he said 19th.
19th, yeah. The 19th. So
see, I wonder, let Flash have its weekend.
Mm-hmm.
Let it breathe. Then the 19th rolls around. The conspiracy theorist in me thinks this Fat Man Beyond discussion might be a vehicle of some sort,
like a soft launch almost.
Yeah, testing the waters. Yeah.
So I don't know. I'm willing to go. I don't listen to Fat Man Beyond. I kind of stopped just since it stopped being, Fat Man on Batman.
Me too. Yeah, I loved that show.
I loved Fat Man on Batman.
So good.
Fell off too. Yeah.
But
those interviews.
I know. Oh God, the Denny O'Neil one.
Oh yeah, and
Grant,
just like
Grant Morrison. It's just like.
And for me, it was like when he did like that 2-parter with Conroy, and it was like an hour and a half, and they were split. Just like
so good.
I just love because you just got like you always got the comics and the stuff we love, but you just got it's felt like always like mini documentaries, but in interview form, and Smith had such a great cadence with them. It never felt like, so tell me about the first time you won, right? It was never like that. It was just, they were so personal, and I'm glad they exist because you can always go back and listen to all those. So I wish it was more like that, but I get why this show's easier to produce, right? It's just about news and reviews. So I get it.
But I still, but I'll admit, it's like, it's that Django Unchained of, you had my curiosity, but now you have my attention. Like, I'm at tune into this thing because it's like, dude, I want to know what you're going to be talking about.
That, and I love like how he when he talked about it, he goes like, he goes at the beginning, he's like, the beginning that we've seen, that doesn't happen for another 15 minutes.
Yeah,
that whole opening with the bank robbery and stuff like that.
Because Two-Face has got to escape out of Arkham.
Yes, you got to see that, and then when they go in there and they see the bat must die or whatever the hell that he writes in there. It opens so dark. It opens so fucking dark, and I love that. And there again, there's just like the dark elements that got removed from this movie. And like I said, when it comes to Kilmer and what he says to Dick, I mean, my God, there's just some dark stuff.
And I also, and another thing is like, and when Schumacher passed away, it was something we brought up. It's like, look at that man's filmography.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
And that guy got so unfairly lambasted because of these two Batman movies that everyone either willfully ignored or simply did not know all the freaking movies this guy made.
He did Lost Boys, right?
He did Lost Boys.
Yeah.
He did Phone Booth.
Phone Booth. Thank you. That is an underrated gem. That is an I don't like to use underrated a lot.
Yeah,
but
Phantom of the Opera.
Yeah. I know. Hey, I love his Phantom of the Opera.
Me too.
Bad Company. No one knows that one. Chris Rock, Anthony Hopkins. It's just like a
I know.
You know what I did? Yeah.
It's like this is fun with these two together.
Number 23 with Jim Carrey.
Oh, right.
Christ, that movie.
Oh, that was him. I didn't know that one.
Yeah, I forgot.
Yeah, Schumacher. Yeah.
That kind of makes sense now I think about it.
Falling Down with Michael Douglas.
That's right. That's the one I was thinking about. Yeah,
that might be his best.
Falling
actually.
Down.
Yeah.
You haven't watched Falling Down? Holy shit! That movie will give you anxiety just from the opening when Michael Douglas is sitting in LA traffic during the summer, and he's just like looking around, and when he finally snaps and decides to get out of his car and go on his little adventure. Jesus Christ, that'll give you fucking anxiety. The way it's edited and the noises and everything and the construction, the heat. Oh God, just even thinking about it right now just gives me.
I kind of want to go back and watch it now.
Oh, dude, jeez, that's a great movie. And then even probably just holds up now when it. Yeah, but yeah, great movie. I forgot. Yeah, I was like
the idea that his Batman Forever. I mean, Batman and Robin was doomed from the start.
Yeah,
but the idea that Batman Forever could have a redemption arc, it would be.
And I like Batman Forever.
I like Batman Forever.
That's the thing. Batman and Robin, very difficult to watch. Sure, I had to be really, really drunk or something, or have a drinking game.
Still a fun time.
It still can be fun. It still can be fun, but at the same time, it's like Batman Forever, as it is right now. I've even said this, and it's controversial take sometimes with some people. I like it better than Returns. I'm just saying.
Where's the mute button for Dave? We got to mute.
See, there it is.
I don't know.
I think
it's
the worst Batman
I'm
film,
sorry.
so don't feel bad. I have my own feelings on it too. So to me, anything that they could possibly release would be an improvement. So I can't wait for it.
Yeah,
it's my least favorite, but I really like. I mean, Jim Carrey's so great in it. He's so impressively over the top, but like. Yeah, I mean, it just doesn't feel like it's so half Batman, like Keaton's era and all the stuff from Burton, and then the other half of it's what you're going to get in Batman and Robin, and it's I don't know, it's in that weird zone where I just can't appreciate it like other people can. So, like when you get to Batman and Robin, I actually defended just because I'm like. From the get-go, you got like the Batman credit card, and you're just like,
oh, it's. I mean, Batman and Robin is straight up just 66.
66.
Yeah, just 66. Yeah,
that's all it is. Like Batman Forever was teeter-tottering to that, but at the same time, it still had the dark
Batman Forever started off as one thing and was forced to become
another. Yeah.
Something
that's
else.
Why this is so intriguing. I think. Yeah, that's why I want to see more. Like, give me what that original vision was, or an extended version of it, so I can. Really grasp what this thing was going to be before it got all edited and changed to hell. So yeah,
it's all because those damn kids that went on that talk show and said Returns gave them nightmares and everything like that. That's why the studio was like, we got to be.
Was that really a thing?
Yeah,
that was really a thing, dude.
Find the footage. You could.
It was.
But and then
a big thing.
You
could totally tell that the parents were like, "Say this."
McDonald's got pressure to not like selling the toys with the meals because parents were like, this movie's too dark and stuff. So that's why like forever.
It
is.
Penguin
But my 5-year-old's watching. She's fine.
The irony is that Batman and Robin did give me nightmares.
What?
Because everybody choose.
No, it was Bane actually.
His dancing as the monkey.
Anything because Bane is like Bane because Bane was like one of my favorite villains on the animated series, and then they just made him into like a brainless he's
just a
bug,
henchman.
and I was like, really?
Yeah, it was
But yeah,
nice.
that was like a nightmare for me. So I'm like, Batman Returns. I'm just like, first of all, it's a great Christmas movie. I
For sure.
I will fight people who are like, it's not a Christmas movie.
It has Christmas all over. It's about Christmas.
Yeah.
It's as Christmas movie as Die Hard's a Christmas
Nope,
movie.
that's not. Nope.
Yeah, no, I don't care what Bruce Willis says.
Yeah, Return to Nightmare when they blew up that guy with the TNT that went down into the sewer or whatever. Because I thought like there's just when I was that little, I was probably single digits, whatever. I actually thought people just had dynamite.
Screw you being single digits. I was 10. I was 10 when that movie came out.
Yeah, you were barely double digits. Come on.
I wasn't alive.
I was right behind you. I was like 9.
You were turning 10. You were turning 10 soon.
Wait, what year was this?
92.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even exist.
Yeah, me either. I wasn't alive. Yeah, no. Batman and Robin was the first Batman movie I saw in the theaters.
Here's what I say about Batman and Robin. Batman and Robin was the first movie that I saw. I went with my dad because we saw all the Batman, all those 90s, 89 on. We saw those movies together. Batman and Robin, I think, was my very first experience walking out of a movie theater going, that wasn't good.
Oh.
Like I had never, because we were so picky about what movies we went to go see. We only went to movies that we knew we were going to like. Mm-hmm. And so I remember walking out Batman and Robin. Batman and Robin, I would have been 15, and I remember looking at my dad going, that wasn't good. My dad went, no, it wasn't.
That's funny. My first one having that experience was Ang Lee's Hulk.
Oh, I didn't even see that in theaters.
As a kid, I knew okay, something's up. this isn't the way it's supposed to be.
That was hilarious. One of my good friends, me and him were comic book collectors, and he argued with his best friend, who I was friends with too, that the whole idea that anytime Hulk was getting shot and getting more angry, he got bigger. Yeah, he was like, that doesn't happen. He was like, it was like a funny argument that they had back and forth, just because it was like, what? I'm like, well, you don't even, you read a whole comic book. Why are you even arguing? And he has a point. It doesn't, it's not part of, it was just kind of it was a funny thing that happened in a living room for about 12
minutes. It's so funny that Ang Lee is the one that went on to do, all the amazing things he's done.
He's done great stuff. It's not a terrible movie. I like the idea that he was trying to do the comic book panel thing.
Yeah.
With the whole
that was pretty neat.
That was pretty sweet.
It's such a weird movie though. Like
when
I watch it,
weird movie.
As an adult, it's just it's kind of like when we were talking about earlier Transformers and how Michael Bay picks weird storylines for that. It's like the same thing with Ang Lee, just like this whole kind of abuse story with the father and the son, and it being very dramatic, and they have flashbacks of him assumingly murdering his mom. I'm so surprised that they saw this, and even at this time, obviously we're early on, but you have X-Men and Spider-Man, which is a bit more comic book. They saw the script from Ang Lee, and the film just went, this is what we should run with. Yeah, it's just and I credit to them because it's such a unique one, but at the time, it's just we got child abuse going on, and there's experimentation, but in not a fun William Dafoe becoming Goblin. It's a really serious, and Nick Nolte's on a whole different fucking level in that movie. It's strange, weird movie.
The one thing that I felt about it when I did the rewatch was they overcomplicated Banner's.
100%.
Here's the thing. He had to be genetically modified as a child through gene therapy. Plus, he had to have the nanobots. Then he also had to have the gamma radiation. And then that's what all turns him into
the Hulk. It wasn't just the one accident. It was it had to be this whole backstory of
four big.
Yes, it was
I was wondering about
the accidents.
What's his thought process? No, that's too convenient. Anyone can get hit with gamma radiation, and then
it happens by accident too. It's not like his dad plans to get hit. He saves Betty from. So it's again. And I just remember the final fight is him and his dad, and they're fighting in the clouds and it's
it's
oh my god, it's just
it's
it's
interesting.
it's like an independent superhero film got like a massive budget. Like this is what we're gonna do, and
which
I just remember I
to
could
Andy's
barely.
which is to Andy's point, you know, even before then, Ang Lee had already like Sense and Sensibility won Oscars,
Yeah.
and it was like, what?
Well, I mean,
what
sometimes
happened?
you just get these directors and they want to be like, all right, we're going to do something different. Even though that's like, we're getting the first Hulk movie, cinematic Hulk movie. And he was like, well, we're going to do it like this. And they were probably just like, fuck it. We need something. It was Universal, right?
It was Universal. Yeah.
Universal was like, fuck it. We need something because these guys are doing some crazy shit over here. And we have the Hulk movie rights. Fuck it. Do something. And
because Fox did X-Men in 2000,
yeah,
and then you know Sony did Spider-Man 2002, and then
Daredevil was around there too, right?
Daredevil
2003 at Fox,
yeah, 2003 in February, and then Hulk landed in the summer, I think. Yeah.
But
So
did
thankfully.
Marvel just plan on dropping all these relatively around the same time? Like
No, Marvel.
No.
No, it's not Marvel. You got to remember, this is when Marvel had everything sold out, so it's the studios making these decisions.
No, it was just by chance that all this stuff was coming around this time and things, and that's the same. That's what's so weird about the Hulk. You would think like that'd be an easy one of, we're just gonna make CGI Hulk, find a CGI monster, and he's gonna like they're gonna fight. You would think that would be like the most simplest out of Spider-Man, X-Men, Blade, but that became the most complicated one. Like Scott said, like
so heady.
So yeah, it's so heady. So it's just like all you had to do is just have the Hulk fight some.
Literally, his catchphrase is Hulk smash, and I mean he does, but like,
and even when he's the Hulk, he's like a very like independent, dramatic Hulk. Like these scenes with Jennifer Connelly, like it's not like it's not like MCU. It's like he's like experimenting lost as the Hulk, and you're like, okay,
God,
I
poodles.
The poodles. I don't to raise the volume anytime Jennifer Connelly was talking because I'm like I can't hear what she's saying.
But Sam Hurd is Thunderbolt Ross.
Thankfully,
Sam Elliott.
Sam Elliott.
Thank you. Yeah.
Sam Elliott as a Thunderbolt Ross was like
top tier.
Top tier.
Sam Elliott.
Like perfect. How do we feel about how do we feel about Harrison Ford being Red Hulk, Thaddeus Ross? Going forward?
Did you?
That feels like a paycheck. That feels like
100%.
That's a paycheck.
But you know what's gonna be golden though? The interviews he's gonna be doing about.
Oh God!
It's worth it for that.
Yeah, he's gonna be like, how did it feel to be? I don't fucking care.
What the fuck is adamantium? I don't know.
Who gives a shit? Who gives a shit?
I agree with Scott, and I think for me, Ford's at that point where I just feel like I'm going to see Harrison Ford and not Thunderbolt Ross. I don't feel that way with Indy coming up, but I just feel like with this new character, and I didn't feel that way with Solo, I just feel like I'm going to see Ford and not Ross. And obviously I know he probably doesn't have the skin tight suit that he's going to be Red Hulk as. Like, I don't think he's going to have
but did you notice right here? Look at his
tattered pants there.
So is he running around being the Red
There's something happening, but his pants are very ripped right here. So.
I need that footage of like when Benedict Cumberbatch played Smaug.
Can we zoom in? Can we zoom in? Zoom in. Sorry,
I can't zoom in.
Enhance.
I can't.
If there is behind the scenes of Harrison Ford actually being the Red Hulk, my God, I cannot wait to see that footage because I thought they'd have someone like how Rocket, Sean Gunn does the body and Bradley does the voice. I'm like, there's no way you're getting Ford in a mocap suit. Absolutely not. But if
he might do facial mocap.
That's fine. But if he's wearing a suit like that, why is he wearing like a weird CGI?
I don't know because I remember reading the articles. Like, one, it is so clear how much he loves the character of Indiana Jones. Like, he's doing the Dial of Destiny because he loves the character, which is why I'm still excited for Dial of Destiny. I mean, we even delayed Fanimated so that I could go see Raiders last Sunday. So, that's great.
Don't ever do that again.
Which do you
I
think
know.
would be better?
As many
the new
times have
Indiana?
I had to delay the shit. I'm like, how dare
One
you.
strike.
Yeah.
Which do you
No,
think
and
would be
it's still like it's still James Mangold. I think no matter what, I'm gonna like this film. Like maybe it's not gonna be on par with the original trilogy, whatever it may be. I'm still excited to see that, and it's James Mangold. I like.
It's
almost
still has the
everything he's done.
possibility.
Better than Crystal Skull.
It's gonna be better. I
Oh
mean,
yeah, for sure.
I mean, it has the chance to be third.
Yeah.
You know, because you know, as I always say, Raiders is the best. Last Crusade is my favorite. So you know, I don't have a lot of love for Temple of Doom. So.
That's where I am. I go Raiders is the best.
Short round. Come on, short round.
Yeah, Temple of Doom actually scared me. It was the first movie that scared me as a kid.
Oh yeah,
it's pulling out the heart. Oh
yeah,
Kalima.
Yeah.
Again, thought you could really do that. That scared me for like at least a good 5 years.
I got Raiders as the best, and Temple is my favorite. Actually,
didn't Temple of Doom create the PG-13 rating?
It basically once again the story is that it came out as PG, but it was the one that they went, we need something between PG and R.
Yeah. Because like there's no F-bombs, it's not that graphic, but the guy's fucking heart is being pulled out. What the fuck? You know, it's like, and they're eating monkey brains as well.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. And even when Indy gets possessed, because we're we're reviewing the whole series on Geek First. There's my plug for the night. But like,
cheers.
It's like when he's possessed, it's like they don't play it off as like you know, cheesy or very over the top. Ford's like kind of giving some scary looks, and that's why for me as like the horror guy, I think that's why I gravitate towards Temple, because I love that third act is nothing but it's a horror movie at that point.
Yes.
It's scary and like when they find the kids, it's just like, oh my god, like they don't pull any punches in that third act. So that's why it's for me. But I love all those three movies. They're all
dude. Great. I mean, like what they really upped it too. I mean, like it's. And that one's supposed to be before Raiders, right?
Yes, because it's 1932.
Yeah.
And Raiders is 1936.
So weird. But I mean, you know, it's fine. But I mean, I mean, Spielberg and Lucas really were like, we got to fucking up the ante. And they fucking did.
Well, they were both going through divorces. So
yes.
they were already in a dark place.
And it's
like,
funny because
we're going to have a scene with kids and he's going to chop a bridge. It's going to fall. There's going to be
well, if you
symbolic for how we feel.
If you look into it though, Steven, when he got the script, was like unsure about a lot of this stuff, but he's like, I trust George, so we're gonna go with it. But if you look into it, he was like, he wasn't, because even then too, the movie that Lucas had writ was apparently even more darker than this. But Steven would take scenes and like add some jokes or add some charm to them, stuff like that, to lighten them up. So apparently the original script was even darker than that one, and that's where they kind of like friendly like butted heads, because Steven was like, oh, shouldn't it be a bit more like the first? And George's like, no. He's like the guy, like, he's like Batman, like, no, it's gonna be like this, and there's kids that are slaves, and this guy's gonna lose his heart and everything, like, you know. So that
and then thankfully when they were like, let's do a third one, let's bring it back, and then just have the father and son fuck. I mean, I'm with Scott. The Crusade's my favorite one. But I mean, the best one, yeah, if you're looking at it like, you know, if you're going, you know, talking film, I mean, Raiders of the Lost Ark is just, that's just a feat right there. But if I'm going to put an Indiana Jones movie on, Last Crusade is just, it's just so.
I should have sent it to the marks, brother.
Yeah.
As an outsider who never grew up with those movies, it's like it's just bonkers hearing what they.
Yeah. What is that, Andy?
I said, so, as someone who never grew up with those movies, like it's just crazy hearing what those movies were even like able to do. Like, I'm like,
oh yeah,
pulling out a heart and so on.
Well, just the stunt work and the action.
It's so impressive. Like even watching it back now, it's one that I hate to be that guy, but it's like, man, I wish movies were more like this. So,
no.
Like,
when I saw Raiders on the big screen, I was just like, it's so cliche, but I literally turned to my dad and I went, damn, they don't make them like this anymore.
No. Like that extended like car chase of like the guys in the back and Indy's driving, and it's just like, it's just like whole sequence, everything you got to plan out. And
they even had, that was trivia at the Fathom event. It was like, it's like 6 minutes of that whole truck chase. It's like 6 minutes of screen time, but they were like, how many days did it take? It was like 20 something. 20, 30. I still love the story that it was because everyone had dysentery. That's what led to the famous, you know, Harrison just pulling out his gun and shooting the swordsman because he's like, fuck this. I just want to go back to my hotel room.
Except for Spielberg, because he brought his own food to the set. So that's why he was not sick. Yeah. He brought his own food. And funny because you're talking about Crusade going back to the original. The father-son idea was Steven's idea. George originally wanted the third one to take place in a haunted mansion. That was the original. And Spielberg was like, he used it. I think it's a lie. He said, well, I just did Poltergeist, so I don't want to do it. I think he was like, I probably don't really like this idea. But that was the reason he said in interviews that because he helped with Poltergeist, that he didn't want to do another haunted house movie. So that's where they switched it to an adventure, and he really wanted to do the father-son dynamic. So that's where
was just
it was so great. And then you make the Grail the MacGuffin, of that one. And I still, I mean, how many times do I say you chose poorly? The Grail Knight at the end.
That's where it comes from.
You gotta do a watch.
You gotta watch, Andy.
And then just him calling him Sean Connery calling him Junior the whole time, and he's like,
Junior,
Indy. We called the dog India, it's like, and then at the very end when he's holding on to him, and then he finally goes,
you're named after the dog.
But then at the very end, when everything's crumbling and he's reaching for the Grail and he's holding, his dad's holding on to him after he just saved his life. Sorry, spoiler alert. But and then he just, I love that shot. It just goes, Indiana, and he just says it in that fatherly fucking tone, and then he just goes.
Because it's the first time he hasn't called him Junior the whole movie.
And then it's just such a great scene, and the execution and the camera. It's like, it just hits you right there. It's like, fuck, he just totally said, like, let it go. Let it go kind of thing.
Oh, Andy, these movies are, I know it's not going to hit the same for you because you didn't grow up on these movies. You're talking to a whole bunch of old farts that these are Last Crusade literally came out the same summer as Batman 89. We're
weekend, almost the same week and the same time period. Yeah,
because it wasn't there recently that shot of the marquee of that.
And I made the joke that Keaton's back as Batman. We're getting another Indiana Jones, and also Ghostbusters 2 was out that also on that marquee, and we're getting another Ghostbusters, which is currently filming right now. I don't think it's going to come out this year. It probably won't.
No. But those movies. But Andy, I would highly recommend checking them out and just. Like I said, it won't hit the same for you, but I think that objectively you can sit back and go, if you grew up on these, I get, you could say, I get it.
I can get it because I have friends that love those movies. I think for me it was, I'm sure some people will roll their eyes of me saying this, but I remember I wasn't really. It was hard for me getting into film and TV shows as a kid that had a lot of very macho leading men, because that's just not who I am. So for me it was hard, but they look they look like fun movies, and again
that's the thing, they're just fun.
But I will also say that Indy's not as macho as you think. You think the posters and the previews, you would think, oh, this guy's just a complete badass, but even the romance stuff, he's not.
Smooth.
I'd say
he's not smooth.
He's not machismo kind of why I always for a while stay away from the Fast and Furious franchise of this just feels like it's just for I'm a man and I love doing men stuff. There's some good emotional stuff, and it's not that's the difference between him and Solo. Where Solo, he's that guy. He's the cool, always badass, never makes a mistake, and if he does, it's not his fault, right? But Harrison Ford, or as Indiana Jones, there'll be moments where he'll get emotional, or the stuff with the dad. And there's times where in Last Crusade, he's made to be this little child because he's just so awkward around his dad that he's trying to impress, but he can't really. That's why I like that on surface, he looks like he's going to be that character, but Ford plays him in such a charming way that he's not. He's not a machismo-esque. He tries to be, but then he's kind of a fool for trying.
He gets his ass kicked.
Yes.
He gets his ass kicked, and it's played you look at Harrison Ford's facial expressions and the body acting he does, and he's almost like a Looney Tune. The way he gets his ass handed to him,
always in over his head.
Always.
We have to. Yeah, we have to bring back those the sound effects those punches make, man.
Oh my god! And the guns and the punches, like they're way too loud. Like
they're so big. And like the only other movie that I remember like hearing the punches like that is Dick Tracy. Those punches were also just then the gunfire too. And I'm like, man, what happened? Why did they turn down?
It wouldn't shock me though if that's any one reason, because I know when I was growing up, my parents also wouldn't let me watch them, and maybe it's because as someone who's autistic, I have like sensitive sound sensitivity. So maybe they were like, oh, this is not gonna do well for him at all. So, but I've always the only thing I've always appreciated with Lucasfilm, I've seen bits and pieces of maybe a clip or two here from Indiana Jones. I'm just like, I love practical effects. I love the commitment they do to that.
Speaking of practical effects, I really love that bridge scene in Temple of Doom. It's Temple, where he's on there. He's got the big sword, and then he cuts it. I don't want to ruin it for Andy, but
it's okay. Listen, the movies have been out for over 20 years. It's perfectly fine.
More than that.
40
years.
Yeah. And plus, Andy in Temple of Doom, when Harrison Ford gets taken over, he's a babe. He has his shirt off. They have him.
Sweating,
he is.
Listening.
Harrison Ford. He just looks
possessed.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
No,
and it's like
that's all I needed to hear. That's all I needed to hear.
The line in Dial of Destiny's trailer where he goes, I've been tortured by voodoo. That's a reference to Temple of Doom. Like, I've been shot 8 times. I wonder. I actually want to go back and watch the movies. I want to know, does somebody write that line by actually going through the movies and counting how many times he gets
on the board?
He go like check, because he gets shot once in Raiders. Because he gets shot in the arm. Because I love that scene where the Nazis in the truck and the guy's just there and all he's doing is punching him in the arm right where he got shot.
Which is the one that was I noticed one of those films that is controversial. Which one is that?
Crystal Skull, maybe?
No, Temple of Doom is controversial because of, I feel like it gets presented as controversial because they see it as a negative stereotype of Indian culture.
Yeah, Indian,
okay, yeah, I can.
I figured it was Crystal Skull because a lot of people didn't like it.
That's the fan controversy.
It's a very easy one to get mad about,
Which, there was times where I was literally going, what the fuck? I mean, it's just I don't know.
But Crystal Skull. The only pass I give Crystal Skull is it was set in the 50s, so they were trying to mimic a 50s B movie the way that the first 3 movies are trying to be those 1930s,
serial swashbuckler.
Yeah, serial swashbuckler. So I look at Crystal Skull and go, okay, I see the intent. The execution, but I see what you were trying to go for.
Right.
Well, then I have a question for the panel. How y'all feeling about this TV show that they're supposedly making for Disney?
You got canned.
I heard it got shit canned, and I'm just going, hey, Mr. Kwan, he's a popular now. Just how are we not bringing back Short Round into this world? I mean, if they have not tried to just and I know the last minute, let's inject them into the movie, but if they don't do that, and then I'm just going make that your series, just hand it over to Short Round. He's so popular right now. Fucking
wait, is that what he's called, Short Round?
In Temple of Doom.
Oh, Dr. Jones.
Yeah. Well, now I remember that reference because some of these things you say are references that I've heard from other shows, you chose poorly, How Much a Mother, Short Rounds, The Big Bang Theory. So I thought it was these are just things they're saying. I'm okay, never mind. This is from pop culture.
These are illusions. Yeah, that's exactly it. I'm actually with Richard Newby on. He and I have the exact same. Are on the exact same page. Because of someone who grew up on the Young Indiana Jones Chronicles, if Indy doesn't lose an eye in this movie, it's no, I need him to lose an eye because I need the old Indy from that TV show who's got an eye patch to be like, I want to see the origin of that.
I mean, it doesn't need to, but that's kind of a cool thing. I totally forgot about that. Does anyone know what the dial actually is, or has they heard rumors? Because I kept hearing that it was like some sort of time travel thing.
It's
a time. Well, that's what they suggest in the thing, because he goes, Hitler made mistakes. I can correct them.
Okay.
And so I feel like it's a time travel device.
Well, yeah, I mean, we're gonna see the de-aged Harrison Ford and shit like that. You know?
I did see the trailer for the new film, and I'm kind of like, damn, they the fact that, because I remember because we were talking about on this multiverse, I watched the trailer, because I didn't want Jordan to have to be talking about it alone, and I was like, "Hey, this looks pretty amazing." But I'm like, they're not jumping ahead too far in time. They're sticking to a certain time period. I'm like, okay, this is cool. Again, practical effects, and I'm sure again seeing a DH Harrison Ford, like, that's pretty dope.
Yeah. Well, Andy, what they're doing is they're basing it on like when the movies take place, like the timeline of the movies. And if you pay attention, they're actually time shifting the movie to like, so Harrison is as old as, like, it's been about, 14, 15 years since Crystal Skull. So the reason this movie takes place in 1969 is that's about 14 years from where Crystal Skull took place. So Harrison Ford has aged to the point that Indy would have aged in the timeline. That's kind of the theory of what they've done with when they're setting these movies. Plus, I know that in 1969, the whole idea is that it's going to be during the moon landing with all the Nazi scientists who were brought over to America for the rockets. So that allows you to bring the Nazis back into the movie. Because, by the way, the best Indiana Jones movies are the ones with Nazis.
I know. It's always like that. Yeah. I mean, they steered away from it.
As long as he beats them up.
Oh, he beats up a ton of Nazis.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a
gets
line.
to fight more here than he does as Han Solo.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well, Solo's a pilot. That's
Han
his job.
Solo is a pilot and a gunslinger. He shot first.
And a womanizer.
He's all yeah, exactly. Han Solo is more of that. He's not really a fisticuffs kind of dude. But Indiana Jones, 100%. Is like all of. I mean, I wouldn't. Yeah, he's probably got swollen fucking knuckles. Jesus.
He did beat Boba Fett blind though, so that's something for him.
Oh, that's true.
Return the Jedi.
Boba Fett.
Where?
Yeah.
I would question with the dial though is like, if it's about, there's got to be some lesson learned, right? Like, the Indy, let it go, kind of holding on to real attachments rather than to fictional ones, or intangible things, whatever. But like, if that one was about age, what is his lesson be learned from this? Because if it's time, it's got to be about how old he is and that he's a broken down person, which is something that Mangold seems to do really well, as these broken down characters.
Well, because he's retiring in the movie, so like he's reached the end of his career.
Okay. And he's got his goddaughter, right?
He's got his goddaughter, because he even says in the trailer, "I've made my mistake." She even says to him, You've taken your shots. You've made your mistakes. So I think the theme of this movie is going to be about the mistakes we make in life and what happens if you have the opportunity to go back and change them. Yeah. Because I've also, because he got
sounds like a Flash in a lot of ways. Going back in time,
but
save my mother.
But this is they've made it very clear. This is the last one.
Yeah. So it's not something you're just saying for prosperity. They're like this is it.
This is the last Indiana Jones movie. Harrison's done, but they're saying, but I think that's when you go, when a character, he's not going to be a professor anymore. He's going to stop being an archaeologist and really a grave robber, because that's what he really is. I also love the fact that he's the Tomb Raider, and I love that they established that really early on in the first movie. It's like, no, I am doing things that are illegal.
Oh yeah,
for money. But the idea would be, think about it's kind of that. Let's reflect back on my life. I mean, and if you had the opportunity to change the mistakes, also the fact that with all the shit that man's seen, he still kind of talks about how I don't believe in magic, I don't believe in all this hocus pocus. It's like you found the freaking Ark of the Covenant.
He's Dana Scully. That's what it is. She's like, even though I saw that alien craft molder, there's still an explanation, you know. Yeah. I saw those alien beings with the big eyes, but still, that guy shapeshift. Yeah, but that could have been
So Ryan, I do appreciate what you're talking about, Ryan, which is what's the thematic element of the movie, right. And I really feel like that's going to be, a man at the end of not the end of his life, but the end of his. Well, if your life, it's done.
Yeah.
And if your adventure really that's like there's not going to be after this another thing to go get, another thing to go dig or whatever and stuff like that. So and it's what he's done for his whole life, right? If you think about, because he was a younger character till now, I think that's just even in general for anybody when they retire from a job or when like kids move away and you get out of that sort of thing. It's like it's that sort of landmark. But then I think like what you're talking about, Scott, the idea will be what mistakes, but it'll be the mistakes that form you, and they're supposed to be there, right? You learn from them because maybe there's a chance he could go back and change something and do something, but I don't think he will. I hope there's not too much time travel.
Butterfly effect. Go back, change it back. Erase.
I'll try to watch the first film, and next time I come on here, I will give you guys my thoughts. I don't know if I can watch all 4 films in one go, but I will. This stuff.
They're short. I mean, the Raiders is only like 2 hours 5 minutes, and I'm going to tell you, I didn't really understand this until I saw it. Yeah, Raiders is 2 hours 5 minutes, and it is like
it's tight.
It's tight. It's a tight 2 hours. Like you're watching this movie. Like I was watching on the big screen, and I was just like, "Damn, this thing just moves."
Will this kind of show what generation I'm from when I'm asking, like, are there any post credit scenes in any of those films?
Oh hell no! Oh hell no!
It was a better time.
There was a time where the only reason you sat through the credits was to listen to John Williams' score.
Yeah. Wait a minute. The first post credit scene I remember is Masters of the Universe. He-Man. That He-Man movie with Dolph Lundgren. There was a post-credit scene in that movie with because remember when Skeletor fell down into that little pit, and then after the credits, you see him rise from that pit, and he says something, and it's like, what the fuck? That was the very first post-credit scene that I remember is fucking Masters of the Universe. Starring Courtney Cox.
I think the first one I ever saw is a kind of a horror cut, but the Jason Goes to Hell, the final Friday when
Freddy's glove
with the plastic glove with the plastic claws. Oh man,
that was so cool. And then everybody's like, "Oh my god!" And then it took like another fucking 15 years before Freddy versus.
Yeah,
and then we got a masterpiece of Freddy versus Jason.
Yeah,
I don't hate that movie. I thought that movie was fucking great.
It was
like an action movie. It was like an action movie. Freddy was doing roundhouse kicks and fucking. It was intense. That was the ultimate. That was before fucking Civil War and BBS.
Oh, yeah.
Come on, man.
Ferris Bueller's Day Off. What are you still doing here?
Yeah.
Go.
Oh yeah.
Go.
There's that one too. Which one came out first though? Was that or Masters of the Universe?
Okay. Ferris Bueller was what year? Let me see.
Was that also
86? 86 was Ferris Bueller's Day Off.
Oh,
okay. Wow. And what was Masters of the Universe?
I think it's after, right?
Masters
Probably.
of the Universe. 87.
Yeah, 87. But I will say this though, when it came to Ferris Bueller, they had like a whole fucking scene when the credits were rolling. Remember with Mooney like walking into the bus and shit like that? They were rolling the credits while that was happening. So, Mr. John Hughes, like he was like, you know what? I'm gonna fucking utilize this, credits rolling space and with some shit. So, and you don't see that really much. Usually you see it for outtakes and whatnot. But yeah, so he also So there you go. That might have been.
Hey, Air was doing it really nicely. And I actually.
Oh
yeah. So
you got to utilize those, the credits rolling for sure. But yeah. So I mean, goddamn, Indiana Jones coming out after Flash Two time travel-y type movies. Crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and Ryan's seen Flash too, so I'm not alone.
Shut up. La, la, la,
I know we're not
la,
saying
la,
anything.
la.
We're not saying anything, but yeah, it's gonna be interesting to get everybody's take, though.
I saw a little bit of discussion on here, but I've been on a mute spree. It's like shut
you better
the fuck up.
Well, I had to give Axel some shit. He was here earlier. First thing I said, I was like, dude, I got a bone to pick because you quote tweeted the post-credit scene that somebody bootlegged.
Yeah.
I had to give him shit for that because I was like, dude, what are you doing, man?
A naughty boy. Very naughty.
I was like, wow. And then he was like, sorry, it got taken down anyways. I'm like, yeah, but you still did it.
Doesn't
Dude.
But you still did it.
The principle.
It's like, dude, it's like, yeah, I get it. You didn't like it. You know, I was like, whatever with it. But at the same time, it's just like, hey, don't do that. Don't do that. And I saw somebody else also who was griping about something also posted like 2 spoilers within a tweet. I was like, easy there, killer. Like, yeah, it's like,
I'm glad that there was more than what I expected. I felt like I knew almost every beat because almost everything had been telegraphed for the last year since I tried to see it the first time. I won't even go into all that, but yeah, there's just more, and it's really good. I still have a little bit of a hitch with the CGI, you know.
That's the one consistent complaint I've heard that the CGI is not perfection.
The choice with babies, which it's in the Funko Pop, so I'm not going to go into the details of it, but it's, Dave knows. But
I know what you're talking about because the concept art has been there for a couple of years.
Check the Funko Pop, you'll see. But there's a scene with babies. I'll just leave it at that, and it's just like in a Snyder.
Is this memeable material?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
No, I mean it is interesting. Yeah. I mean some of the CG, there's some CG like, but almost like, I can't wait to watch it again because I almost think like some of it was a choice. I don't know.
Yeah,
but maybe it was just like, I don't know. Yeah, I mean it's not going to take you out of the movie where it looks so bad where it's like, good God. But yeah. Sometimes some things look absolutely gorgeous, and you know most of the time I thought everything was fine. But yeah, there's sometimes where it's like, all right.
I actually wish it was better. I think it would have been better if it had been in the Keaton timeline and all that stuff instead of the Snyder one. Because when you see the Snyder world, you're like, oh, this feels kind of real and grounded. And then that happens and you're like,
okay,
it was a choice. It was a choice. That's all. Yeah. But that's it. So
I get it, Scott. I get it.
Nah, it's all good. No, there's no spoilers, but it's just gonna be interesting to see everybody's reaction. Like I said, next weekend or next Friday, we're gonna do a full-on spoiler discussion. So we'll have a full panel and talk about it. But yeah, we'll end this stream tonight. And but yeah, next weekend we're gonna go full-on Flash discussion. I did post my spoiler review earlier today. I thought maybe it was probably a little early. Maybe I should have waited for next week, but I said, fuck it.
I have my watch later. That's like once I get out of the theater, I'm going to rush to watch it.
I was like, and even when I was uploading, I was like, should I post this later? And I was like, nah, fuck it. I already have it up. And I was like, other people have. And then, but then I thought, because then people started to hit me up like, why'd you already post your spoiler? I was like, I don't know.
Because I can.
Yeah, at least you indicated it before. I mean, it's not like you were like, I'm just going to talk about the Flash, and then, oops, forgot about the
No. It's a total, it says it right in the fucking thumbnail, right in the title. That's why it's like, don't watch it until you've seen it. Yeah. But I just was like, put it out there. We're still going to do a Vodka stream next Friday, full panel spoiler discussion, and it's going to be interesting to see everybody's reaction to it and I can't wait to see it again, too, myself. I'll be able to watch it. I got my tickets for Thursday, and then the group I'm going with, it's going to be cool to see their reactions to everything. And it's just going to be, it's just going to be funny because there's some shit in there. I'm like, Jesus Christ, this fucking movie's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It's so ridiculous, but I love in a good way, There's things that are just so ridiculous. And I'm like, fuck.
6:45 in IMAX. And I'm taking my wife and my dad.
There you go.
Nice.
Dave, do you have an IMAX by you? Or do you have to come this way?
Well, the theater I'm seeing at is not quite an IMAX. It's a big screen, but it's not IMAX. I do have There's an IMAX in Riverside that I usually go to.
Okay.
But
Sort
yeah,
of
that's where I saw Spider-Verse. But I'm
Okay.
seeing this in another spot, which is the luxury theater. So
Ooh.
but it's in the main theater that has like the biggest screen. So
yeah, it definitely is improved upon. You see it in the biggest theater possible. I mean, I saw Transformers just what was that? It was yesterday, and I really liked it. I know you felt a little differently, but like I didn't need to see that in 3D, and the screen was smaller. I'm like, if this had a bigger screen, it probably would have been better, especially for the end of it all. But I think Flash is one you got to see on the big screen, like the biggest one possible.
Yeah, it'll be good. You didn't see Transformers, Scott? You didn't see that yet?
I was going to see it last night, but I literally, putting Callum down, I fell asleep in the toddler bed with him. And my ticket was for 10 o'clock. And when my wife came in to go, "Are you coming out?" It was 9:15.
You're like, well, it is Pride Month. Just kidding. Sorry.
So
Happy Pride.
So I literally got up, and then I went to go sit on the couch. Like, are we going to watch something together? And my wife literally looked at me and went, "Are you just going to go to bed?" And I went, "I think I am."
Yeah, it's like
my dad has literally said that exact thing with my daughter. Like I've literally heard him say the exact same thing to each other. I'm like, oh, that's cute.
So that's actually why I was so late getting on tonight, was because I was like, no, Heather and I, like, we stayed up and talked, and then we watched Silo, and then it was like, and then I'll come down.
Nice.
I hear Silo is good. Would you recommend it?
Okay. Okay. I know Dave was trying to sign off, but here's my quick.
No. It's fine. You just had an orgasm when you said that.
I think you need to pick something out. Yeah.
Okay. It is really good, but it's really fun for me, Ryan, because it's based on a trilogy of books that I read back in 2019.
Of course.
And I'm in a spoiler chat with people who are like, it was like a Severance chat that became a Severance and Silo chat.
Oh.
And they're like saying their theories, and they're talking about every episode, and I'm just sitting there going, I can't say a damn thing because I know everything. Like, I don't know just this. I know everything. So like, what do you think? And I'm like,
see, this is what excites me about like those kind of series, especially on Apple TV, because I don't have Apple TV. My mom does. And then when it came to Severance, I had no idea exactly what it was about, but I just heard everybody rave about it. And I was like, all right, I'm just going to watch and see. And then when I got the concept, I went, holy fuck, that is amazing. So I'm hoping that when I finally jump into Silo, because I've heard the same thing, even KC, he's even
KC is all in.
He's all in on everything Apple TV. But
he was the first one. He was the first one who DM'd me and said, "Are you watching Silo?" I said, "Yes, I'm loving it." And because I said I was watching it, he watched it after me. He was like, "Damn, this is so good. I have this theory," and I went, I can't say a damn thing, man, because I know exactly what's going on. So,
I'm part of books. So I don't know. Have any of you seen the Lazarus Project? I'm between either Silo or the Lazarus Project.
I have. What's the Lazarus Project?
It's like a time travel, like almost like rewind time to fix. I think
is that the one with Rainn Wilson.
What?
No, Rainn Wilson's not in it, right?
No, it's an African American actor. It's a British series that they brought over to TBS, and those guys sent me screeners for it. I just haven't got around to it. So I'm like in that sci-fi-ish kind of bubble right now, where like I saw Silo and I'm like, that looks good, and then so does Lazarus. So
okay, Ryan, here's what I'll say. Episode 7 dropped today.
Okay,
it's a 10-episode season 1. So this first season will end by the end, literally the end of the month.
Oh, okay.
And it is amazing. But the funny thing is, I've looked ahead at the names of the episodes, and I'm like, the first season isn't even going to finish the first book. And I was like, oh wow, okay.
Do you feel pretty confident that they're going to get a whole through the whole run of books and everything?
I'm feeling. I think the buzz this show has been like I have just seen organic, like Apple's got another hit on their hands. And they've committed to series that I don't see. Like I love Slow Horses, which is a British spy show they do.
I've heard of that. Yeah, I've never seen it.
It's Gary Oldman and it's fabulous.
Okay.
That one. But they do a book a season, but at the end of the finale, they have a trailer for the next season.
Oh, that's smart.
Like by the time they are airing a season, they've already filmed.
I love that.
The next season, and so they're giving you the trailer like when you get to the end. I'm just like, cool. So I feel like I feel like Apple has kind of like, if they're not even going to get through the first book in the first season, and they got 3 books to get through, I feel like they've got a plan.
Yeah, they see the trajectory. Yeah, so I think you've convinced me. I'm going Silo. All right. I'll talk to you about it another time. I think Dave wants to kind of wrap this up.
No, it's fine. No, I was just looking at something. No, it's fine. No, but no, I want to check it out too. But
let's get Rebecca Ferguson, which is never a bad thing. So.
Right, exactly.
What? Who's that? Oh yeah, wait, she's got gorgeous eyes and gorgeous everything. Okay, that's her. My God, yeah, can't wait for Mission Impossible: Dead Reckoning.
That's what I was thinking. Is that a little bit blush? I see.
From what? Oh, what? You said for Rebecca Ferguson.
A little red.
I mean, why not? I mean, you mentioned her.
No shame. I think it's adorable when the people blush. So
could be. All right, guys, let's go ahead and wrap this up. I appreciate everybody showing up. Thank you to Axel. Thank you to Phil. Thank you to, I think that's it. Who
Chase our reacts. Jordan was there, wasn't he?
Oh, yeah, Jordan. That's right. I was like, that's right. Jordan also here. I knew I forgot somebody. So thank you to guys, to those guys who showed up earlier to talk a little bit of nonsense here. And let's go around the horn. Travis?
You find me Travis B. Snail talking about stuff. I'll be back next week. I'm excited to be back and talk about some of this jazz. And I think next week will be tons of fun, just like tonight was. And hope you guys have a good rest of the weekend. And Dave, thanks for having me on as always. And Casey, you better be on next week. You're gonna be in big trouble if you're not on next week. So
I know, right? That's your online boyfriend. By the way, your hair is looking fucking full and thick and long.
Yeah, I haven't decided, but I think I might just completely grow it till October 2024. I haven't decided yet, but because now I work from home, I have an office job, but I can transition, so I work from home on my computer. So I don't really I do go out, but not as much as I used to. So there's thoughts of doing it, but then I know maybe in 2 months I'll be like, oh, I hate this hair, and then I'll just shave it because it's just like it gets in the way sometimes. But I thought about that, and then maybe for the next charity stream, like 2 years from now, doing the head shave and stuff. So we'll see. Now, it's gonna be long for a bit. So
I don't know. I heard long hair transitioning, so I was like, wait,
it's gonna be a while. 2024.
Yeah. You're giving Charlie Hunnam a run for the Green Arrow look there, though.
Man, he's gonna show up with.
Can you do the goatee, Travis? Though?
Yeah, Travis Snail. Will it be? No, I can't, Scott. No, I can't.
Can't do the facial hair. No. Yeah, isn't that sad? You have like a thick, luscious head of hair, and nothing.
And it's blonde too, so it's like it has a lot of it'll come in, but it takes a really while to actually show because it just looks like, do you got dirt on your face? It's like, no, it's like it's a beard. It's like, no, that's just blonde.
I'm really getting tired of this either or.
I know, right?
Sophie's choice of where do you want it.
Exactly. Genetics are funny like that. I can't grow a beard either, but I just get this patchy shit right on my cheeks. Mm-hmm. I can grow this and that. That's about it. But anyways.
You kind of got.
No, I said Andy, not Ryan.
Oh, it did.
Andy. That's why I couldn't hear it either. I was like,
yeah, your audio dropped for a second, Dave. That's what happened.
Did it really?
Yeah, it really did. Yeah.
You were like, now. You can find me at Andy Rebecca all over social media. Check my bio for all my things because I'm all over the internet. Flash podcast, stuff like that. After 9 years, I actually can talk about Flash movie next week. Goodness gracious. But as always, thank you for having me on. It was fun. One of these days, I will actually bring. I feel like I don't represent the show if I don't bring vodka with me. I feel like everyone has drinks. I'm just like, man, I'm the boring one.
You're fine.
I got water all the time. You're not alone. You're not
Travis
alone.
is not a drinker, so
no.
it's all good.
I'm like the water boy, Adam Sandler.
That's what I call the H2O.
Yeah.
All right, Ryan.
Look, that was very creepy.
Well, yeah, don't feel bad, Andy. I'm just rocking a Pepsi from the movie last night, so I'm not holding on to too much. But honestly, just still doing the stuff we always do. Follow the Nerd Rage podcast, mostly on Twitter, but we're pretty much everywhere else on social media. If you want to hear some more of my direct takes on things, always follow me at Ryans_ramblings, mostly on Twitter, like I said, and go see Transformers. That's all.
Well, you know what? Like I said, and Scott, I really want you to see it because I want to know your thoughts on the ending, because I actually like the final act. I thought the action was pretty cool and stuff like that.
It's gonna happen. It's
but then I want to gauge your reaction, how it ends too, because and what I was saying, I think even before you came on here, or maybe you were on here, it's like these movies, even though I'm like whatever, they still grab me, and I'm like, all right, I'll see the next one. It's just like that's the thing. And that's just the movie nerd guy in me is like, even though I'm like, again, it starts off with like, oh, it's the Transformers doing their thing. And I'm like, that's cool. And then all of a sudden it goes, here's the humans. And I'm like, fuck, and then I'm like, bad dialogue, bad acting. But then, it builds up to that final battle. I'm like, all right, this is cool. But then I did not expect the way that it ended. So I'm like, ooh, okay, interesting. Yeah, everybody's, not much talk about it I've seen on the timeline, but
which is good. So that way I can,
but I was like, I just remember going, oh shit, like, and then I just got up and walked out. But then I was like, yeah, it was pretty crazy. Anyway,
let me just ask you. Or no, I saw an IGN. There's only a mid-credit scene, so I'll.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But I will tell you the music though, through all the human parts as he was talking about, like it's so 90s and New York hip hop and all that. It like you feel like you're back in 1994 or whatever it is. And shout out to Pete Davidson. One of the very few things that I'm not like, oh, he was terrible in this. He actually was kind of a fun character that kind of is a through line through the movie as one of the Autobots. So
his name is Mirage. Get the Autobot name right. I'm just saying.
Yeah, usually I'm just like, I tried his Peacock show. What's it called?
With Joe Pesci.
Bupkis. It's all right, but it doesn't have much life in it. And I was just like, oh, it's another Pete Davidson thing. So this one, I actually kind of dig him. He's a perfect New York kind of, and they're not as quippy like. They're not making a bunch of random dick jokes and things like that like they had before. So I recommend it. I think it's fun.
I don't know. When I first heard his voice, I was like, fuck, I forgot. Damn it.
Yeah, me too. But then it kind of grew on me. I'm like, I don't know. But anyway.
My name's Raj. Sorry. Anyways, I'm not a fan. Anyways. Yeah. But go ahead, Scott. Send us off.
Well, of course, you can find me on Twitter at ScottDC27. You can find my podcast, the DC Squadcast, wherever podcasts can be found. We're on Vero, Facebook, YouTube, with the entire network of shows at squadcastmedia.com. We are a fan-supported network, so head on over to patreon.com/squadcastmedia, where $5 a month gets you access to an exclusive RSS feed of over 400 pieces of content. And, of course, every Sunday night at 9 o'clock Central here at the Film Junkie YouTube channel, join us for DC Fanimated Stream, where this week we'll be talking about Episode 4 of Superman, the Animated Series, Fun and Games.
There we go. It's going to be a fun one. All right, guys. Smash that like, thumbs up, subscribe if you haven't already. Hit that notification bell, become a member, do all that stuff. Everything is down below. All right, guys. Love you, and we'll talk to you later.